This is Audible.
Podium Audio presents Condemning the Heavens, Publishers Pack 5, Books 9 and 10. Written by Tinalynge, performed by Scott Merriman. Book 9, A Deity Once Dreamt. Chapter 1, Hui Yu. The flow of time passed like running waters in the demon Phoenix continent. Shu Wei was focusing on cultivating alongside his friends. They were all eager to improve, especially now that they had found a calm and steady place to do so. Days came and days went. Most of their time was spent in their respective rooms, cultivating their inner energies, while once in a while they would exit the courtyard to stretch their legs or to soothe their fatigued minds. Ever since knowing that Shu Wei was the son of the Holy Maiden, the Holy Sun, everyone was treating him and his friends with growing respect. Especially when they saw the various generals of the demon Phoenix continent were all mutated. Even the first prince, who had great enmity with Shu Wei, decided to lay low and pretend that they never had any kind of disagreement. It was a day like any other. Shu Wei was entirely focused on enhancing his strength, but suddenly a chill ran down his spine. His body trembled and his eyes shot open. He could feel that someone was observing him, but no matter how he searched, there were no signs of anyone present. "Come out!" he yelled, and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. A young man, who seemed to be aged between 20 and 25, suddenly stood in front of him. His hair was white, his eyes blue, and a gentle smile adorned his lips. His strength seemed to be on par with Lan, if not stronger. Shu Wei's pupils contracted, his eyes narrowed, but he did not do anything stupid like attacking. After knowing the strength of the other party, he was aware that no matter what he did, he would end up dead should this expert wish so. "You are surprisingly calm," the white-haired expert said with a smile on his lips. "I can sense you have been in contact with Lan Shay. It is as if all traces of him in this world are gone, all apart from you." "Lan Shay? The annoying blue-haired Lan who likes to collect rarities?" Shu Wei frowned. He had never heard Lan's full name, but this was the only Lan he could think of. "Exactly, that's him," the white-haired man nodded his head smilingly. "I was sent here by his father, but it seems that I have some trouble finding him. Why don't you tell me what you know about him, and I will reward you?" "What is your purpose?" Shu Wei asked tentatively. Although this expert seemed extremely strong, and even if it seemed as if he was not here to harm anyone, Shu Wei dared not be too casual. Even if he did not like to admit it, he owed Lan a lot. He was not going to betray him for some rewards. The white-haired young man nodded his head, his expression turning dignified. "Lan Shay, that brat, ran away from home around 15,000 years ago. It was not before now that his father, Lan Fang, managed to find a trace of where he was hiding. Now that we know where he is, we naturally have come to see if he is living well, preferably bring him back home, but if he is refusing to leave, then we will not force him." "Lan is my savior," Shu Wei said with a sigh. "I don't know what he wants to do, nor do I know much about him. He usually lives on the continent called Chang'an, where he has a big palace. But I can't help you much more than that. I don't even know which way Chang'an is." The white-haired man snickered. "Finding a continent is child's play for me when I know what to look for. Thank you. My name is Hui Yu. I am from outside this world, so most of the things I have cannot be used by you. Let me tell you a bit about the structure of the universe instead. First are the universes. There are countless universes, but traveling from one universe to another requires one to be at the highest tier of power. Then come the galaxies. Each universe has numerous galaxies, but even traveling between them is difficult, as there is archaic energy filling the void between them, which can only be controlled by a certain rank of cultivation. In these galaxies there are millions upon millions of worlds. Each world has its own rules and regulations. This world, for instance, is different from many others. Let me give you an example from my old world. If someone died there, then you could go to the netherworld to discuss with the 10 courts of hell about getting them back. If you die in this world, then you are gone forever. At the same time, the cultivation methods and systems are also different in each world. However, one thing is the same. To break through the world's barrier, one needs to become a deity, a god. To become a god in this realm is very difficult. I don't think anyone has succeeded since the 4 divine beasts left. I would have gifted you a strand of archaic energy, but knowing that you are not even a god-ranked cultivator yet, I doubt you can survive it. Close your eyes. Focus on your dantian. I will give you a blessing instead. Shu Wei did as he was told, closed his eyes, and waited to see what would happen. Suddenly, he felt a stinging pain in his body. It traveled from the top of his head and ran rampant through his body, but he did not scream out in pain. Instead, he continued to focus on his dantian, only to be severely shocked. His dantian was growing in size. The energy within was being purified, and it was expanding at a rapid pace. He was having a breakthrough after merely a few seconds. Chapter 2. Ancestral World Power. The energy did not vanish after he finished his first breakthrough. Instead, it continued to fill his dantian, pressing it to the limits. The 9 seals on his body began shining. At first the light was dull and hard to notice, but the more energy he absorbed, the lighter they became before they started trembling as if they were absorbing the excess energy. Shu Wei was unaware of what was happening outside. His full focus was on his body, and he felt the energy purifying every cell in his body. The elements within his body also rose a grade, and his elemental affinity became even better. It was not only his cultivation base that was improving. Everything about him was being taken to another level. His body, which was already near indestructible due to his bloodlines, was even sturdier after the energy finished rebuilding his cells. His meridians had been widened compared to how they were before. Now more energy could be used and unleashed at once, making his attacks even more deadly. His dantian had been slowly expanded, not to the point where it could not handle the influx of energy, but enough to store the extra energy that had appeared out of nowhere. All in all, the benefit that this Hui Yu had given him was simply over the top, and it was still not stopping. The energy from Hui Yu continued to pour into his body. It did not stop until it could no longer enhance his body any further, and the 9 seals could not contain any more energy. Even his dantian was full to the bloating point. Looking at his strength, Shu Wei took a deep breath. Incredulity lit up his eyes. Had he actually jumped directly to the Earth Saint 3rd layer rank? This increase in strength first made him immensely nervous. Although a boost in power was good, he had already used the 9 seals to seal up his foundation to make sure it was sturdy. He was not willing to risk his foundation for fast advance. Hui Yu saw that the immediate reward did not blind him, and that his expression turned solemn, and he praised the young man in his heart. "Don't worry, this energy will not affect your foundation," he said with a smile, as he could instantly guess the worry that Shu Wei had. "I cannot use archaic energy, as it would blow up the body you have, but I have other energies that can help you. They are all much more condensed than yours, as they come from a deity.
Deities are different from mortals. No matter how strong you get, you will always be a mortal. But upon becoming a deity, your body will cease to exist in the way you know of it now. You will become a creature of energy instead.
Shu Wei frowned. If he gave up on his body, would he still be able to take on the shape of a vermilion bird and an azure dragon? Would he remain what he was today? Hui Yu did not say anything more. If Shu Wei was not willing to give up some things, how could he possibly advance in the future? If he could not embrace the sacrifice of his mortal body, then he would never become a deity either. Shu Wei was deep in thought as he thought of the words said by Hui Yu, and the white-haired guest did not interrupt him either. Finally, Shu Wei sighed.
So be it. Originally I thought it was a mere human, but then the belief was being taken away from me. Then I thought it was an azure dragon, but even that has proven to be incorrect. Now I don't even know what I am, so why should I cling on to a body that is so confused as mine is? What I need is strength. Strength to ensure that my loved ones will never encounter any problems in the future.
Seeing him make a decision so swiftly, Hui Yu was surprised, but he quickly smiled and felt that this young man was interesting. It was no wonder that Lan Shui had taken an interest in him. He was a much more decisive person than many of the people Hui Yu had met along his travels. It was hard to find someone like this young man. Hui Yu looked at him and suddenly had an urge to see him grow. But he also knew that he was not here for the sake of discovering talents, but because he had to convince Lan Shui that he had to come back home. Sighing and shaking his head regrettably, Hui Yu waved his hand, and a small vial appeared in his hand.
This is a medicine that the gods use to save themselves. As long as you have died with a complete corpse, and if the death happened less than 10 minutes ago, you can use it to revive the person as long as it was a mortal. There is one pill within, so guard it well. Don't waste it. This is a guarantee that you can save someone once, but only once. You are a genius yourself, so you should know just as well as me that the future can only be controlled by yourself. Although you can receive a lot of help, it will not do you any good, and instead hinder your future accomplishments. The energy I used is called ancestral world power. This power brings no harm to you, and it will continue to roam in your body. You cannot use it before you become a god, and it will continue to purify all the qi you gain.
Chapter 3. Frog in the Well. Shu Wei could feel that the energy that had penetrated deep into his dantian was different from the qi he usually used. The vermilion bird and the azure dragon spirits within his dantian almost started fighting one another for the sake of gaining most of the energy. But surprisingly enough, it was impossible for the two spirits to consume the energy. Their attempts proved futile and caused quite some frustration to the spirits. Shu Wei almost burst out laughing seeing them like this. It was the first time he had seen the two aloof spirits within his dantian being so greedy. At the same time, he understood that the energy was anything but ordinary in order to make them react like this.
"Thank you," he said, heartfelt to Hui Yu. "I am very grateful for the help you have given me. Although I doubt I will be able to return the favor, if you need me to help you, do not hesitate to ask for me."
Hui Yu could see that Shu Wei was serious. He smiled slightly, but he did not reject his kindness.
"Who knows what might happen in the future?" Hui Yu said with a nod of his head. "I might actually need your help one day, so I will be impolite and remember your promise."
Shu Wei had been worried about Hui Yu not taking him seriously, so he was astonished when he heard how serious Hui Yu sounded.
"Well then, I will go and find Lan Shui," Hui Yu said with a nod of his head,
and suddenly a light breeze entered the room, after which the young white-haired man had vanished without a trace. Shu Wei was not too shocked to see him vanishing like that, but he was once again motivated to increase his strength as soon as possible. Previously, he was unaware of the worlds beyond his own. He had thought that the apex of the world he lived within was the highest he could ever reach. But now he knew that this world was but a small step towards the real adventure, towards the other worlds. He was indeed a frog in a well. He was feeling a strange sensation of yearning. These outside worlds, where everything was different, how could he not yearn for them? He was tired of this world. He was tired of the constant battles, the people scheming, and the enmity between continents or races. He wanted to spread his wings in a world where no one knew him, where he was not the holy son, where he was nothing special. Somewhere he could just be himself. Hui Yu had left him, unaware of the dreams he had sparked into Zhu Wei's mind. Shu Wei spent a few days in secluded cultivation. When he was not deep in meditation, he was thinking about the worlds beyond their own. He was thinking about the endless worlds. But he also realized that he could not just rush to the god level and then leave the world. He had too many things that had to be completed before he could go. He had to solve the problems with the Chang'an continent. He had to solve the war and find Xiaolei. He also needed to know his own origin. He had to find out if it was only the Vermilion Bird clan he could merge with, or whether or not he could also merge with the White Tiger and Black Turtle bloodlines. He also had to help Bai Tianyi solve his blood feud against the 8 noble families. Although they had gotten some interest in the Ascended's realm, that was far from enough to soothe his anger. He needed to eradicate the ancestors of these families who had banded together to deal with him. Lin Xiao had no blood feud. He just wanted to run away from the other diviners. He Gao had long since left everything behind him. Although he was not happy with his family having sacrificed him, he had no wish to get revenge on them. They were the ones who gave him life, after all. Lolo had also let down her hatred after being freed from the soul-reaping formation within the Garden of Shadows. Although it was something she would forever remember, she saw it as a necessary thing to be able to meet the ones who truly mattered to her. Shu Wei, Lin Xiao, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao had turned into her family members now. And finally there was Wang Xiaoyun. Shu Wei was aware that she had changed in their time within the Ascended's realm. She no longer blamed every beast for the destruction of her family, with the exception of Chu Huiyin, the ice harpy. She would have to die before Xiaoyun could let go of her hatred. Although Shu Wei wanted to travel and leave this world, he wanted to do so together with his friends and family. He was not going to leave them behind. Hence, he also understood that he had to solve all the hatred first. He had to ensure that no one would encounter a heart demon due to leaving unfinished matters in this world. Sighing, Shu Wei left his room, only to find that all the others were waiting for him in the living room. Their eyes displayed some worry as they looked at him, but soon this worry was changed to shock. "You released the seals?" Bai Tianyi asked, since this was the only reason he could find for Shu Wei's sudden boost in strength. But Shu Wei shook his head. "I will tell you about it in a moment. But why are you all gathered here?" "The war has intensified," He Gao answered, looking somewhat worried. Chapter 4. The war intensified. "The war intensified?" Shu Wei frowned, feeling it was weird. "Has it not been stable for years, and only consisted of small skirmishes? Why did it suddenly change like this?" "Well," He Gao looked at Shu Wei before he shook his head and sighed. "It is indirectly your fault." "My fault?" Xu Wei was surprised and quite shocked. He had done nothing, he thought. Hadn't he been entirely focused on cultivating? Seeing him so perplexed, Bai Tianyi shook his head and smiled. The enemy has gotten intel that the Demon Phoenix continent's generals have increased their strength. They now think that the vermilion birds have some treasure that can mutate a primordial beast, and their greed has surpassed their rationality.
I see.
Xu Wei nodded his head. It seemed that he was indeed the reason for the war flaring up.
So what is it to you?
Xu Wei asked again as he looked at them, and all of them looked at one another, not sure who should speak. It was clear that they had spoken before amongst each other, but now that they had to tell Xu Wei, they were worried about his reaction.
Come on, I don't bite.
We are thinking of joining the army.
Eventually it was He Gao who spoke.
We don't really care too much about who wins and who loses the war, but we have been relaxing for a long time. Our hands are itching for a proper fight again. A battlefield will be suitable for us to grow as well. We need a place where others can pressure us, and we feel that joining the war is the best solution for us.
Xu Wei thought about it for some time before he nodded his head. Their reasons made sense, and after speaking with Hui Yu, he knew that it was, in fact, not a bad idea to go out and fight. At the same time, he also knew that his advance would slow down. He was different from the others because of the 9 seals on his body. He needed to use every single moment to cultivate, but he also wanted to enhance his battle experience. Facing a difficult question, Xu Wei fell into contemplation. He was considering what to do when he suddenly heard a rage-filled roar erupting next to him. "Xu Wei, you traitor! How could you tell my uncle where to find me?" Xu Wei did not have to turn his head to know that it was Lan who had emerged out of nowhere.
Lan, long time no see,
Xu Wei said casually, not at all caring about the rage that was evident on the man's face. For some weird reason, Xu Wei felt that it was impossible for Lan to really harm him. "How could you? I have been treating you so well. Why would you tell my uncle where to find me? This won't do. Let me hide by your side for some time."
We are going to join the battlefield, Xu Wei said with a smile. We are going to fight with our lives on the line to ignite our potential. With such a deity like yourself around us, how could we ever encounter life-threatening situations?
"Don't worry," Lan said through gritted teeth. "I will let you experience a lot of life-threatening situations." Xu Wei smiled slightly. As long as Lan promised not to interfere with their battles, he did not care what the older man did.
"Oh, right."
Xu Wei waved his hand and took the Thunder Flame Crown out of the storage treasure before he tossed it to Lan.
"I got your crown."
Lan's rage-filled eyes changed, and a gleeful smile erupted on his lips. "You got it!" he exclaimed happily, and started examining the crown from every angle. Then he put it in his own storage treasure, and he seemed to look a lot less unhappy.
"Well then, let us go visit the Emperor. We are going to join the army, so we need his approval."
The others nodded their heads. Together as a group, which now included Lan, they hurried to the study where the Emperor was buried in paperwork. "What brings you here?" he asked gently while looking at Xu Wei and the others.
"We would like to join the army," Xu Wei said straight away. "We have been cultivating for some time now, and we need some practical fights, some encounters to push our potential to new heights."
The Emperor gave a deep look at the group before he nodded his head. "Then I will let you join the army," he said. "But you have to be careful. Even if you wish to train your skills and fight, you have to make sure that you are not in any life-threatening danger." Shu Wei nodded his head and looked at the Emperor. He could feel that the Emperor was gentle towards him because of his affection towards his mother, but he was not going to say anything. The Emperor was also aware that he could not control Shu Wei, but he still wanted him to be safe. He was, after all, the flesh and blood of the woman he could never forget. After having gotten permission, the group returned to the courtyard to pack up their things before they went to the military office. The military office was the place where people were signing up in the army, and when their group arrived, they attracted a lot of attention. Many were here to sign up for the army, but none of them were as high profile as Shu Wei and his friends. Chapter 5. Signing up for the army. Many primordial beasts, humans, and even some vermilion bird clan members were waiting at the sign-up point for the army. Everyone knew that if the demon phoenix continent lost this war, their worryless lives would change once and for all, and thus they decided to register themselves for the army. They all wanted to do their best to help the continent get through the danger that was now lurking around them. Still, they were all aware that they were doing this for their families, because of the patriotic feeling within themselves, and in gratitude for everything that the continent had provided them with. Shu Wei and his friends were known to everyone. They were the foreigners who were well received in the palace. They could live a leisurely life, and no one expected them to participate in the war, as they had no lingering feelings for this continent. But now this group of people, alongside one more they did not know, had appeared at the sign-up place. Clearly they aimed to join the army. Had they misunderstood these people? Did they really want to help the demon phoenix continent survive the disaster? Shu Wei and his friends could see the surprise in the people's eyes, but they completely ignored them as they went to queue up. Murmurs erupted in the surroundings. Everyone began discussing their purpose, but none of them reacted at all, even when some of them were speaking loudly enough for them to hear everything they said. As they stood in the queue, it took quite some time for them to reach the table where they could register. But even the military officer who was in charge of signing people up looked at them with confusion and some hostility. It was not known to the outside world that the one who had enhanced the ability of the generals was the one in front of them. Hence, they thought that this group of people was merely here to live a comfortable life. They could not help but be alert whenever they saw Shu Wei and his friends wanting to sign up. Before anyone had time to question Shu Wei, a general of the army appeared at the registration area. His eyes scanned over the area, and he looked at Shu Wei with shock when he saw him and his friends lining up.
"Master Shu," the general hurried to his side.
The general was renowned for being patriotic and respected. They thought he was alert and vigilant against Shu Wei. They could not let outsiders join their army. What if they were spies? But contrary to their expectations, the general looked politely at Shu Wei and bowed slightly.
"Master Shu wishes to join the army?" he asked. "It will be our great honor to have such an esteemed expert such as yourself and your friends joining our army."
Shu Wei looked at the general and smiled politely.
That was our plan.
The military officer who was supposed to sign up people for the army was stunned. How could this mutated general treat Shu Wei so well? It was not just normal respect. There was a level of reverence in his voice that made everyone understand that even he looked up to this young man who was weaker than him in strength and much younger than him in age. Shu Wei knew that this general would never expose his achievements, but he would still not allow anyone to cause problems for him, and he looked at the people around them.
"Master Shu has done much for our demon phoenix continent," the general said. "We owe him a lot, but now he is even thinking of joining the army to assist our continent. It is our honor to have him working for us, so please approve their registration procedures and hurry up. We cannot afford to waste time."
Shu Wei nodded his head approvingly, saying that he had done much for them, but not going into detail was the best way to make them look at him in a favorable way.
Master Shu, all of you have to write your names down, after which we will send you to the training camp. There is no time limit for how long someone stays in the training camp. It depends on how fast someone becomes accustomed to the army lifestyle. When you get accustomed, you will be sent to the front line, where you are going to join the skirmishes or undertake missions. The more kills you get, the more tasks you complete, the more merits you will get. Those merit points can then be traded for resources, so do your best.
Shu Wei nodded his head before he wrote down his name on the sign-up form. At the same time, the others signed their names as well. When Lan signed, Shu Wei saw that he only wrote Lan. He was not using his given name. Many knew of Lan, but those who knew his given name were few. Shu Wei did not know what his story might be, but he could often see a trace of sadness, loneliness, and even grief in his eyes. Maybe his past was painful, and could have been the reason for him to no longer use the name Shay. Shu Wei said nothing. He just glanced at the names that had been signed on the document. Then suddenly, Shu Fu came out of the beast tag, and she also signed her name on the document. Many of the people present were shocked to see that they had a beast tag, and even more surprised when they saw that the one who came out from the beast tag was a primordial beast in human form. In the demon phoenix continent, it was impossible to make a primordial beast become a tamed beast, so this was shocking to them. Chapter 6. Training Camp. Shu Wei had no intention of being low-key. He wanted to show everyone his might, to make them all understand that he and his group were not to be belittled. If they pretended to be weak, they would be bullied. But if they showed their prowess, others of decent skill would be more interested in sparring with them, hence helping them when they trained. They wanted to enter the war zone as soon as possible to improve their potential and their combat ability. But if they pretended to be weak, they would end up in the training camp for far too long. Shu Wei and his friends had considered many different things before coming to this conclusion. They were going to be shining like stars. They would be so brilliant that no one would be able to take away the shine that belonged to them. The officer behind the registration table was also stunned, but he dared not be disrespectful due to the general's apparent reverence towards Shu Wei.
"Please take these tags," the officer said, as he handed a wooden token to each of them. "Drip a drop of blood onto them, to bind them to yourself, and then go to the training camp. The training camp is located outside the city. It is not hard to find." Shu Wei nodded his head, and all of them accepted the tokens, after which they dripped their blood onto them and stored them away in their storage treasures. Having already packed everything they needed to pack, all of them left the sign-up area and started moving towards the outside of the city. Although they had not been given any directions, it was not a problem. As soon as they exited the city, they could move much faster, and they should be able to locate it quite soon. It took them 3 hours to locate the training camp. It was a massive location, built at the foot of a mountain. It housed around 1 million hopeful soldiers at this current point in time, and it was a rough environment. Looking at the barracks and the dirty ground that had turned to mud, Shu Wei could not help but glance at Lolo. However, he was surprised to see that every step she took left the soil under her feet frozen, so even the mud could not dirty her shoes. Lolo had truly benefited greatly from being in the Ascended's realm, and she had matured a lot. When they arrived at the entrance to the training camp, a veteran soldier greeted them. "Show me your tokens." He barked the order in a way that did not allow one to decline, and Shu Wei, alongside the others, took out their tokens and presented them to him. "Okay then, let me tell you a few rules of the training camp," the man began after he had inspected their tokens. "There are 3 different kinds of residences in the training camp. Firstly, the barracks.
They take up 95% of the residences, and here the majority live. Then there are the tents. They take up 4% of the residences, and here the strong live. Finally, there are courtyards. This is where the geniuses live, and only 1% live here. To take over someone's residence, all you need is to challenge them to a duel. The winner takes the house, the loser goes to the barracks. The courtyards can house 10 people, and the geniuses often band together in teams in order to compete for the courtyard houses. Xu Wei nodded his head. They were 7 people: Lolo, Heigao, Bai Tianyi, Lin Xiao, Xu Fu, Lan, and himself. Although they could find 3 others to work together with, Xu Wei was not willing to do that. He was much more interested in just winning against 10 geniuses with their 7 people. He knew that Lan could instantly defeat them all, but he was not willing to have him do so. He wanted to also benefit from the duels, but he dared not let Lan live in a barrack. Neither was he willing to let his younger sister live in such a place. As such, he instantly decided to head towards the courtyards. We will start with courtyard 9. It has the lowest number, hence they ought to be the weakest. I am not willing to let Lolo sleep in a barrack with other men, so we will have to win over a courtyard today. All of you are to give it your very best. They all nodded their heads solemnly, their eyes full of determination. Many overheard their words, and all of them could not help but snort or scoff in disdain. They had just arrived at the training camp, and were already thinking of taking over a courtyard? Were they idiots? Xu Wei could see on the faces of the others that it was not easy to get a courtyard as soon as one arrived, but that did not dampen his enthusiasm. He was eager to fight after so much time had passed. When they arrived at Courtyard 9, they found that it was a tranquil and peaceful place. The courtyard was nothing like the barracks, which smelled and were worn down. Xu Wei looked at the courtyard. He took a deep breath, thought things through, and then called out loud. We are here to challenge the occupants of Courtyard 9. His voice reverberated through the entire place, and many were drawn to their location out of curiosity. When they found that it was a group of newcomers, all of them sneered in disdain. This was a common occurrence, new experts thinking themselves to be stronger than they actually were. They were looking forward to seeing Xu Wei and his friends getting beaten to a pulp. Chapter 7. The First Prince. Xu Wei was unperturbed about the many glances that were thrown his way. He was used to being looked at as an idiot and a weakling. Lan, on the other hand, was used to being treated as a deity, and a smile could not help but flitter across his lips. This was new. To be looked down upon was actually such a novel feeling. Xu Wei glanced at Lan, and his lips twitched slightly. He tried not to laugh, and instead looked at the others. Just as Xu Wei did not care about their expressions, his friends were utterly unmoved as well. Their ability to control their emotions was already quite unusual, so maybe they could bring out a surprise? Many started to feel quite conflicted.
Courtyard 9, are you hiding like a turtle in a shell? Xu Wei asked.
His voice was no longer so loud that it reverberated through the entire area, but due to the silence, everyone could hear him, and they took in a deep breath in shock. This was a naked provocation. The people who had waited inside the courtyard in an attempt at making them flustered were now the ones who felt as if they had lost their face. They all hurried out of the courtyard, their faces full of anger and shame. They were red-faced, their chests were heaving, and their eyes were bloodshot. It was clear that they were immensely angry, and their eyes almost spat out flames. "Who do you think you are?" The one who spoke was a Vermilion Bird clan member. It was one who had not been in the Ascended's realm, and although he knew of Xu Wei, he had never actually seen him before. When he looked at Shu Wei, he had a strange feeling, but he was not sure what it was. Instead, he was curious as to what idiot dared to cause problems for him and his band of brothers. The ones he called brothers consisted of both primordial beasts and humans. They were arrogant because their backer was from the Vermilion Bird clan.
Idiot! You don't know that this courtyard belongs to young Master Qi of the Vermilion Bird clan?
Unfortunately, Shu Wei was not intimidated by the Vermilion Bird clan, so when the young man tried to use his background to pressure him, Shu Wei just lifted an eyebrow and sighed.
Do you think that I will back off just because you have someone from the Qi branch of the Vermilion Bird clan?
Shu Wei asked with a smirk on his face as he crossed his arms over his chest.
Who do you think you are to look down on the Vermilion Bird clan? This continent belongs to the Vermilion Bird clan, so how can you possibly stand against them?
The others were also shocked and looked at Shu Wei as if they had seen a freak. How could he possibly be alive if he stepped on the pride of the Vermilion Bird clan? But Shu Wei just snickered.
You seem to think that the Vermilion Bird clan will pick a Qi branch member over me?
Of course, one of the henchmen said with a nod of his head. You are merely a poser. Blood is thicker than water. They will, of course, pick their family over a foreigner.
I am not so sure about that.
Another voice suddenly sounded out, and everyone turned to look at the one who interrupted them. It was the first prince. He used to be revered by all, but they had heard that his mother, the Empress, had been banished to the cold palace, and hence his status had also dropped. Even so, he was still revered for his own powers, and when he looked at Shu Wei, there was a mixture of feelings in his eyes. Before, he had been immensely jealous and wanted to trample all over him because his father seemed to prefer this man to him. He was burning with jealousy. But after realizing that this man was the Holy Son, he was no longer jealous. It was natural for him to be unique. It was natural for his father to prefer him too. Hearing that the prince said this, everyone was stunned. The first prince gave Shu Wei a long glance before he took a deep breath. He understood that he ought to hate this man for what had happened to his mother, but he was also unable to hate him. In fact, he revered him. He had heard tales about the Holy Maiden since he was young, about her magical powers and her ability to bring happiness to all sovereign beasts. She was a legendary figure, and he knew that all sovereign beasts had waited for her for many millennia. So now that the Holy Maiden had turned into the Holy Son, he was still feeling respect. The Qi branch member was stunned when he heard the first prince's words, and he looked at Shu Wei with narrowed eyes. Did this guy have some background that they did not know of?
Older brother, who is he?
The Qi branch member asked as he looked at the first prince.
He is Shu Wei,
the first prince answered right away, and the face of the Qi branch member was suddenly turning pale as a sheet. Before entering the army, his father had told him that he was not allowed to cause problems for this Shu Wei. He was not sure of what his identity was precisely, but he was aware of the fact that he could not afford to offend him. But although he could not offend him, he was really not able to accept the fact that he had to give up the 9th courtyard and move into the tents. Chapter 8. Hated by All. The expression of unwillingness on the Qi branch's member's face was enough to cause everyone around them to look at Shu Wei with curiosity. He was not from the Vermilion Bird clan. If he was, they would all recognize him, and even if they did not recognize him, then the Qi branch member ought to know him. Within the Demon Phoenix continent, the Vermilion Birds were the upper class. Only they could be considered genuinely noble, and thus everyone expected that they would use their might to bully others. But the moment this guy heard Shu Wei's name, he started cowering in fear. Although he was clearly unwilling to move back to the tents, it was clear that he dared not go against Shu Wei. Shu Wei was also quite stunned. He knew that the different branch heads of the Vermilion Bird clan were aware of his identity, but he did not think they would be so thorough as to warn their descendants not to trouble him. He was not at all caring about how he got the courtyard, whether he had to fight for it or use his background, but he knew that both ways had positives and negatives. However, what mattered to him was to have the courtyard so that his sister did not have to sleep in the barracks with many other men. She was, after all, a woman, and her reputation was on the line. The Chi Branch member seemed to understand it as well when he looked at Lolo. He was aware that even if he won the battle, he would be forced to forfeit the courtyard. Since this was the case, the Chi Branch member sighed and gestured for his brothers to vacate the courtyard. The brothers were all unhappy, but they dared not go against Shu Wei. Since even the Vermilion Bird clan's descendants had to respect him, his background had to be immensely frightening. Just as Shu Wei looked at the others, he realized that all of them were looking at him with curiosity, but also some hostility. This was the army, but he had used his background to suppress someone. This was something that was looked down upon, but he did not care. So what if he was hated by everyone? He did not need these people to like him. His friends were equally carefree, and all of them ignored the many ugly looks that were sent their way. Lan even began laughing out loud when he saw it. "Little Shu Wei, you are as disliked as always," he could not help but say, his words full of mirth, taking pleasure in others' misfortune.
"Don't forget you are with us now," Shu Wei said with a shrug of his shoulders. "We may be disliked, but so are you."
Lan smiled as he shook his head. Although he was a deity, he loved fun things, and Shu Wei was a fun person. Although he now knew of his identity, he did not treat him with reverence, nor did he treat him with the utmost respect. He was treating him as always, and it felt immensely refreshing. Their bickering was one of life's great pleasures. Initially, after all those things had happened, he had lost his will to live. But now he was feeling energetic once more. Life was not as bad as he had once thought. "Well, to be hated is also a new experience," Lan said with a smile on his face. "I am used to being revered, so being the bad guy for once is actually quite exciting."
"You are always the bad guy,"
Shu Wei muttered. He was reminded of all the trouble this man had brought him ever since he met him for the first time in the genius camp when he was merely a youth. But he was still smiling because he was also the one who had given him the chance to become someone strong. If he had not helped him escape Chang'an, things would be looking very dire for him and his friends. Not to mention he would never have found Lolo, and her life force was likely to be drained by the soul-reaping formation. Lan knew that Shu Wei was grateful to him, but he also understood that he was the kind of person who'd never say thank you, but instead would show his gratitude with his actions. In fact, he had never thought that Shu Wei would actually be able to get his hands on the Thunder Flame Crown. But now that he had, he was quite amazed by the skills of this young man. Although he was much weaker than him, he was worth it to guide and support. "All right. Hui Yu is likely to find us within a few days," Lan said suddenly. "He is incredibly stubborn and annoying, but at least it was him who came and not his children. They are impossible to get along with."
"Oh?"
Shu Wei was intrigued. He had a good impression of Hui Yu, So how could he be considered stubborn and annoying? Also, why were his children impossible to get along with?
He has 3 wives, and all of them have given birth to children for him. All of them are very loved and grew up in a sheltered environment. And although he has been strict and taught them well, they are too cheeky, and they often pulled pranks on me.
Shu Wei was staring at Lan with an amused expression on his face. Had he been pranked? That was something he would love to have seen. Lan looked at Shu Wei and saw through his thoughts right away, but he just snickered.
Do you want to get pranked too?
No, thank you.
Shu Wei still wanted to survive. Chapter 9. Teamwork. After the Chi branch member and his brothers vacated the courtyard, they did not hurry to leave the courtyard area. Instead, they went to the courtyard next to the one they just vacated and called out a challenge to the residents within. Most people in the courtyards were equal in strength. At least the ones from the 5th courtyard and beneath had no particular advantage against one another, and they did not care for what number their courtyard was. All that mattered to them was whether or not they were capable of staying in this area. It was only the top 5 that cared about their reputation, and who would fight for the sake of taking over each other's numbers. So while it would be a challenging fight against the ones in courtyard number 8, it was not impossible for the Chi branch member and his friends to win the battle. Shu Wei looked at them and considered going to watch their battle. He needed to see how skilled the men in the army were. Their combat ability had to be better than the sheltered vermilion birds he had taken with him to the Ascended's realm. After thinking it through, he left Lolo and Lin Xiao at the courtyard to make it clean, and then he took Bai Tianyi, He Gao, and Lan with him towards the challenge stage. Here, the battle soon began. The Chi branch clan member was clearly the backbone of the team, and he was capable of providing both assistance and direct attacks. He was throwing out one order after another, and his brothers followed his words without the slightest hesitation. It was clear that they were soldiers. Their approach to battle was very different from what Shu Wei was used to, and upon looking at them he understood that they had teamwork. Teamwork. This was something that he lacked with his friends in fighting situations. While they fought back to back, they did not fight together as a team. Instead, they fought as individuals that sometimes assisted one another. If they could fight as a team, how much better would their combat ability become? From looking at the performance of this Chi branch member, it would be quite beneficial for them to fight together. It was not only Shu Wei who was deep in thought. Bai Tianyi and He Gao were both thinking deeply as well. Only Lan was casual and did not pay attention to anything else other than the frenzy on the platform. In the Demon Phoenix army, it was not allowed to kill or cripple one another, but it was fine if the person was severely injured, as long as their foundation was not harmed. This meant that many ended up beaten so badly that even their mothers could not recognize them, and especially so in a battle like this, where the people who fought were equal in strength. It was obvious that it would be a desperate battle. Shu Wei was observing everything in great detail. Although he understood that it would be hard, he wanted to try and see if he could fight as a team with his friends as well. If they did, their potential would be much more frightening than it was now. They already fulfilled all the conditions for being able to fight as a team, as they trusted each other with their lives. They also did not doubt one another, and were able to throw their lives away to save their comrades. The only problem was that all of them were powerful individuals. They were used to fighting on their own, and they had their own fighting style. To suddenly change, it would be quite challenging.
Oh well, I cannot decide on my own,
Shu Wei muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes and observed the battle on the stage in front of him. At the same time, the battle came to an end. Although it was a disastrous battle, it ended with the victory of the Qi branch member and that of his brothers. For some reason, Shu Wei had a good impression of this vermilion bird, and when he looked at him, he saw that he looked back at him, nodded his head, and supported his friends out of the arena. Shu Wei hesitated for a moment, but eventually he walked to their side.
"Here,"
he said, and stuffed a jade vial into his hands.
"I guess you already have medication, but these should be able to help you quite a bit in the future."
The Qi branch member was shocked when he saw that it was a very high-graded healing medication that could cure broken bones in minutes. Although he had such valuable medication, he was not willing to take it out. But now he had been given a whole jade vial full of them. There were at least 20 pills inside. Suddenly the sourness he felt from being chased from the courtyard vanished. Although they had to fight a desperate battle, the pills he had been gifted were totally worth it. It was not that there were no pills in the Demon Phoenix continent. However, they were currently at war with another continent. As such, it was hard to get their hands on some resources. These resources were often sent straight to the battlefield and exchanged for merits and achievement points. The pills they had been gifted, if they each took one now to heal themselves, they would still have enough left to be able to bring with them towards the battlefield. This was a priceless treasure to them right now. Shu Wei was unaware that the small gesture he made resolved some problems for him. If he had not done this, the Qi branch member would hold a grudge, but instead, he was now grateful. Chapter 10. Removing the Seals. As Shu Wei returned to the courtyard, he found that Lolo and Lin Xiao had already changed the futons and the blankets. Everything was new and fresh. Even all the windows were open, allowing for a fresh breeze to pass through, bringing with it new life. There were enough rooms for all of them, and they each found a room to settle in. After getting comfortable, they began cultivating their inner energies. Shu Wei still had the 9 seals on his body, so he needed a longer time to have another breakthrough. Although he was aware of this, he was not upset. He knew that the purity of the qi that roamed through his body was much purer than that of others, and that, because of it, he was able to have sturdier foundations, making it possible for him to reach higher realms further in the future. Shu Wei cultivated for a few hours before he woke up from the trance. He flipped his hands, and a 2-colored rainbow pill appeared in his palm. Looking at the pill, a complicated gleam appeared in Shu Wei's eyes. These rainbow-colored pills were immensely hard to create, as the resources needed were simply too many. But due to his luck, he had managed to get his hands on quite a few of them. The only problem was that when he ate it, he did not know what it would strengthen. He wanted to use one and see if it could help his qi advance, but what if it went to assist his spiritual energy or his physique instead? Taking a deep breath, he knew that he should not be impatient. Even if the pill assisted his spiritual energy, then it would not be wasted. The only option he did not want coming up was the strengthening of his physique. His body was already as strong as it could be at this current point in time. He was an azure dragon and a vermilion bird. He had eaten many rare herbs and consumed many 1- and 2-colored rainbow pills throughout the time that he had been able to refine them. Currently, his strength was at the 3rd layer Earth Saint, but he was aware that the reason he had reached this strength so fast was due to the blessing he had gotten from Hui Yu. Shu Wei was looking at his body. The 9 seals in his body had become useless by now, as the ancestral world power of Hui Yu had caused his foundations to become rock solid. Even if he were to release the 9 seals, it would bring no harm to him. But he was unsure. Should he release them now for the sake of cultivating faster, or should he release them during battle to keep them as an extra trump card up his sleeves? Thinking about it, he could not see a reason to keep the seals. Although it was beneficial to be underrated, it did not lose out to the fact that he could get a much faster advance in cultivation. Currently, the seals were useless, so if he kept them on, he would just delay his cultivation. Thinking like this, he took a deep breath. He remembered just how painful it was for him to brand the seals onto himself, so he could not imagine it being less painful to remove them. He found the first seal, and with his spiritual energy and chi, he began to loosen it. The feeling was as if someone took a knife and slowly began slicing off some of his flesh. The feeling was excruciatingly painful, but he could not give up just yet. This was merely the first of 9 seals. Shu Wei slowly but surely removed every trace of the first seal on his body. Ever since he had been remolded by the ancestral world power, he knew that he did not need the seals any longer, but it was not before now that he finally had the time to remove them altogether. The entire night was spent in heart-wrenching agony as Shu Wei tried his best to withstand the pain. The seals were being carved off one after the other, and while he was feeling the intense pain, he was also smiling like a madman. With each removed seal, his strength had a breakthrough. By the time the sun rose in the sky and shined its light over the crimson horizon, Shu Wei had removed the final seal on his body, and he had become a 1-layered sky saint. The strength that he commanded had risen drastically, but because of the ancestral world power that was lying dormant in his dantian, his body was still sturdy and his foundations solid. Shu Wei could not help but smile slightly. He felt that it was quite ironic. He had struggled so long to be able to advance, but the moment Hui Yu appeared, his cultivation base had risen like a shooting star. He finally understood that the peak experts of the world were able to create geniuses if they wanted to, but they did not do so. If Hui Yu had gifted this ancestral world power to an average figure, that figure would have become a world-class genius that not many could challenge. But the ancestral world power had been given to him instead. It was his now, and his strength had soared. His potential had been ignited, and his body had been reshaped. He was a brand new Shu Wei, and he understood that he was now much stronger than before. Now he was fully deserving of the title of a genius. Smiling slightly, Shu Wei tried standing up, only to find that his entire body was stiff from enduring the pain all night. Thinking about it, he also realized that his mind was fatigued. Although he had prevailed through the agonizing pain, he had used a lot of energy. Now he needed to sleep in order to restore his mind. Chapter 11. Blessing. "Come out and fight!" A scream resounded in the entire courtyard, and Shu Wei was awoken from his sleep. He got up feeling much more refreshed, and his mind was relaxed. There was no backlash from having removed the seals, and his body felt much more comfortable than before. He was now a 1-layered sky saint, but he was not sure as to how much of an increase his fighting ability got after advancing. He left the room and looked at a group of 10 people who were standing outside the courtyard. All of them were full of hostility, and their auras were malicious and bloodthirsty. Compared to the Chi branch members, these soldiers were less elegant and cruder. When Shu Wei came out, he saw that all his friends had gathered outside as well, and he raised an eyebrow. These arrogant and aggressive men were not weak. Most of them were at the 9th layer of the Earth Saint rank, but one of them was actually a Sky Saint at the 1st layer. With their strength, they should be able to get an excellent courtyard. So why were they aiming for Shu Wei and his friend's courtyard? The answer quickly appeared in Shu Wei's mind. He had gotten the courtyard by using his background. Not many would approve of this, and these arrogant soldiers would not accept it. But to think that they would act this fast, he had not expected it. Still, this was a God-sent opportunity to test out his combat ability. There were 10 people, and none of them were stronger than him, so he thought that he would be able to fight all 10 of them at once. He was a sovereign beast. If he could not defeat 10 people where only one of them was at the same level as himself, then it would mean that his combat ability would have dropped too drastically. Shu Wei looked at the people who were there to fight them, and many were gathered to see how Shu Wei and his friends planned on dealing with these aggressive soldiers.
"I will take you on," Shu Wei finally said. "If I defeat you all, you cannot fight me again. I don't want you to come back and bother me time and time again just because you are unhappy with us."
Everyone was in an uproar. Did this young man say that he would fight all of them alone? 1 against 10? If he could defeat them, would that not be too overwhelming? Shu Wei was calm and collected. His friends were all perplexed as to why Shu Wei would say this, but after considering it for some time, they decided to trust his judgment. Shu Wei did nothing that he was not more or less certain about. Lan was the only one who had seen through Shu Wei's cultivation base, and a slight smile was on his lips. He could also sense the ancestral world power within Shu Wei, and he instantly knew that his noisy uncle had given him a blessing. Blessings were powerful, but they could not be used very often. It required a lot of energy, even for an overlord, and not many were willing to give one out. Lan had planned on giving Shu Wei a blessing at some point, but due to his current strength being too weak when they last met, he had not done so yet. Now that Shu Wei had reached the threshold of being ready to receive a blessing, Hui Yu had already given him one. Shrugging his shoulders, Lan did not mind. Having Hui Yu giving a blessing meant that he could save some energy instead. But the blessing had many benefits that Shu Wei was still unaware of. One of them was that the ancestral world power had the same benefit as the lightning source. It was able to refine one's body and increase the quality of one's spirit body when one transcended the saint rank, reaching the king rank. With the ancestral world power that Shu Wei had in his body, he was going to get a good quality spirit body. But as to how good it would become, it was still hard to say. Not only did it rely on the ancestral world power, but it also relied on his talent and the lightning tribulation he had to undergo. While thinking, Lan observed their other companions, and while they were all strong, none of them had ancestral world power, and he started getting a headache. Knowing Shu Wei, he would definitely try and get a lightning source for each of them, so their spirit bodies would become high tier too. But it was not so easy to get. Was this going to delay their cultivation time? While Lan was thinking, Shu Wei and the others began moving towards the arena. Everyone was starting to bet, and amongst all the people present, only Shu Wei's friends bet on him winning. All the others bet on his loss. Although they were not allowed to kill one another on the stage, there were sometimes accidents, and many of these ended with someone being disabled. Many could see that the soldiers were truly angered at Shu Wei, and they began thinking that they would be quite heavy-handed. It was more than likely that Shu Wei would end up getting crippled by them. But when they saw the carefree and casual expression on Shu Wei's face, all of them were feeling perplexed. Could he not feel the killing intent from the soldiers? Shu Wei could feel it, but he did not put it in his eyes. Although their killing intent was potent, his own was much darker, and he was able to erupt with a killing intent so dense that it would affect the surrounding air and even his opponent's movements. His was at a stage that his opponents had not reached yet. Chapter 12. Human Skills. The stage was surrounded by many spectators. Everyone was shocked when they heard that Shu Wei was facing off against a group of soldiers all by himself, especially when they saw the soldiers that were waiting for him. This group of soldiers was known to be the most ferocious group in the entire army camp, and they had crippled quite a few who had not followed the unwritten rules. Everyone knew that Shu Wei had used his background to pressure the Qi branch members to leave the courtyard, and they thought that he was far too arrogant. How could he possibly defeat a Sky Saint and a group of Earth Saints by himself? If he had this strength, he would not have been using his background to pressure the Qi branch member, but used his strength instead. Shu Wei did not care about what everyone else was thinking. He was starting to feel the anticipation of a big fight, and his blood was beginning to boil. A sinister smile appeared on his lips, and his eyes turned cold. These soldiers were all obviously thinking of attacking Shu Wei ruthlessly. They wanted to cripple him. Since they wanted to do this, Shu Wei was also going to return in kind. Anyone who wanted to harm him had to be ready to receive his fury. Shu Wei began to feel excited. He stood in the arena and looked at his opponents. Some of them were humans, but the majority were primordial beasts. Seeing this, Shu Wei snickered. They were doomed to lose this battle. Even the Sky Saint was a primordial beast. Shu Wei could just release his sovereign beast breath, and they would be unable to stand against him. But this was not what he was going to do. He wanted to test his battle prowess, not to overwhelm his opponents with his innate advantage. Shu Wei looked at the soldiers, and he got ready to fight. Wood, lightning, and fire elements began roaring around him. The skies turned dark, and the sound of rolling thunder could be heard. The arena's ground was starting to grow grass, and small flames started shrouding Shu Wei in fire. Everyone knew about the fact that one could have an elemental affinity, but they had never thought that Shu Wei had 3 of them. 3 was simply outrageous. Shu Wei looked at the soldiers, and his face turned solemn. Although he was confident he could win against them, he was not going to underestimate them. He had to be serious in every battle, or the one who would eat a loss would be him. Scale Shield, Inner Might Sword Style, 27th Layer Azure Sword. Shu Wei first activated the Scale Shield, which created an eggshell-like dome around him. The shield glistened with a green gleam, as it was powered by Qi and the wood element. Then Shu Wei used the Inner Might to create a sword from his Qi, which would be followed by the 27th Layer Azure Sword attack that he had gotten before. The 27th Layer Azure Sword was a skill he had previously learned. It had different layers, and the more proficient one was in the skill, the higher the layer one reached, the more potent the attack would become. The attack would grow stronger the more layers one could control. Each mastered layer of the skill produced an extra sword slash, all the way until the 27th layer. It would be like being hit by attacks coming up in waves, one after the other. These waves would come crashing down upon the enemy, and once one reached the 27th layer, the attacks would be simply overwhelming. By now, Shu Wei could manage to unleash 19 layers, and these 19 layers were quite powerful. When he unleashed them, the sword attacks swept towards the soldiers, and even if they managed to block one, another came after it. Shu Wei was staying back, waving his qi sword, his eyes dark. He had decided to use his human skills instead of transforming into an azure dragon or a vermilion bird. Only by using his human techniques and fighting seriously with these abilities would he gauge his own combat ability. His strength was boosted tremendously when he was in his beastly shape, and it was even more overwhelming when he was using his innate abilities. If he used them, then the opponents would stand no chance, so he was challenging himself like this. But many misunderstood it and assumed that Shu Wei was a human. Just as the 19th wave had crashed against the opponents, Shu Wei flashed towards them. His eyes were cold, and he got ready to use the next attack. Devouring Fist. The Devouring Fist was also an earlier learned technique. It was one which allowed for Shu Wei to convert the opponent's energy into his own and channel it back at the person he was attacking. Shu Wei had attacked the leader of the soldiers. His fist landed squarely on his shoulder, and while the leader had used some qi to guard against him, it was devoured by the fist attack, which in turn increased its potency, making the first-layered Sky Saint, the leader of the group, back away for 5 or 6 steps before he could finally stabilize himself. Shu Wei did not let him relax. He used the Qi sword to unleash another round of the 27th layer Azure sword, and he lifted his leg. Kick of the Raging Tempest. Throughout the years, Shu Wei had learned an immense amount of attacks, and Kick of the Raging Tempest was also one of them. It was a magnificent attack, which could be used at a distance. The user would use their legs to kick up a raging tempest that was impossible to cut through and impossible to break up. This tempest would only vanish after the energy poured into the attack had been entirely spent. Chapter 13. Sky's Judgment. Having been subject to both the raging tempest made from qi, imbued with the lightning attribute, and the 19 layers of the 27th layer Azure sword, the soldiers were like boats on top of a raging sea. They were being blown left and right, their bodies battered and wounds littered all over. The one who held up the best was the leader. But because he had been punched with the Devouring Fist, he too was aching all over, and the foreign qi was running rampant in his body. At the same time, none of them had even managed to get close to Shu Wei. Feeling bursts of strength in his body, Shu Wei was aware that he could skip ranks and fight some at the higher layers than him, so these people really posed no threat to him. The changes that had happened to his body after getting the blessing and removing the seals were simply too overwhelming. Shu Wei decided to dive into the raging tempest, and suddenly his legs swept out like a snake, landing on the stomach of one of the 9th-layered Earth Saints, sending him flying off the stage. As he landed on the ground, he spat out blood before collapsing. He was unable to get up again, and could only lay on his back, feeling the blood foam around his mouth, and his consciousness blurring. As soon as Shu Wei had removed the first person, he retreated far away. Although he did not mind going straight against all of the opponents, he believed in keeping some of his strength hidden, in case he needed to fight them later, and thus he was not willing to fight them all at once. Kick of the Raging Tempest. The second kick was unleashed. The winds around the stage became so heavy and sharp that anyone who got close could feel as if a knife was slicing their faces. Shu Wei was looking at the people who were struggling against the tempest, and then he found another old technique in his mind, a technique he had not used in a long time, but which was very useful, especially now that he had an affinity with the element of fire. Qi Flame Strike. The Chi flame strike transformed Chi into flames that shot up from the ground. But instead of using standard Chi, Xu Wei infused it with the fire element, causing it to be much more potent than initially planned. Screams were heard everywhere on the stage, and another person suddenly collapsed. He was unable to withstand the many cuts from the 27th layer azure sword, the sharp wind blades from the kick of the raging tempest, and now also the flames from the Chi flame strike. The moment he collapsed and lost consciousness, his body was teleported from the stage and down on the ground next to it. Many of the people who were observing the fight sucked in a deep breath of air as they looked at him. His entire body was scorched. The skin was blackened from the lightning strikes embedded into the tempest and the flames from the Chi flame strike. Even some smoke was coming out of his body. When they looked back to the stage, all they saw was the lightning tempest and the flames. They also heard the occasional scream and curse word, but they could not see any actual movements. Everything was a mess of Chi, flames, wind, and lightning. From time to time they could see some shadows moving about, and one person after another was being thrown out of the arena, all of them looking immensely pitiful. But the observers did not pity them. They knew that these soldiers had initially been planning on crippling Xu Wei, so the fact that all he did was barbecue them was already quite polite. When only the final person was left, the leader of the soldiers, everyone had already understood that the winner would be Xu Wei, but the leader did not seem willing to accept this outcome. He was a fire horse, with a slight trace of the bloodline from a fire Chilin, and he saw himself as a noble beast. How could he not defeat a small youngster who could not even be considered a grown-up? A neigh could be heard as he took on his original shape, and suddenly the flames on the stage had almost no effect on him. It was not that Xu Wei's flame was of low quality, but the fire horse had a natural immunity towards thousands of types of flames. The fact that he could still hurt him slightly was already quite good. Xu Wei narrowed his eyes. He had a whole mountain of techniques he could use. So far he had used some of them, but he had another one he wanted to test. This one was quite similar to the Chi lightning. It used Chi to imitate an element, but he already had the elemental affinity with the element it tried imitating, so he would be able to upgrade the attack instead. Sky's Judgment. Sky's Judgment was a technique he had learned a long time ago. It was quite powerful and required the user to channel Chi before unleashing the might of 9 progressively stronger lightning strikes. It was an imitation of the Tribulation lightning. However, while it was not as strong, it was still quite painful to be hit by lightning, especially since it was not artificial, but real lightning summoned by the lightning affinity that Xu Wei commanded. "Time to end this," Xu Wei muttered as he channeled the Chi imbued with the lightning affinity, and suddenly the tempest died down. The flames vanished, but the sky turned dark and overcast. Chapter 14. Crippling the Fire Horse. The man from before was nowhere to be seen. Instead, a massive horse was standing on the stage. Its hoofs, mane, and tail were made from flames. The fur itself was crimson like blood. But the magnificent sight of the fire horse did not last long before it was destroyed by Xu Wei. A resounding thunderclap echoed throughout the entire area as a lightning bolt the size of a grown man's arm struck down on top of the leader of the soldiers. Although he was able to withstand 1,000 flames, lightning was different, and a neigh of pain erupted from the fire horse's throat. The fire horse reeled backwards from the hit of the lightning bolt, but not long after another, even thicker lightning bolt descended from the skies, landing on top of the fire horse once more. Realizing that no matter where he moved to, the lightning would follow him, the fire horse grit his teeth. Smoke was coming out from the skin and the flesh of the soldier leader as the lightning was charring his flesh. Since he could not avoid the lightning, he would head towards Shu Wei, and they would have to face it together. Seeing the desperate but also hate-filled eyes of the fire horse as it was advancing towards him, Shu Wei quickly guessed his thoughts, but he just snorted in disdain. This was his thunder and lightning. How could it possibly hurt him? When the fire horse appeared next to Shu Wei did not waste any time. He looked at the horse, a cold gleam flashing in his eyes. Kick of the Forgotten Kings. This was one of his oldest attacks, but it was one that never got out of fashion. It was an attack that relied solely on one's chi, and Shu Wei's chi had undergone the most intense purification that was possible, not to mention that no one below the king rank could rival the density of his chi. When he lashed out with his leg, a lightning bolt as thick as a grown man's leg also arrived at the same time, and the leader of the soldiers was unable to withstand the combined attack. He instantly collapsed on the stage, blood trickling out from the cracks in his body, which were like charcoal. Shu Wei glanced at the defeated soldier. His eyes were cold. Although he had charred all of them, making them unable to leave their beds for at least a few months, he still felt that he had been merciful. If they had been the winners, it would not be enough to be confined to a bed for a few months. Shu Wei would have become a cripple. Thinking like this, Shu Wei raised his hand. Qi gathered in his palm, and he struck the fire horse in front of him. Most primordial beasts had a beast core instead of a dantian. It worked in the same way, but it was usually placed in the head of the beast. Shu Wei shattered this fire horse's beast core, and he was instantly crippled, becoming the same as a mortal beast. He would even be unable to take on a human shape again in the future. His intelligence would also drop to the level of a mortal beast. Seeing the ruthless hand that Shu Wei dealt, everyone was shocked. This was much more ruthless than what they had expected, but no one dared to say anything. Everyone knew that it was already merciful not to cripple all of them, and only to take his anger out on their leader. At the same time, in a big, luxurious tent quite far away from the arena, two experts were standing next to one another, facing towards the direction of the arena. "He is quite ruthless," one of them said with a smile on his face, and the other, although stoic and expressionless, nodded his head. "I understand him, though," the smiling expert continued. "If someone threatened to cripple me, I would do the same as him. He has already let all the others go after only barbecuing them slightly. But we are going to have a headache explaining the situation to the fire horse herd." The stoic man continued being quiet, but it did not seem to trouble the man with the smile on his face. He continued to talk about Shu Wei and the battle they had just observed. At the same time, Shu Wei stepped down from the stage. Everyone was slightly frightened by him, but they were also looking at him with reverence. Initially, they had thought that he was merely using his background to bully the Qi branch member, but now they knew that his strength was indeed not to be belittled. He was a real dragon amongst men. Bai Tianyi, He Gao, Lin Xiao, and Lolo were all looking at Shu Wei with narrowed eyes. They knew that he must have removed the seals, otherwise his strength would not jump as much as it did. But all of them were full of pride in their friend and happy about his performance. He had brought them a good reputation. Even Lan had to admit that Shu Wei had done an excellent job. Although he had gotten the blessing, he had managed to get the utmost out of it. Not many could squeeze so much potential out of a blessing. Lan could not help but wonder what would happen if he got another blessing. Would it be utterly useless since he already had such results? Would he improve further? Would he explode from having gotten too much ancestral world power into his system? He was not sure, but since he did not know, he dared not gamble on it. If Shu Wei exploded, it would be quite troublesome. Chapter 15. Treasure. Shu Wei took his friends and returned to their courtyard. He did not care about the rumors that would spread about him, nor did he care about the fear the other soldiers would have towards him. All he knew now was that he had killed the chicken to scare away the monkeys. Many had been unhappy with how he got the courtyard, more so than what he had expected. Now that he had crippled that fire horse and severely injured the others, he had secured some time of peace. No one would be stupid enough to enrage him, for now. As Shu Wei returned to the courtyard, he gathered all his friends in the sitting room and handed out another 2-colored rainbow pill to each of them. Seeing this, Lan smiled. Now he knew why Tao Wu had become friends with Shu Wei. Tao Wu was much like himself. He could not withstand the allure of treasures. But where Lan was much more approachable, Tao Wu was near impossible to approach and befriend. On the way to the Demon Phoenix continent, Lan had stopped by the Sea of the Enchanted and had spent some time with Tao Wu. The latter had told him about what waves he raised and what achievements Shu Wei had gotten on the sea, and that the two were now considered friends. Even so, he refused to say why they were friends. Although he had done many things in the Sea of the Enchanted, it was not enough to become Tao Wu's friend. But if he had provided him with multiple 2-colored rainbow pills, then it was something else. Shu Wei delivered the 2-colored rainbow pills to all of them. Then he looked at Lan and contemplated, before throwing a jade vial to him as well. "I know they are useless for you," he said, "but you collect treasures, so I am sure they will have some uses for you." Lan's smile widened, and he unceremoniously kept the vial away. What Shu Wei said was precisely the truth. Although the pills could do nothing for him, they could still be useful in other ways later. Having given a pill to everyone, Shu Wei went to his room and took out the same pill that he had looked at before releasing his seals. This time he was not contemplating, but directly placed it in his mouth. Here it dissolved and turned into energy, which rushed into his mind palace and his spiritual energy. Previously, his spiritual energy, which had been stuck at the 3rd layer of the Earth Saint rank after the blessing, began showing signs of improvements. It was like a tidal wave after a drought. The small golden dragon and the golden vermilion bird spirits within his mind palace began refining and absorbing the energy at a rapid speed. 4th-layered Earth Saint, 5th-layered Earth Saint, 6th-layered Earth Saint. He grew up 3 layers in a short time. But after checking his mind and his soul, he found that even his spiritual energy had such solid foundations that even if he became a Sky Saint, he would still be able to withstand it without an unsteady foundation. However, after reaching the 6th layer, the speed of absorption slowed down. Although he was still able to raise his layer, he was met with a bottleneck. The energy kept slamming against the bottleneck. Each collision contained more and more power until it began shaking, and soon Shu Wei managed one more breakthrough. 7th-layered Earth Saint. This was the final breakthrough that he could gain with the help of the 2-colored rainbow pill, but it did aid him in reaching the peak of the layer. He needed just a bit more to be able to become an 8th-layered Earth Saint. It was not only Shu Wei who was having breakthrough after breakthrough. Everyone within the courtyard was breaking through with the help of the rainbow pills, and the surrounding heaven and earth essence became chaotic. Many had followed them back to the courtyard. Some had done so because they wanted to see if they could mingle with their group. Others had done so to scout for information about them. There were even people who followed them just because they were curious. But what met them was a turbulence in the heaven and earth essence. It was clear to all of them that there were many people inside who were having breakthroughs. But how was that possible? How could there be so many breakthroughs at the same time? Did they possess some sort of treasure? Greed appeared in some of the experts' eyes. But after considering the situation, they all reined in their greed. Even if they wanted the treasure, it might not end up becoming theirs, considering the strength of the other party. While some of them were just putting away their greed after thinking this, others were not willing to let it go. They knew how difficult it was to have a breakthrough, so they began spreading the news that Shu Wei had a treasure that could assist others in breaking through. They hoped to pressure the army camp's leaders into forcing him to give it up, and then they could all benefit from it. The rumors spread fast throughout the entire area. Everyone knew of it, but no one dared to act rashly against Shu Wei. During the last battle, he had not shown any of his trump cards. As to how overwhelming his real battle strength was, none of them could imagine it. As such, all of them began complaining to their teachers and to the experts in charge of the army camp, trying to put pressure on them to face off against Shu Wei. Chapter 16. Advertising. Unfortunately, the leaders of the army camp did nothing. They just ignored the soldiers that came to complain, and some would even scold them. Realizing that their tactic was not working, the soldiers within the army camp all felt dejected. By now, the rumors about Shu Wei's treasure had reached every corner of the camp, and all of them were eager to know what kind of treasure it was. After the battle against the fire horse and its friends, Shu Wei did not exit the courtyard. He was behind closed doors to familiarize himself with his cultivation base, until one day a group of experts appeared at his doorstep. "Shu Wei, come out and face your crimes!" someone yelled loudly, causing the entire courtyard to shake. It was clear that the speaker was at the heavenly saint rank, if not above. The shout had alerted the entire army camp, and many hurried to the courtyard, flying there as fast as they could, arriving just in time to see Shu Wei leisurely walk out of the front gates, looking at the group of 17 experts that were standing outside. The breath that they were releasing was similar to the breath of the fire horse he had crippled, and it did not take much thought to realize that the one who had come to complain were members of his family. Shu Wei leaned against the gate into the courtyard, placed his arms across his chest, and looked at the people without saying a word. His calm and collected behavior was different from what the fire horses had expected. His self-assured and confident appearance was enough to impress them. "Are you Shu Wei?" they asked as they looked at the figure clad in red in front of them, and Shu Wei readily answered, "That is I." The people who had arrived took a deep breath. Even when facing someone who was on the verge of breaking through into the king rank, he was still this arrogant? But they could not understand what was able to make Shu Wei so confident. He was so sure that they would not kill him in revenge. Shu Wei was not worried. They were primordial beasts, and as long as he released the aura of a sovereign beast, their power would be significantly diminished. Although he might not be able to defeat them all, they could forget about killing him. "You were the one who crippled our genius son?" one of the Sky Saints asked. Her eyes narrowed, and clearly her mood was not good. Shu Wei looked at her, cocked his head to the side, and smiled slightly.
I am sure you have already investigated the ins and outs of the situation, he began. They were the ones who challenged me. I fought alone against their whole group, and they clearly had no good intentions towards me. It is only natural that I would return the favor.
The woman was stumped for words. What Shu Wei said was the truth. They had been the ones to initiate the entire episode, so how could they possibly blame Shu Wei? But it was a true genius of their clan who had been killed. They could not just let it go, either. Seeing the complicated expressions on their faces, Shu Wei did not care too much. He did not feel guilty for what he had done, and he was not going to apologize or do something to compensate them in other ways. But this was not what they thought. The patriarch of the Firehorse clan stepped forward. His eyes were full of greed as he looked at Shu Wei. On the way towards his courtyard, he had heard the rumors about Shu Wei possessing a treasure that could make people break through, and he was so close to breaking into the king rank, but he needed a treasure of some sort to purify his spiritual body. If he could get his hands on Shu Wei's treasure, it would be worth losing the genius from the younger generation.
Young man, it is always better to make one more friend instead of an enemy, he began, speaking righteously, and everyone was looking at him curiously, waiting to hear what he was going to say. We heard that you have a treasure that can help people break through. Why don't you give it to me in compensation, and then we can let the past rest?
Hearing this, Shu Wei sneered. This was a good idea, but Shu Wei was not going to be easily pushed around.
I do have some treasure, Shu Wei said with a nod of his head.
His words caused everyone present to hold their breath in surprise. Who would be stupid enough to admit they had a treasure in front of such a large crowd? It was basically suicide.
But my treasure is useless to you, Shu Wei then said. I have 2 colored rainbow pills, and I don't mind crafting them for people, as long as they bring the required resources and an adequate fee for me.
Initially, the Firehorse clan tried pressuring Shu Wei into giving away a treasure, but instead it became Shu Wei using their arrival to advertise himself. Although he did not currently lack any resources, he did not know how long those he had would last him, and thus he did not mind collecting a few more. In a way, he was quite a Scrooge when it came to resources. He was not willing to ever go low on them, as it would slow down his and his friends' cultivation speed. The fire horses heard his words, and their faces turned ugly. While 2 colored rainbow pills were extremely precious, they were not a treasure that could help their patriarch become a king. As such, they would not gain anything beneficial. Also, would Shu Wei really give them anything? Chapter 17. Came for wool, but went home shorn. Shu Wei's words caused all the soldiers to be thoroughly shocked, though. They could not imagine that Shu Wei was capable of refining 2 colored rainbow pills, and that he even offered to make it for them, as long as they provided the resources and a fee. Most of them had the backing of certain clans and families behind them, so while they themselves would be unable to get their hands on the needed things, their family would be able to help them. And if they could not get the exact things that were needed for the pill, they still had a hope that they would be able to trade items of equal value for the pills with Shu Wei. They had not forgotten that there were multiple breakthroughs that day, so he had to have quite a few pills at hand. The leader of the Firehorse clan was gloomy. He had initially thought that he could get a treasure that would help him advance, but now he was told that this treasure did not exist. He also understood the underlying tone in Shu Wei's message. He would not give them anything in compensation, but he would make pills if they could afford his fee. And now he could do nothing to Shu Wei. Initially, everyone had gathered for the sake of seeing some drama, but now they were all seeing Shu Wei as if he was the real treasure, because they felt that he was the key to their promotion. If the Fire Horse clan decided to act against him, they would stand against every other clan on the entire continent, and they were not willing to do so. They understood that, while they were amongst the highest-ranked experts right now, they could quickly lose their position. This was truly coming for wool but going home shorn. Their plans were utterly destroyed, and Shu Wei had managed to build an impregnable defense with a mere few words. Realizing that he would get nothing even if he stayed, the Fire Horse Patriarch flicked his sleeves and turned around to leave. Shu Wei observed him coldly. He understood that while this man was not going to do anything directly, he could see the killing intent in the eyes of the Patriarch. He was going to act in the dark. But even so, Shu Wei was not too scared. He understood that only with pressure could he improve, and thus he welcomed the challenge. He was aware that ever since he sat out on the path of cultivation, he would be in danger. He might die at any moment, and he had to fight for survival. Even so, he never once regretted his decision. If he had to choose between being the unknowing young boy that was accompanying his father and the expert he had become, he would choose the latter any time. Although he had lost many things, he also understood that no one could get to the apex without sacrifices, and as long as they were never forgotten, as long as he was true to himself, he was not worried. Thinking about his father, Shu Wei's eyes darkened. He still had not understood the ins and outs of the matter with Xiao Lei killing his father. He was no longer in doubt of Xiao Lei being his real uncle, but how much enmity was there between the two of them to make it possible for Xiao Lei to kill his own brother-in-law? Sighing, Shu Wei pushed the matter aside. He could do nothing about it with how things were now. He knew that he would not get any answers before he returned to Chang'an and confronted Xiao Lei. Sighing, he returned to his senses, only to see that all the soldiers were looking at him with a sparkle in their eyes.
Sir Shu, are you able to tell us which ingredients you need to refine a two-colored rainbow pill? One of the people asked, and Shu Wei flipped his hand. Suddenly, a stack of parchments appeared in his palm, and he handed them out to all of those who showed interest. He had long since prepared and had written down the ingredients. The two-colored rainbow pill required an outstanding amount of items, and it was not cheap. But when considering the performance of the pill, all of them were willing to gather them.
"What is the fee to ask you to refine for us?" someone asked hesitatingly. When looking at the already steep price for the pill, they felt an ache in their hearts if they had to pay a high price to have it refined as well. But Shu Wei just waved his hand.
Just get me some resources of decent value. The more pills you need, the more resources you should hand me. I guarantee that I have 100% refinement rate.
Shu Wei understood their worries. If they had to use so many resources and it failed, what were they going to do? But Shu Wei was already immensely familiar with the process of refining the pills, so he had confidence in promising 100% refinement rate. If he failed, he would just substitute the pill himself, since this could make more people work with him. Everyone was shocked, but soon undisguised excitement appeared in all their eyes. Everyone copied the listed ingredients, clutched the parchments in their hands, and hurried out from the army camp towards their families' homes. Those who lived far away hurried to their residence to contact their family. This was simply like meat pies falling from the skies. They had to grasp this chance. At the same time, Lan was looking at Shu Wei with appreciation. He had thought that this young man would be unable to solve the problem peacefully, and would have to resort to using his aura of a sovereign beast to pressure them. But he had not needed to do so. Chapter 18. Inscriptions and Formations. Shu Wei casually went back to the courtyard. He had already said what he wanted to say, and he wanted nothing more to do with these people. If they wanted him to refine a pill for them, then Shu Wei would gladly do so. At the same time, in the luxurious tent, the two experts from before, the stoic and the smiling person, were looking at each other. Shock was evident in their eyes. They had already heard about Shu Wei's real identity as the Azure Dragon, as the holy son of the sovereign beasts, and they thought they had previously considered him quite amazing. But now they understood that Shu Wei was even more outstanding than they first expected. To be able to concoct two-colored rainbow pills, they understood that his level of pill refinement could not be low. If they knew that he was also proficient in formations and inscriptions, then they would be extremely shocked by his skills. Although the Vermilion Bird clan was protecting him, the common people were not. Now this is different, since he can bring them to another level. This is truly a magnificent thought process. Shu Wei was not aware that he was being observed by the general and the captain, who were in charge of the army camp. But even if he knew, he would not care too much about it. As long as they did not cause problems for him, he would leave them be. After he returned to the courtyard, he locked himself in his room and began creating inscriptions. He had mainly relied on inscriptions back in the Thunder Twilight Zone to battle the remnant souls, but he had used most of his stock, and since then he had not had the time to sit down and create new ones. Also, now that his strength had soared, he would be able to create even more outstanding inscriptions, and these inscriptions and formations would be useful. Inscriptions and formations were not the same. Inscriptions were a pattern that was carved or drawn onto a piece of parchment or a stone or other items, which then had a one-time use. When these inscriptions were used, they would erupt with power and explode, depending on which pattern had been drawn. Formations were placed on the ground. They were created with various materials, and while they also depended on having been drawn in specific patterns, they could last as long as the materials needed were there. Let's say Shu Wei created an inscription. The lower-ranked inscriptions could be made solely by using spiritual energy. However, if he wanted to make the more elaborate inscriptions, then he would need to use various herbs and grind them together to make specific ink. Then this ink would be infused with spiritual energy, and then it could be used for creating inscriptions. After an inscription was made, then it could be used, but only once. It could explode with a certain power or borrow a specific element like the flame word inscription, which erupted with flames all over. Then there were formations. When making formations, one did not need ink made from various herbs, but instead you had to draw the patterns with spiritual energy, and then put specific ores and essence stones in strategic positions to ignite the formation. A formation that had been put down could be destroyed in 3 ways. First was the easiest, which was to wait for the stones and ores to run out or be drained of energy. However, some formations barely used any energy, hence they would take years to run out. Also, some formations could absorb their own energy, making it impossible for it to run out. Another way to destroy a formation was to understand it. If one could locate the ores or essence stones and then remove one of them, then they would be able to break the formation. But it would be hard, since most formations had their own defense system, and one had to be able to understand that they had entered a formation in order to be able to break it. The final way of breaking a formation was the most brutal way. That was to simply attack the formation until it was exhausted of energy. This was the best way if you had good strength. However, not many would be able to realize that they had entered a formation, and thus their reaction would not be fast enough. Also, if one was weaker, then they would just exhaust themselves in an attempt at destroying the formation. Formations could often absorb the heaven and earth essence, so even if the attacks were able to drain away the energy, it could replenish itself. Shu Wei had learned about both formations and inscriptions back in the Inheritance of the Moon Prince. He had never experimented much with formations, but now that he was going into war, he understood that he needed to delve into the different professions he had meddled in earlier. It was a good idea to have as much protection as possible. Not to mention, formations also had the ability to set up barriers. Right now, he had really escalated the problems with the Firehorse clan, so he needed some sort of security. A barrier around the courtyard would give him a few moments to prepare, should they choose to strike in the middle of the night. But Shu Wei had never set up such a barrier formation before. He flew into the air and began drawing the pattern of the formation with his spiritual energy. Then he placed specific ores and essence stones on strategic positions, thus completing the pattern. And soon a glimmer appeared, covering the entire courtyard in a dome. Looking at the formation, Shu Wei frowned. While this was in fact a success, he knew that it was unstable. "Hey, Gao," he called out, and soon after his friend appeared. "Try shattering this formation," Shu Wei ordered. Chapter 19. Space Lock. He Gao looked at Shu Wei puzzledly, but he did not say anything. Instead, he gathered chi within his palm and struck it directly into the barrier. A boom resounded in the surrounding area, and the barrier shook drastically. While it did not dissipate, the glimmer of the barrier was much less than before, and it became much easier to see through. Clearly, the attack had caused severe damage, and He Gao had not even used a martial art skill. All he did was gather chi in his palm and strike it. Frowning, Shu Wei looked at the formation, and He Gao tried attacking with one more palm attack. The formation instantly shattered, and the stones and ores used turned dull, as the energy within had been used up trying to maintain the formation. Shu Wei sighed as he felt the pain in his heart for wasting so many precious materials, but he began creating the same formation again. "Try now," he said, and this time the formation lasted 4 strikes from He Gao before it collapsed. Like this, Shu Wei and He Gao spent the entire day creating and destroying formations. As time went on, Shu Wei became increasingly proficient in creating them, and soon it took He Gao a lot of effort to destroy them. In the end, he was actually unable to destroy the formation, even when using his innate skills that had the most power. But even so, Shu Wei called out Bai Tianyi, Lin Xiao, and Lolo, and had them attacking the formation as well. It was not before early in the following morning that he was able to create a formation barrier that he was satisfied with. While they had been creating and destroying the formations, many had observed them with shock and complete disbelief. Everyone knew that formations were incredibly hard to understand and create, not to mention they were costly to set up due to the ores and essence stones needed. Still, Shu Wei had destroyed so many valuable resources time and time again. It looked like he had no care about the price he paid. While it seemed careless to everyone who was present, Shu Wei and his friends knew the pain that Shu Wei was feeling from using up all those precious materials. But he was also aware that to improve his performance in the art of formations, he needed to invest some materials. Fortunately, he had found an essence stone vein back in the Thunder Twilight Zone, and he had managed to get many top-grade essence stones. These essence stones were initially planned to be used as cultivation resources, but there were so many that even if they were going to use a handful a day while cultivating, they would not run out for thousands of years. As such, it did not matter if they used up to half of them on testing formations. These formations could help protect them. They were also able to make illusion formations, and even formations that could attack their enemies. Xu Wei set up the barrier that he had spent a whole day and night learning how to create, and then he went to his room. He Gao and the others did the same, all of them ready to cultivate. Xu Wei did not begin cultivating right away. Instead, he found various herbs from his storage treasures alongside a mortar and pestle, after which he began crushing the herbs, releasing their efficiency, and imbued the liquid with his spiritual energy. Then he found a large stack of parchment papers, after which he also took out a quill. After gathering all the things and preparing the ink, Xu Wei began drawing some patterns on the parchment. The pattern he was making was a space lock inscription. It used the very rare element of space, and as the name implied, it made it impossible for things to move within. If someone locked space, every attack and every person would become frozen. Only the person who used the space lock inscription would be able to move. This attack was quite peculiar. If the opponent was stronger than the creator of the inscription, then the time that the space lock worked would be shortened. The stronger the opponent, the shorter the duration. The space lock inscription was able to lock down many people at once, but the more people it locked down, the shorter the time would be for the inscription to stay active. Even so, the space lock inscription was immensely essential and could save their life. So Xu Wei decided to make this inscription. The main ingredient was an herb with a space element, an herb called Space Tear. This herb was also obtained in the Thunder Twilight Zone, and Xu Wei had quite a few of them, so he was not worried too much about being able to create enough space lock inscriptions. Like this, a few days went by. Xu Wei was fully focused on creating inscriptions, and every inscription he made resulted in his spiritual energy increasing in strength. At the same time, his friends were immersed in cultivation, but He Gao came to Xu Wei's side, his expression looking slightly forlorn.
I am interested in learning a profession,
He Gao finally said after sitting still for some time, wondering if he should speak.
Lin Xiao is a beast tamer, a diviner. Bai Tianyi is a specialist in formations and inscriptions. You are the same, but also an alchemist. It is only Lolo and myself who do not have a profession, and I need one right now.
Oh? Xu Wei was puzzled. What profession do you need?
I want to become an armament master. My claws need to be upgraded, but we have no armament masters in our team, and I thought that I would like to become one.
Chapter 20. Armament Mastery. Most professions relied on one's spiritual energy, such as formations, inscriptions, and alchemy. However, armament mastery was different. Armament mastery depended on one's physical body and chi. It was easiest to compare it to the mortal occupation of a blacksmith, but because the resources were imbued with energy, the treasures the armament masters made were spiritual treasures. Having an armament master as a friend was a beneficial thing, so Xu Wei was not against him beginning to train in the profession. However, he was confused by the reason given. The claws that He Gao had used were different from standard weapons. They were condensed from his own body and would grow alongside him, so why would he need to replace them or change them? But this was He Gao's own thing. If he did not feel like telling Xu Wei, then Xu Wei would not try to pressure him. He knew He Gao well. He would never harm him, and at some point he would tell him what was going on.
Do you know anything about armament mastery? Xu Wei asked with a frown. Although I support your idea, you need some books about armament mastery to begin learning the craft. I have the materials necessary to start practicing armament mastery, so I will give you some when you have the required books to start. Also, I guess you need a furnace of some sort? I am not sure you can use a cauldron, so I think it is a necessity to buy a furnace. Maybe we should go to town and find the auction house. They should have the books and the furnace we need.
He Gao's eyes shone brightly when he heard Xu Wei's words, but right now they were part of the army. Were they allowed to leave it already? There had to be some rules about who and when one could leave. Xu Wei was not too informed about the rules of the army camp, as they had just arrived recently. They had been here a few days, but it was as if all of them had been thrown to the army camp and forgotten by everyone else. There were no leaders around, and this was a real dog-eat-dog world. Even when Xu Wei crippled the fire horse, no army representative came to step forward. As to whether or not there were any generals or captains or other higher-ranked military officials, Xu Wei did not know. Even when the whole entourage of fire horses appeared, no one tried to come and solve the problem. But Xu Wei had a nagging feeling that they were being observed. It was all a trial to see if the soldiers were ready for the battlefield. But as to how long they had to be there to show their worth, he truly had no idea. Although Xu Wei was confident about joining the battlefield, he was not sure how long it would take before he could actually enter it. He Gao saw that Xu Wei was deep in thought. He smiled slightly as he knew that his friend was always busy and shook his head. He was not in a hurry to learn armament mastery, so he just left the room silently, allowing Xu Wei to continue thinking in peace. It did not take long for Xu Wei to return to his senses, but he did not go to find He Gao right away. Instead, he began cultivating. But before he had the time to enter a focused cultivation stance, he heard someone outside the doors yelling his name. Feeling unhappy, Xu Wei flashed in the air and arrived next to the barrier. Although the barrier could block attacks, it did not block sounds or visuals. So when he looked toward the courtyard entrance, he saw that a group of soldiers had gathered outside. These soldiers were looking at him with reverence, and their eyes glistened with excitement.
Sir Zhu, we have gotten our hands on the resources you asked for, and we would like to hear what exactly could be used as a fee.
Xu Wei thought for a moment.
My friend wants to become an armament master, so I would like books on armament mastery. I would like resources that can be used by an armament master, and also a furnace. It does not have to be overly expensive or rare, just normal items will do.
Hearing this, all of them were shocked. This was too simple, wasn't it? One of the men stumped forwards, and then he waved his hand, and 2 storage treasures appeared in his hand.
I am an armament master, the man said. This storage treasure contains some books on armament mastery and some basic resources. It also has a beginner furnace. Would this do?
Xu Wei smiled and nodded his head. He accepted the 2 storage treasures and found the materials for 2 colored rainbow pills inside them. Seeing this, he withdrew 2 jade vials and handed them to the man who gave him the things.
I concocted these pills some time ago, he said. Here are 2 colored rainbow pills. I will keep the materials. If you find anything wrong with the pill, come find me.
The armament master was shocked, and his eyes bulged when he hugged the 2 pills to his bosom. These 2 pills would change his life, and he knew that he could not allow anyone to take them from him. Thinking like this, he sat down on the ground, placed the first jade vial into his storage treasure, and then ate the first pill. Suddenly, a lot of energy erupted in the surrounding air, and everyone could sense how his chi levels were rising drastically. The might of the 2 colored rainbow pills were not to be looked down upon. Chapter 21. He Gao's Pride. He Gao looked out the window and saw the many experts exchanging their resources which were needed for armaments for the two-colored rainbow pills. He Gao felt warm at heart when he saw that Xu Wei was getting the things he needed for armament mastery in exchange for the two-colored rainbow pills. He knew that Xu Wei had some doubts, but he was not ready to tell the whole situation to Xu Wei just yet. He Gao was a primordial beast who had mutated. The claws he used during battle might seem like any other weapon, but they were actually claws that had been created by his own flesh and blood, and they would grow alongside him. They would also repair themselves when broken, as long as He Gao was healing his body. Normally, he would use these claws when fighting, and they were in general the most beneficial weapon for him. So why would he suddenly want to practice armament mastery? Armament mastery was not a very illustrious profession either. Most people used a weapon of some sort that could be a sword, a knife, a staff, a club, and so on. All these weapons were made by armament masters. Normal blacksmiths could only forge weapons from normal steel, but armament masters used various treasured ores and minerals to create weapons that could withstand being imbued with qi and spiritual energy. Some armament masters were able to imbue special skills into the weapons and armor that they created, but that required both impressive skills and rare materials. He Gao was aware that Xu Wei wanted to save resources for their sake. He was aware that Xu Wei was under much pressure and wanted to help them, to shoulder all the trouble and to not let them worry. But he wanted to share Xu Wei's worries. He did not have a powerful spiritual energy. He only had his physical strength. So the only way to be able to assist Xu Wei in the future would be to become an armament master. Although it was a tough job, He Gao was not against it. If he could help the group by forging their weapons and gear, then he would be proud. Also, their group did not have an armament master. In the Ascended's realm, they had gotten their hands on numerous weapons and armors, but these were old and not custom-tailored for them, so He Gao knew that they were not ideal for them to use. The best purpose for those armors and weapons would be to smelt them down and remake them into new weapons or sell them at an auction. Now they were going to the battlefield, and while Xu Wei had a contract with Bai Tianyi, he could not very well use the annoying child as a sword. He was accustomed to using the inner might qi sword style to fight, but He Gao wanted to craft him a special sword that could withstand his qi and spiritual energy, one that would be able to stay by his side throughout the many breakthroughs he would have in the future. But He Gao knew that if he told this to Xu Wei, then Xu Wei would not let him become an armament master. He would not let him spend his time, which could be used for cultivation, towards creating weapons. But He Gao was certain in his own power. He was sure that he could do both without suffering a bit. As He Gao looked out the window again, he saw that Xu Wei had finished trading the pills for the fees and was now returning, walking towards his direction. Straightening out his thoughts, a smile erupted on He Gao's lips. Although Xu Wei doubted He Gao's purpose, he acted fast and had already gotten his hands on some things needed to become an armament master. Xu Wei came to the door, and He Gao opened it excitedly. Xu Wei wanted to say something, but upon seeing the happiness and excitement in He Gao's eyes, he just shook his head and handed over a storage treasure. "I have gotten you some things," he said. "Read the books first and then give it a try. If it is too hard, just leave it be." He Gao smiled wryly, but he quickly accepted the storage treasure.
"Thank you,"
he said, and hurried into the room to take the books out of the storage treasure to read. Xu Wei could see how eager he was and shook his head with a smile. He said nothing else and just walked away. Although Shu Wei did not know exactly why He Gao had suddenly decided upon becoming an armament master, he had a good idea. He Gao was one of the few of them who had no profession. Lin Xiao could tame beasts, Bai Tianyi was a master of formations and inscriptions, Shu Wei was an alchemist, a formation and inscription master. The only ones with no profession were He Gao and Lolo was slowly unlocking her inherited knowledge. No one knew if she would actually have a profession when she had grown enough. As such, when it came to earning money, the only one who could do nothing but spend them was He Gao. Shu Wei was aware of how proud this celestial dog was, and he was not going to try and dissuade him from something he had decided upon. He was just going to support him with all that he had. The people around Shu Wei were not just friends. They had become like a family. Those 5 individuals had come together with strange reasons, but now they would never leave each other again. They had a goal that could only be achieved when they were together. Chapter 22. The Battlefield. Silence descended over the courtyard. From time to time, Shu Wei would exit the barrier to give the expert that arrived a 2-colored rainbow pill and take the resources that they gave him. But else the entire courtyard descended into silence. Even those who wanted to upgrade their living quarters did not dare to challenge Shu Wei and his friends. After seeing what happened to the fire horse and his friends, all of them were terrified. Not to mention they feared that he would not make any rainbow pills for them if they somehow managed to get the resources. After knowing that his strength could not be belittled, and that he could refine such pills, no one wanted to make enemies out of him. The Fire Horse clan did everything in their power to convince the other clans to act against him, but none of them were tempted. The Fire Horse clan even promised that as long as they worked together with them, then they would even give up the recipe for the 2-colored rainbow pill that Shu Wei had to have in his possession. While the offer was quite tempting for some, they quickly dispelled the idea. While Shu Wei was unaware, they knew that there were 2 experts at the camp, and usually they would step in to stop such mindless violence. But when Shu Wei acted unbridled, no one said anything. This proved that Shu Wei was someone with a great background. If even the commanding people of the army camp let him do as he pleased, and they heard that even the Vermilion Bird clan treated him with respect, who were they to cause problems? Only the Fire Horse clan were so unhappy that they could not think clearly. They were unable to see that what they did might drag their entire clan into the dust. The Fire Horse clan was very famous in the entire Demon Phoenix continent. They were not as revered as the Sovereign Beasts, but they were at the very top of the Primordial Beast clans, which had given them a lot of arrogance throughout the years. Even in their wildest dreams, they would never be able to guess that Shu Wei was a Sovereign Beast, and since they assumed that he was a Primordial Beast or a human, they looked down upon him. Shu Wei was aware that the drama with the Fire Horse clan had only just begun, but he was not too worried about it. Although they were much stronger and had many more experts, they were still beasts. They had an innate fear towards him as a sovereign beast. Not to mention, he knew that the Vermilion Bird clan would not let him encounter any danger before he entered the battlefield. And while they would likely try to protect him on the battlefield as well, Shu Wei had other plans. He was going there to unleash his potential, to fight in struggle-filled waters, and to become a much more powerful cultivator. While he knew that his rank was not likely to advance much when he went to the battlefield, his combat ability had to increase drastically. Although he was good at fighting, his foundation was also stable, but his strength had risen very fast, and he was not fully accustomed to the strength yet. Even though he could defeat the Fire Horse, that was because they were around the same level. If he had to fight against someone of a higher tier, he would be forced to use many trump cards, and even then, obtaining a victory would be debatable. Until he got full control over his strength, he was not going to leave the battlefield. Here he was going to ignite his combat potential. Here he was going to do his very best to fight battle after battle. It was a place where he could hone his killing intent as no one would care. No matter how many people he killed, it was a place he could let go and charge into a brigade of enemies to fully unleash his beastly side and give in to his urge to kill. While Shu Wei was half human, he was also half beast. In the Ascended's realm, he had killed many, but he always had to consider the power behind the victims. It was different on a battlefield. Here, life and death were commonplace. Every day, many would die. Shu Wei was aware that although he had killing intent within himself, he could not harm the innocent. He had been suppressing his killing intent for many years, which had resulted in it not being as potent as it was before. If he could go on slaughtering many of their enemies, he could help the demon Phoenix continent. At the same time, he could hone his killing intent again, and he would be able to increase his combat ability. It was definitely good. Shu Wei's friends understood his thoughts, and they too wanted to make use of the opportunity to enhance their combat ability. Most of the time, Shu Wei was the one who took most of the responsibility for their group, but by going to the battlefield, all of them would be needed. The battlefield was different from anything they had ever experienced before. While Shu Wei had been in the genius camp back on Chang'an continent, he had only been in a few skirmishes with Primordial Beasts, but that was nothing compared to a full-out war against two continents as highly established as the ones who participated in this war. The battlefield that they were going to visit was simply much bloodier, and while the skirmishes in the Chang'an continent were short, this was a never-ending battle. Chapter 23. Tournament. The days passed in a quiet manner. From time to time, the tranquility would be interrupted by a resounding boom from Hagao's chambers, but after experiencing it a few times, Shu Wei and the others got used to it and completely ignored it. All of them were aware that he was doing everything in his power to become an armament master, and while they thought it was but a fleeting interest at first, they now knew that he was dead set on succeeding. Shu Wei could only smile wryly and continue to exchange his two collared rainbow pills for the resources he needed to improve Hagao's newfound profession. At the same time, Shu Wei and Bai Tianyi were busy creating numerous inscriptions that could be used during their time in the battlefield. These inscriptions might be a one-time use, but they could tilt the battle in their favor. As such, they were not going to give up, and instead they created many different inscriptions. Some were thunderous lightning fire inscriptions, which merged lightning and fire into creating an offensive inscription that could burst with a bolt of lightning wrapped in scorching flames that would burn anyone beneath the Sky Saint to death in a mere moment. This inscription was immensely powerful, but it also required much energy to create, alongside some very rare herbs. Fortunately, Shu Wei had gotten many lightning attribute herbs in the Thunder Twilight Zone earlier, so it was no problem for him to pay for thousands or even tens of thousands of these inscriptions. They also created many space lock inscriptions, as they could slow down or even freeze their opponents in time. While they did create many of these inscriptions, there were not as many as the thunderous lightning fire inscription, as they did not have as many resources needed to craft them. Another inscription he made was known as the Earth Spike inscription. This inscription used the element of earth to create many sharp spikes that would protrude from the ground. This inscription was amongst the most difficult ones he could craft, as it required a tremendous amount of energy, and the resources needed to make the ink required some ancient herbs. Xu Wei had been fortunate to come across some of them in the Ascended's realm, but even so, he did not have many. Although he only had a few, he decided to use them on the Earthspike inscription, because this inscription targeted a large piece of land and was able to overrule a whole battalion if they were taken unaware. It was not only inscriptions that Xu Wei specialized in, but he also spent a lot of time refining pills. He had gotten many resources for two-colored rainbow pills, and he refined them all. At the same time, he also refined numerous healing pills, chi-returning pills, and blood-clotting pills. He also spent a noticeable amount of resources and time on improving his understanding of formations. After getting a rough understanding of all aspects and creating a mountain of inscriptions and a sea of pills, Xu Wei finally felt ready to enter the battlefield. However, it was not enough that he wanted to go. He had to be sent out by the leaders of the army camp. This camp was made to prepare the soldiers for the battlefield, but so far, Xu Wei had seen nothing of the sort. This was a place where everyone fought hard for a better living environment, but that was it. There were no signs of being comrades apart from the small groups that people had gathered in, and there were constant small fights amongst these groups. But the Demon Phoenix Empire preferred this. The more competition between the groups, the better, especially since they would compete against each other for rewards and achievement points. The battlefield was full of fights everywhere, but it was not often that it was a true battle between two armies. Most of the time it was smaller groups who were charging against the border, trying to harass the citizens, and so on. It was why they often ended in skirmishes rather than all-out battles. A few days went by while Xu Wei was preparing a few extra items before he just returned to cultivating again. Finally, after waiting for nearly a week, a message arrived from the army camp. A new regiment was to be sent to the front lines. However, this regiment only consisted of 5,000 people, while the army camp had more than 50,000 stationed soldiers. To be picked, one had to display their best ability in a tournament. They only allowed the strongest of the participating members to partake in the war, due to the fact that it had reached a much tighter time. Now, all the participating experts were saints. Even the lowest-ranked soldier was a saint-ranked expert, and Xu Wei and his friends were quite surprised by this. But they also understood that the war they were entering had reached the final stretch. It would end within a few years, as both sides were sending out their trump cards now. Xu Wei prepared for the tournament alongside his friends. They did not have much time to prepare, as only a 2 days' notice was given. But they had already gotten ready for the war. How many problems could a tournament cause them? The morning of the tournament, Xu Wei and his friends woke up bright and early. They left the courtyard and headed for the arena where he previously had fought against the fire horse. As they arrived, Xu Wei found that everyone from the army camp was present. It was full of people, and not only the contestants, and there were also a lot of spectators. The atmosphere was boiling with excitement. Chapter 24. Battle Royale. As they arrived at the tournament ground, they found that the usual arena was nowhere in sight. Instead, a massive platform had been placed in its position. The platform was raised above the ground at a height of at least 10 meters, and next to it were numerous spectator stands. Looking at this, Xu Wei had a good impression of what they would be facing that day. Not only him, but his friends also had knowing expressions on their faces. With such a large platform, it was clear that it would not be made so that they would fight each other one-on-one. With so many people present, that would also waste far too much time. So what was going to happen was likely a battle royale. They would all be placed on the platform, and only the winners, the ones who remained standing at the end, would be able to leave for the front lines. Xu Wei looked at the people around him. Of everyone present, at least 10,000 were saints, but more than 8,000 of those were ordinary saints. On the Demon Phoenix continent, it was not hard to be promoted, especially not for the beasts. They had long lifespans, but their biggest disadvantage was their age. A primordial and sovereign beast needed to be 30 years of age before they could cultivate. This meant that they were still in their youth at the age of 50, while humans had much shorter lifespans. When Shu Wei looked around the ranks of the saints that were present in the army camp, he only found a handful who were humans. The rest were all either primordial beasts or vermilion birds. In Shu Wei's group, age was not something they spoke much about. Shu Wei was undoubtedly the youngest of them all, but even so, he was the one they listened to. Bai Tianyi was more than 10,000 years old, and so was Lolo. While she had not regained all her memories, her age was not to be doubted. He Gao was around 15 years older than Shu Wei, and Lin Xiao was the second youngest, only about 8 years older than him. And when speaking about Lan, Shu Wei dared not even guess how old that monster was. He was a deity, not someone that could be judged by the usual standards. Not to mention, from what that Hui Yu had said, Lan came from another world, another place far, far away. It was not a trip one took for fun. So, when looking at all these experts that were standing around the platform, Shu Wei could not help but rub his nose embarrassedly. Were they using their seniority to bully the youngsters? Although he could be considered a youngster too, he was only able to drag their average age down by just a bit. Shaking his head, he could not help but chuckle. Why did it matter that they were much older than the others? They had been injured in various ways throughout their lives, so while Bai Tianyi and Lolo were ancient monsters as well, they were not much stronger than the others. He Gao had an average age amongst the beasts present, maybe even a bit younger than some of them, due to his talent for cultivation. And Lin Xiao and Shu Wei were both compared to the others here, but their cultivation bases were amongst the best. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared on top of the platform. One looked like a happy-go-lucky kind of person. The other was taciturn and stoic. They both looked over the entire sea of people, their eyes becoming bright as they saw how many had attended. The happy-go-lucky man straightened his back and began speaking. "Everyone, this is where we will decide on the people who are to join the war effort and depart to the battlefield. Originally, we planned on allowing a specific amount of people to join, but in the end we have changed our selection quota. Everyone who wishes to enter the battlefield has to stand on this stage. We will light 4 incense sticks, and when all 4 have burned down, those who remain on the stage will be allowed to go to the front lines. This is a battle royale. Everyone will be against one another. Only your brothers and sisters can be trusted in this place, so try your best to stay there for as long as possible." Shu Wei and the others looked at one another, and a smile hung on their lips. This was a much better way of determining the numbers compared to having a regular tournament. "You are not allowed to kill or cripple your opponents," the stoic man who had been quiet up until then finally spoke out. His words were short and precise. Not an extra word was spoken. Some were relieved to hear that they could not cripple or kill their opponents, while others were somewhat regretful. But all of them had one thing in common. They all looked towards Shu Wei. There had been many battles in the army camp, and while only a few of them had ended in crippling the opponent and none in death, the only one that they all remembered the clearest was the newest episode, the one where Shu Wei had crippled the fire horse. Seeing their expression, Shu Wei could not help but touch his nose embarrassedly. Why were they all waiting for his reaction? He was not someone who killed wantonly. Although he enjoyed killing, he was not going to kill the innocent, nor was he going to go on a massacring spree against someone loyal to the Demon Phoenix continent. He still had his common sense, so he just casually shrugged his shoulders and retained his focus on the two people speaking, while his friends could not help but twitch their lips in amusement. Chapter 25. Begin.
"Everyone, the time has come for you to get onto the platform," the stoic man said. He and the happy-go-lucky man both flew into the air and landed onto a tower that was placed next to the spectator stands. Xu Wei and his friends looked at one another and nodded their heads. They then jumped into the air and flew towards the platform. The moment they were above the platform, they started descending, and upon closer inspection of the platform, Xu Wei found that an anti-flight formation was placed around it. During their battle, they would not be able to fly into the air. While this was not a significant loss, it was something that not many were used to. As a result, some would not be able to unleash their attacks as well as they were normally used to, and might fall prey to others. "Let's all stand at the edge," Bai Tianyi said after considering where to position themselves. "First of all, everyone will try to avoid the edges of the platform, because they might fall or get pushed down. They will push as much as they can to reach the middle of the platform, so the battle in the center will be much more intense. At the same time, we can take out all the weaker people who are pushed to the edge, and throw them off of the platform with ease." Xu Wei listened to Bai Tianyi's words and nodded his head. What he said made sense. While he was not afraid of the intense battle in the center, there was no reason to make things harder for themselves. They all landed on the platform, and as they had expected, everyone was already fighting to get to the center. Xu Wei's group casually stood at the edge, looking at the many people struggling. No one even looked at them or took their position to heart. The first incense stick of time passed quickly, and nothing happened. They were standing casually, looking at the mayhem that was in the circle. Every now and then someone would be pushed towards them, but with a single kick from He Gao, they were thrown off the platform. They had not engaged in even one real battle. Xu Wei felt that Bai Tianyi's plan was quite good. Sometimes people would be thrown off from the platform's center, flying through the air and crashing to the ground. As the second incense stick was halfway through, some of the people in the center finally noticed Xu Wei and his friends. Their eyes filled with surprise when they saw that they were just standing there at the edge, completely unharmed, and not at all entangled in the battle. No one in the center had managed to escape unharmed, and all of them were looking for a place to recharge their energy. Suddenly, the pressure on the center became lighter as a group headed towards different places at the edge. But another group was full of unhappiness and tried attacking Xu Wei and his friends. Lan looked at the people heading towards them, his lips curling into a snicker as he crossed his arms over his chest. "I am leaving this to you," he said, his voice relaxed, showing no signs of urgency. "We are not allowed to kill anyone, and it is simply impossible for me to make a move without eradicating everyone here." If it had been anyone else who said so, then Xu Wei would have cursed them for bragging. But knowing that it was Lan, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. He knew it was the truth. "Leave it to us," Xu Wei said, nodding his head. He was not interested in being disqualified due to killing. In fact, they might even be persecuted, considering that these people were soldiers of the continent. Bai Tianyi, Lolo, He Gao, and Lin Xiao were aware that Lan was too strong. They knew that when he made a move, the entire world trembled. Him making a move in this situation would be simply stupid. Lolo created a whip out of her spiritual energy.
Bai Tianyi created a sword, Lin Xiao brandished his staff, and He Gao took out his claws. The whip in Lolo's hands cracked on the ground before she whipped it towards their opponents. It wrapped itself snugly around the waist of a big man, and with a simple flip of her hand, he was thrown off the platform. Xu Wei raised an eyebrow when he saw how smoothly Lolo was dealing with them. When one person had been thrown off, she quickly untangled her whip, and with another flicker of her wrist, it tied itself around yet another man, throwing him off the stage, sharing the same fate as the previous person. It seemed that whips were very useful in this situation. Xu Wei had no previous experience with whips, but after seeing Lolo, he was a bit tempted by them when thinking about whether or not to make a whip or a sword with his inner might. Seeing how people were being thrown down left and right, Xu Wei was stumped. He did not even have to move. His friends were filled with battle intent and were taking care of everyone for him. So, thinking that they could also benefit from the battles, Xu Wei withdrew, stood by Lan's side, and began chatting with him.
"How long do you think it will take for Hui Yu to find you?" Xu Wei asked curiously, and Lan's face cracked slightly.
"I left a lot of fake trails. If I am lucky, it will take him half a year. If I am unlucky, he will find me in a week."
Xu Wei nodded his head.
"He is your uncle, right?" he asked curiously.
Why was Lan so stubborn, not even wanting to see his own uncle? Chapter 26. She was much like you. Lan looked at Xu Wei. His gaze was a little guarded, but when he saw the lack of malicious thoughts in the former's eyes, he sighed.
"I was young and silly when I decided to leave the nest. I wanted to travel through the galaxy, to see the various worlds and experience different ways of living. My grandfather was a vermilion bird. He came from the vermilion bird clan, but ended up creating a world of his own far away in this galaxy. Since I was out traveling, I decided to see what the world he originated from was like. But when I came here, the world was much too different from what I had expected. This world had no owner, and it was slowly collapsing. I did not care too much about it. Such is the fate for many worlds, so I just wanted to take a slight look at it before going on my way. But then I found something I could not let go of. In the end, I became the owner of the world and have been guarding it ever since. As long as my mind is clear and my memories remain, I will guard this world as its owner."
Xu Wei could see the pain in Lan's eyes, and he understood that something must have happened to him while he was visiting.
"Does this have something to do with the old cottage in your mansion, back in Chang'an?"
Xu Wei could not help but ask, and when he saw the pain in Lan's eyes intensify, he got his answer.
"That cottage is a place full of memories,"
Lan said with a sigh.
"This world is being protected, and that cottage can never be harmed. That cottage is the heart of this world."
Xu Wei did not fully understand what he meant when Lan said that it was the world's heart, but he realized that it held an unimaginable place in Lan's heart.
"So this Hui Yu is here to convince you to go back, but you are not leaving because you have some memories that connect you to this world, not to mention you are now the world's owner?"
Lan nodded his head.
"She was much like you," he finally said. "She was also a mixed breed. But I thought she would be the last. Never did I imagine that you would appear so many years later."
Although he had not explained anything, these words made Shu Wei understand much more. The thing he could not leave was a woman, and this woman was likely the reason that Lan was so friendly towards him. He reminded the deity about his beloved. Shu Wei and Lan stopped talking. Both of them were in deep thought, forgetting that they were actually in the midst of a tournament. Their friends were blocking the enemies too well for them. Lan had come to their world on a whim, but he had met a woman who made him unable to leave. Even now, after so many years had passed, he still protected the world for her sake. This was true love, and Shu Wei understood that no matter what, Lan would protect the world till the end of time. But was he not lonely? He was not together with his family, having left them so many years ago, and his beloved had long since become nothing as well. How could he withstand the loneliness? How could he not long for his family who were so far away? But even with all that, to keep the memories he shared with his beloved, he did not even hesitate to hide from his own uncle. For the first time ever, Shu Wei understood that although Lan was joking most of the time, although he always acted so casual and laid back, and although it seemed as if nothing mattered to him, he was lonely. He was sad. He was left all alone. Shu Wei understood that the pain of losing someone could not be erased, even with the passing of time. Although he had been left alone by Xiao Lei when he was 15, at least he knew that his uncle was still alive. Although he had been separated from Wang Xiaoyun, and even though he wouldn't get to see her for many years, he knew that she had him in her heart, and that the two of them would eventually reunite. Also, although he was not amongst his biological family, he had his friends who never left him alone, no matter how bad things got. He never experienced having to face the world alone for long. He, too, had lost people through his journey. But this had made him even more determined to protect the happiness he had now grasped. If he lost Wang Xiaoyun, would he be able to handle the blow? Would he be able to give up everything just to accompany her remains? The thought alone of losing Wang Xiaoyun was enough to make him feel as if someone had sliced a part of his heart off. Only thinking about it made it so painful that he could not imagine what would happen if it turned real. Would he lose his humanity and become a killing machine? He could imagine that it was a likely outcome. If he lost his dear ones, he would end up as a beast that wished to watch the world burn. If they were gone, the world should accompany them to the underworld. Such thoughts were somewhat scary, but Shu Wei did not shy away from them. Realizing how he would have acted if it was him who suffered such a fate made him to honestly look up to Lan. But he also understood that he could never let such a scenario occur. If he genuinely posed a threat to the world, Lan would be the first to kill him. He would not care about their previous ties at all. Chapter 27. Li Ziqing. Lan was a deity. He could understand Shu Wei's thoughts just by looking at his face, but he said nothing to comfort him. The conjecture that Shu Wei had reached was indeed correct. If he posed a threat to the world, Lan would instantly eradicate him. But right now he was not a danger, but instead the hope for the entire world, so he would give him plenty of support. He also understood the danger of keeping Shu Wei alive, but danger and opportunity often went hand in hand. And as a deity, he understood that if one wanted to have good results, they also had to take risks. He had been stuck in this world for so many years, But this was the first time that a ray of hope had been born. This ray of hope could bring life to the entire world. It might even make it possible for Lan to go back to living as he wished. Lan sighed. It had been many years since he had last thought about her. But whenever he saw Xu Wei, he felt as if some of her heritage had returned. She was never fortunate enough to become a holy maiden, nor did she have the fortune to be able to cultivate. She was a mere mortal. Her body was frail, and her lifespan short. Her name was Li Qing. She was a mixed breed between a human and a primordial beast. It was from before the time when it was impossible to breed between the races. It was from a time when mixed races were everywhere. But things were different back then. Some of the mixed breed descendants were known as devils because of their outstanding ability to cultivate. They were real geniuses, the sons and daughters of heaven, the favored children of fate. Unfortunately, this was only true for some of the descendants. Others were completely useless. Their ability to cultivate was gone. They could only live through life as ordinary people, live out their lives as mortals, and be abandoned by their family. When Lan first came to this world, he descended near a small cottage that was placed next to a large lake. This cottage was already very old and seemed as if it would collapse at any moment. But a sweet, melodious voice had resounded from within, attracting Lan's attention. Lan went to the cottage, only to find a very average woman sitting behind the house, looking at the lake with a tranquil smile on her face. She was merely 15 years old, but Lan could not sense the slightest fluctuation of qi in her body. She did not have the ability to absorb energy. Neither did she have a beast core. She was completely crippled. Lan was amazed by her smile. Although she was unable to cultivate, although she was all alone in the middle of nowhere, she seemed happy. Her peaceful appearance was a stark contrast to what Lan was used to. She was enjoying every single second of her life. Knowing that her life would be short, she did not suffer any sadness from knowing that she could not pursue the highest apex of cultivation, nor did she wallow in self-pity. Li Qing was abandoned by her family when she was 5 years old. She had been left in the big, dark forest all alone, and everyone had assumed that she would die. However, she had found this tranquil place. This lake, where no magical beasts dared venture close to, soon became her home. Here she could capture mortal fish, pick fruit and berries, and grow a few crops. Life was hard, but fulfilling, and she had gained an inner peace through these 10 years she had spent alone in the forests. When Lan saw her very average face, his heart trembled. This peace was what he had always been searching for, an inner peace that could make him happy. But now he had found it in the presence of a young woman who was not even a fraction of his own age. Li Qing was 15 years old at this time, but Lan was many, many times older. He was already a deity, and he knew that his lifespan was limitless. Hence, he decided to accompany this woman and learn from her. Day in and day out, the two lived side by side in the small cottage, and as the seasons changed, love sprouted in the air. Lan was devastated, but unable to change his emotions. He knew that this young woman would not retain her youth forever as he would. She would grow older one day. Her hair would turn white, and her skin would be full of wrinkles. But even so, he did not despise her. He stayed by her side, never leaving from the moment he first laid eyes on her, until the day she no longer could withstand the passage of time. It was but a blink of the eye in Lan's lifespan, but for her it was her entire life. The two had shared many things throughout the years, and Lan was grievously injured by the moment in which she finally closed her eyes with satisfaction, never to open them again. While she wished she could be with him for a longer time, she was already immensely satisfied to have been able to spend her life beside the man she loved. After losing Li Jiqing, Lan felt as if his entire world had collapsed. He felt as if someone had stabbed his heart and kept twisting the knife around in the wound. The pain he felt was many times more extreme than anything he had ever experienced before. He felt a heart-wrenching pain. The tears flowed freely from his eyes as he held the elderly woman in his arms, but he never found her disgusting or unappealing. She was always the most beautiful woman in all the worlds in his eyes. She was the only woman whom he truly loved. Chapter 28. Selection. Lan could feel the bottled-up emotions within his heart stir. It had been more than 10,000 years since the death of Li Jiqing, but that short time they spent together was forever etched into his mind. He would never forget it, nor the effect it had on his life. For Li Jiqing, he stayed behind in this world. He was never going to let her world succumb to the passing of time like she did. Lan felt complicated. He wanted to destroy the world to accompany her in her burial, but at the same time, he also wanted to protect the world that she loved. Lan took a deep breath and steadied his emotions. While he was upset, the entire sky had turned overcast. The sound of rumbling thunder could be heard in the distance, and the wind was picking up. While the other contestants were unaware of what was happening, Shu Wei could see the complex emotions on Lan's face. It was clear that he had been affected by their conversation in one way or another, but Shu Wei was still not aware of how significant an influence this woman, whom he had mentioned earlier, had on Lan. Shu Wei did not continue the conversation. Lan also tactfully let it be, and the two of them stood with their arms crossed over their chests and looked at the battle that was ongoing in front of them. He Gao, Lin Xiao, Bai Tianyi, and Lolo were all working hard, their foreheads beating with sweat, and their eyes full of a tenacious will to take down every enemy that dared to approach them. In the beginning, many had charged at them, but after seeing that they were all thrown out one after another, the remaining people became alert and did not rush over. "They are quite stupid," Shu Wei muttered when he saw the people on the platform all consider everyone around them as enemies. "Oh? What makes you say this?" Lan asked curiously, and Shu Wei glanced at him. His mood was back to being a joker, impossible to see through his small smile and apathetic eyes. Shu Wei knew that he was back to being the troublesome Lan he knew, and for some reason he felt relieved. "The rules were that everyone who stays on the platform gets to go to the front lines. As such, there is no need to fight at all. If everyone just stays in position, we can all go. Thing is, those two experts said it so nicely, and now everyone thinks that it is better to fight for a spot, when in fact it is not needed at all." Lan smiled when he heard Shu Wei's words. He was not surprised, because the same thought had long since passed by his mind. But everyone who was fighting against his friends stopped in their tracks, shocked by what he said. Unfortunately, Shu Wei's friends did not soften their blows, and soon the perplexed experts were sent off the platform, feeling deeply regretful. If they had just found a corner and stood there casually, would they have been able to go to the battlefield? Instead, they had provoked Shu Wei and his friends, and had been thrown off the platform. They would not have another chance at going to the front lines before the next selection. Soon the battles came to a close, and the incense sticks burned down. Out of the 50,000 people who had initially been on top of the platform, there were only around 2,000 left now. Some of them were grievously injured, while others were without a scratch. But no matter how injured they were all in the end granted 2 days of rest before they would make it towards the battlefield. Looking at the people, Shu Wei noticed quite a few of them as the ones who had bought his rainbow pills. He also saw the Chi branch member and his group. The happy-go-lucky person from before suddenly stood up, and he waved his hand. "Those who have been selected will have to gather on the field in 2 days, after which a captain will come and bring you to the front lines." After saying this, the two men vanished. The people who had been thrown off the platform slowly began to pick up themselves and also left. Even the spectators vacated the premises. Shu Wei and his friends returned to the courtyard. Here they gathered in the living room and looked at the various items they had crafted over the last month.
"Let us apply for leave and go to the stores in town. We need to get some items used for formations. We also need to get our hands on some common resources so that if we run out of pills we can refine more." As they arrived at the front gates of the army camp, they found out that there were many who shared their thoughts of wanting to buy the final supplies needed before going to the front lines, and there was a long waiting queue for leave requests. Fortunately, it was quite easy to get their leave of absence approved, but they needed to wait for it to be their turn. Thankfully, this was a world of cultivators, so the shops were open all day and night. There was no difference for when their turn arrived. After waiting around for a few hours, they finally exited the gates of the army camp and hurried to the city. They did not have a lot of time to spare. Chapter 29. Empty Stock. When they had to find the army camp, it took the group much longer than now, when they knew the location of the city. As such, the trip to the city was shortened drastically. It was as if every person who had been chosen for the selection had set out towards the marketplace. They were all eager to prepare for the deployment to the front line. They all hurried to the various herbal shops, pill outlets, and other stores that sold various resources. And while Shu Wei and his friends also hurried to the city, they were slightly late. Most of the resources had been sold out by the time they arrived. The imperial capital, where they had arrived, was a place with ample resources, but it was not only the soldiers who needed them. Usually they would sell most of their stock to the residents, and they did not have a large stockpile of items. Every day mercenaries would arrive in the imperial capital to sell the herbs and wares they had found while going out adventuring in the rest of the continent. Ships would also appear in the harbor with items they had imported from other continents, but they did not come often. And while they had some herb fields, the herbs grown there were all ordinary ones, and they were all beneath 10 years old. Although the common herbs were the most sold ones, they were not useful for cultivators above the saint rank. Hence, when the soldiers raided the imperial capital, all the resources had been taken wantonly, leaving only the common ingredients left. As they saw the hectic and bustling city life, Shu Wei instantly knew that they had come too late. But he did not despair. While most of the rare and most useful ingredients had been taken, he knew that not many studied the art of formations. The key ingredients when making a formation were essence stones and ores. While he had plenty of both, most of them were of the same rank and affinity, so what he needed to buy was something with different attributes. Those from the army camp were mainly here for herbs and pills, so Shu Wei could casually sweep all the rare ores away.
He also exchanged some of his top-ranked essence stones for high-ranked, medium-ranked, and low-ranked essence stones. Formations would work as long as energy was still present within the stones and ores that were placed within. Although Shu Wei had numerous top-ranked essence stones, it was a waste to use them all the time, especially if the formation was not intended to work for long. He Gao also found most of the things he needed to continue studying armament mastery, especially since his skills were still a far cry from being able to make anything useful for them, so the things that he created just needed common materials. Although they felt a slight pity that they could not get their hands on some herbs, they did not take it to heart. Instead, they headed to a restaurant and booked a private room. At their levels of strength, one did not need to eat to sustain their body, but sometimes people would still eat since the food was delicious, and was also able to help one improve their cultivation base. Not to mention, it could condition their soul and relieve fatigue. Since they had a long trip in front of them, Shu Wei and the others wanted to indulge in the feeling of having a great feast before it was time for them to enter the battlefield. Like always, Lan was following them, but he was saying nothing, just smiling with his enigmatic smile, neither interfering with their acts nor staying out of it. He never questioned what they chose to do, nor did he help them when it turned out to become troublesome. He was just there as a spectator from start to finish. But Shu Wei knew Lan well. Although he seemed as if he did not care about anything, he was actually the kind of person who just wanted to watch the world burn. Although he had sworn to protect the world, and he was indeed doing so, he was not against causing havoc and letting the people suffer. The world and the people were not the same to him. Even so, Shu Wei knew that Lan had no hostility towards him, so he was not too bothered. He was not a good Samaritan, so he could not care about the many people in the world who were played with like chess pieces by Lan. All that mattered to Shu Wei were his friends and those he held dear. Everyone else could do whatever they wanted. He was not going to care. Shu Wei and the others looked at the many fierce beast dishes that were delivered to their table, and all of them felt relaxed. Fierce beasts were everywhere in the entire world. While their intellect was above mortal beasts, they were unable to take on a human shape, and they could not evolve their intelligence to a level as high as the primordial beasts could. The primordial beasts were the ones that were similar to the humans in almost every way, except that their strength was greater, but reaching maturity was slower, so it was evened out. The strongest primordial beasts also had problems reproducing. The stronger the bloodline, the lesser the chance was of producing many children, while humans expanded like mortal rabbits. Primordial beasts and humans were in many ways similar, and it was not only them. Every race that held the blood of the beasts and humans was similar, but even so, the races could not live in harmony. It was not only Chang'an which was at war, but most places within the world were also warring with one race or another, and these wars were sharply reducing the number of experts that existed, as the geniuses tended to die at a young age on the battlefield. Chapter 30. Ti How Long. It was not only Shu Wei and his friends who decided to eat at the restaurant. Usually it was not an extremely lucrative business to have a restaurant in the capital, but today many people gathered in the restaurants, all of which were ordering the most exclusive dishes and the most luxurious wines. This was something that happened whenever a group of people was departing for the battlefield, and the restaurant owner was cursing the leaders of the army camp for never warning them so that they could stock up on a lot of food and drinks. Shu Wei was drinking a spirit fruit wine that did not make one intoxicated, but still tasted like wine. Lolo was drinking juice. Lan was drinking wine. Bai Tianyi and He Gao were drinking tea. The dishes had a heavenly scent. All of them were mouth-wateringly delicious, and they dug in as soon as they arrived at the table. When the others saw Shu Wei and his friends digging into the meals, they too wanted their food to arrive as soon as possible. The day went by quickly. They ate their food, and when they had finished, they returned to the army camp. Their original plan was to get resources, and while they got some, the majority were gone by the time they had finally arrived. Now they spent the last of the time before they had to meet up to ensure that they had all the things they needed and condition their minds for the travel ahead. The following day, all the selected soldiers gathered at the arena where they had been tested 2 days prior. Here, the stoic and the happy-go-lucky man were both waiting for them to arrive. Next to them was a whole group of tamed, fierce beasts. All of them were of the same race. They were golden-winged eagles. The golden-winged eagles were extremely fast, but they had been picked because of their size. They were so big that at least 50 people could sit on each eagle's back. As such, although many beasts were still needed since there were so many people, it was a lot better than if they required a beast per person. Although there were many bird clan members in the Demon Phoenix continent, it was hard to find a clan with more than 2,000 members to their clan. Shu Wei had flown on a beast long ago when he was trying to escape the prison in the Chang'an continent with the help of his swallow friend. Since then, he had not flown on any beasts. He would usually fly on his own. But because of the distance between the army camps, he was also reminded of Tinalynge. It had been a long time since Shu Wei had thought about Tinalynge, and his heart was aching slightly. Tinalynge was his friend when he was still in the Heiping Kingdom. Tinalynge had lost his life in an attempt to save Shu Wei. He was the one whom Shu Wei considered his equal, the first real friend, but he had died in front of him. It was true that time heals all wounds, and while he was still saddened by Tinalynge's death, he was grateful for his sacrifice. It was thanks to Tinalynge that he was still alive. It was also his credit that he had been able to grow as much as he had. For Tinalynge's sake, Shu Wei was not going to belittle his life. When he had the strength, he was going to bury the entire Heiping Kingdom together with Tinalynge. He still had some friends back in Heiping, and he had no interest in killing every citizen, but he wanted to rid the world of the royal family and their primordial beast hunters. The others looked at Shu Wei when they felt that the aura was turning dark and dense. The experts close by him were starting to be suppressed by his character alone. "Shu Wei!" Lan called out with a low voice, and Shu Wei was dragged from his thoughts, the aura diminishing again. Everyone looked worriedly at Shu Wei. They could feel his emotions were tumultuous, but they did not know why. Shu Wei closed his eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. He felt a throbbing in his heart. Initially, he had hoped that there was a chance for him to reunite with Tinalynge's reincarnation, which had caused him to feel that it was somewhat acceptable. However, after talking with Lan, and knowing that even his lover was unable to reincarnate, how could Tinalynge do so? His heart was heavy, and he did not know what to say. He had always been hopeful and thought the best about everything. He always thought that as long as he got strong enough, anything he had lost could come back. But now he knew that he couldn't always get what he wanted. What was lost forever. The sight of the birds was enough to make him remember all those unhappy thoughts, and he was forced to accept reality. His friends were worriedly looking at him, but Shu Wei quickly pulled himself together again. He was not going to destroy himself. Tinalynge would not want him to do that. He would want him to live rightfully and become a cultivator that stood at the apex. This was also an excellent way to respect Tinalynge's memory, to never forget him, and to become the strongest of them in his stead. Lan looked at Shu Wei. A slight smile played on his lips as he understood what he was thinking about. Lan knew everything that had to do with Shu Wei. Shu Wei was the key, so he had no other choice than to investigate and follow him carefully. Chapter 31. Leaving for the battlefield. Shu Wei managed to become focused again. Although there was a slight ache in his heart, he did not show it off. Throughout the years, he had lost many people. First was his mother, whom he had never known, followed by his father, who got killed right in front of him by his uncle for unknown reasons. And then it was his uncle who went missing. It was not only Tiao Long who had been lost in his life, and Shu Wei understood that he could not change the past. Sighing, he and the others went to the golden-winged eagles, and slowly all of the soldiers present moved onto the birds' backs. Shu Wei felt how the eagle underneath him trembled as he stepped onto its back, but the slight tremble that could be felt when Shu Wei climbed on top of the creature was quite different from when Lan did. The moment Lan's foot landed on the back of the eagle collapsed and laid prostrate on the ground, shaking off everyone who had climbed on earlier. The corners of Shu Wei's lips could not help but twitch. The moment he stood on the eagle, it started trembling from the bloodline suppression. But the moment Lan stepped onto it, it became unable to even move. How would they ever arrive at the battlefield like this? Lan also embarrassedly touched his nose. He knew that his strength was overwhelming, but he did not think it was at this level. The two leaders also looked at them with some shock in their eyes.
"Perhaps I should meet up with you at the battlefield?" Lan asked. He looked slightly embarrassed, as if he had been caught red-handed doing something terrible. The leaders of the army nodded their heads in utter shock. They had never experienced anything like this before, and they could not help but feel that Lan was too powerful. These leaders of the army camp were not aware of Lan's identity. They had only been told about Shu Wei's identity, and that Lan was his powerful friend. Lan's identity was only known to certain people outside of the Chang'an continent. Although the rulers knew of him, he was not willing to be a household name. He was satisfied being known as the Prophet in Chang'an, but that was because he lived there. It was his home, and thus he was willing to let them know of him. But even so, they did not know his real identity, only assuming that he was very strong. Chang'an was a messy place. Although it seemed very simple on the surface, with a war going on between the two races, the undercurrents were very much more turbulent. Lan could not help but look forward to when Shu Wei returned to get his revenge and to solve the problem. It was clear that he was in for a great surprise. While Lan smiled, as usual, his eyes were unable to be seen through. They were dark and enigmatic, sucking in one's soul and making it impossible to guess what he thought. The happy-go-lucky man's expression cracked when he saw how the eagle was lying on the ground, trembling like a leaf in a storm. These eagles were all trained by a primordial beast. They were bred for use in war, so they should not cower in the face of strength. Even so, the eagle could not even face a single step of Lan's.
"We will meet you at the battlefield," the stoic man said. "But are you able to get there on your own?"
It was not that he was looking down on Lan. He was just worried whether or not he was able to find his way. But Lan just chuckled, nodded his head, and bid his farewell to Shu Wei.
"I will wait for you at the front lines," Lan said to Shu Wei. "Don't take too long to arrive. I hate waiting." Having said this, Lan tore open space, and a dark tunnel appeared in front of him. With a casual wave of his hand, he stepped into the tunnel, and it closed up behind him. Everyone was stumped when they saw the actions of Lan. How could he casually rip space apart? How could he just step into it and vanish without leaving a trace like this? They all thought that they were strong, but in the face of absolute strength, they realized how pathetically weak they all were. Shu Wei was also looking at Lan's vanishing with sparkling eyes, but he was not shocked. Neither were his friends. They already knew that Lan was much stronger than what they could even imagine at the current point in time. They were also aware that Lan had made the dimensional space tunnel that allowed them to leave Chang'an. Since he could let them travel through space, it was nothing for himself to do the same. Silence descended over the rest of the eagles and the riders. They all knew that Shu Wei was strong, but upon witnessing the strength of one of his followers, they all gulped in fear. Was his real strength like then? Although Shu Wei was unaware of what they thought, if he had been told, he would have scoffed at them. Did they really think Lan was his follower? Yes, he was following along with them, but that was because Shu Wei had something that Lan needed. It was evident that Lan was not a person who would do something without a purpose, and while Shu Wei still did not know what Lan's true aim was, he knew that he was not malicious towards him.
Chapter 32. Soul Stone. After Lan left, the stoic and the happy-go-lucky men quickly got everyone on board the golden-winged eagles and set out. There was enough space for 50 people on each eagle, and there was a primordial beast present on every one of the beasts to ensure that they stayed tamed throughout the entire trip. Shu Wei did not care too much about the journey. If he were to unleash his bloodline pressure, the eagle would be as obedient as it was towards Lan previously. But he was not the only sovereign beast around. Although vermilion birds were rare, quite a few of them had been sent to the army camp, and 3 were amongst the soldiers who had gotten picked for the war. 2 of them Shu Wei had never met or known before, but the final one was the Qi branch member, and Shu Wei had to admit that he was quite skilled. If the vermilion birds who had been sent to the Ascended's realm were like him, then things would have been so much easier. Fortunately, they had gotten through the Ascended's realm with a multitude of treasures and items that could sustain them for many years to come. But he was still as much of a money grubber as always. Lan was many millennia old, so old that he might even have forgotten when he was born. Even if they had treasures to sustain themselves for some years, it was nothing compared to their lifespan. Initially, the others had thought that Shu Wei was overly dramatic, but after hearing about Hui Yu and Lan's background, the others suddenly understood the severity of the issue. Although they could use whatever resource they wanted to right now, one day that might not be the case. So all of them had to work hard to rob resources from opponents and win merits that could be exchanged for more items that they could use later. As they were seated on the backs of the eagles, Shu Wei took out a top-ranked essence stone and placed it in his hand as he began cultivating. Seeing him cultivate, even in such an environment, everyone could not help but admire him. Many were looking around, looking up and down, observing everything, as it was very difficult to be on a flying beast. But upon seeing Shu Wei's action, all of them became serious. They were not here for the joy of sightseeing. They were on the way to the battlefield. It was better to grasp every moment and cultivate. Even the slightest difference in strength could prove fatal in a life-and-death battle. The first to follow Shu Wei's lead was Lin Xiao and He Gao. After them came Lolo and Bai Tianyi, but they needed more time because they had to find the right resource to consume. They were different, after all, and needed to consume spiritual energy since they were spirits. They both found a soul stone in their storage treasures. Soul stones were much like essence stones, but they differentiated in the type of energy stored inside. Soul stones were usually found in graveyards and places with much death. They absorbed the souls of the deceased and converted it into spiritual energy. Anyone who cultivated spiritual energy considered them a treasure, but they were much rarer than essence stones, as essence stones were a product created by nature, but soul stones were a creation of death. They were immensely rare to come across in the mortal world. Everyone looked at Shu Wei, Lin Xiao, Hegao, Lolo, and Bai Tianyi with jealousy. Not only did they have top-ranked essence stones, they even had soul stones. This was quite the shock for them, but after realizing that Lan was such a frightening figure, they quickly accepted that they were not normal and began cultivating on their own. Some of them used resources to increase their cultivation speed. Others just depended entirely on the heaven and earth essence that was present. Looking at how everyone on the backs of the golden-winged eagles began cultivating, the two men who were leading them nodded their heads in approval. They could not relax, as they had to stand vigil. If their enemies ambushed them, someone had to sound the alarm. But they were aware that the battlefield these soldiers were going to was much bloodier than what anyone could prepare them for. The battlefield was not a big, flat plain where the two armies were facing one another, charging against each other and having such battles. The Demon Phoenix continent and the Chang'an continent were close to one another. One only needed to sail for 3 days to reach the Chang'an continent. As such, most of the time, the battles were taking place on the small islands that were between them, on the coastlines of the two continents, and in the airspace above the sea. There were thousands of small skirmishes a day, and many died and were injured every day. These soldiers, although they would be joining the army full of fighting spirit and energy, were unaware of how many of them would be able to return alive when the war finally ended. The war had already been ongoing for so long, and it was likely that although it was in the final stages, it would take years to get the final result. During these years, many geniuses had died, and even more would die. They could not stop this vicious cycle. The king of the Chang'an continent was human. Most of the influential experts on the Chang'an continent were also human, and their greed was what had started this war. All of them had the dream of enslaving the Vermilion Bird clan, and even after so many years, this dream had never died. Chapter 33. Frog in the Well. The group flew for a week straight. During this time, the surroundings changed numerous times, and finally they reached a coastline. They found that the closer they got to the coast, the fewer people they found, and quite a few abandoned villages could also be seen. It was clear that all the civilians had long since retreated from the coastline and the land close to the coast, as these areas were turned into a war zone. Shu Wei put away the top-ranked essence stone and began observing the area. He was trying to familiarize himself with the terrain so that he knew what kind of surroundings he would be fighting in the future. Every member of the army was going to be put into groups, and they would decide the size of the groups by themselves. These groups would then roam the battlefield and fight as they came into contact with enemy groups. This type of warfare originally began when they had sent pirates to each other's shores and seas to fight, but slowly the pirates got replaced by soldiers, and then the war escalated. Shu Wei listened to the Primordial Beast who was leading the golden-winged eagle and got a better understanding of the entire situation. He was quite relieved. Although he did not mind a full-out war where two armies were facing one another, it would be challenging to excel in such a war. It would have been a chaotic battlefield where he could not improve much. But in the current situation, he could grow at an unimaginable speed. It was not only Shu Wei who had packed his resources away. The majority of the experts on the eagles were also sitting with straight and solemn expressions on their faces as they paid great attention to what the beast tamers were telling them. The briefing on the war was immensely valuable, and no one wanted to miss it. They flew above a few groups of people, but because they were so far up in the sky, it was impossible to see whether the people that were on the ground were friends or foes. There were also small skirmishes, but they did not stop to help anyone. They just observed as the people beneath them were being killed. This was the cruelty of war. While some people were important, the common soldier was not. Those who were truly important were not allowed to enter deep into enemy lines or protect the land in small groups. Everyone with a certain status was left in the main camp, and that was where they would do random but dangerous tasks. Initially, the Emperor wanted Shu Wei to maintain such a job as well, but after considering his purpose for joining the war, he could not say anything to stop him. Shu Wei wanted to get stronger and improve his fighting ability alongside igniting his potential. If he stayed within the main camp, he would be wasting time. It took them an extra day to reach the main camp. The main camp was located in a city that had been emptied of civilians. All the houses within the city now gave shelter to the soldiers. As they landed just outside the city, they found a general waiting for them. This was not one of the generals that Shu Wei had worked with previously. This was a genuine king-ranked expert, and he was not to be belittled. Most of the soldiers looked at him with reverence and slight fear. Their goal in life was to become an emperor or a king, but they knew how difficult this task was. They were not even aware of the ranks above the emperor. Only Shu Wei and his friends knew of the vast world beyond their own, and the reason they knew about it was because Shu Wei had been in contact with Hui Yu and Lan. These two experts were on another level than the ones within this world, and Shu Wei understood that he should not clip his own wings. He should not aim for the emperor rank, but aim for the world that was outside, for the many worlds that he could enter when he became a deity. He now understood that there was no strongest rank. One could always grow stronger. It was just the stage that would change. Shu Wei did not look down on the other experts, whose aim was to become a king or emperor-ranked expert, as his goal was similar to theirs, once upon a time. It was just that now he knew that he was a frog in a well. The frog thought that the well was the whole world, until the day where it ventured outside and noticed that there was a whole new world on the other side, and that his entire world was but a fraction of the real one. But although Shu Wei was aware that all these soldiers were like the frog in the well, he was not planning on telling them the truth. They were happy with their goals in life, and while some might become even more driven by hearing the truth about the worlds beyond their own, others would despair. Also, he was not a person who would like to invite trouble. He did not care for people he did not deem as his own, and thus he was not interested in helping them out, especially not since they might become mad and turn on him when the things they believed in were shaken up in front of them. While Shu Wei was looking at them all with narrowed eyes, the two men who had led them to the main army camp saluted the king-ranked general before they and the many golden-winged eagles all flew away in the air. Now the groups of soldiers were on their own, standing in front of the strongest expert they had encountered in their time within the army. Chapter 34. Finding Lan. Shu Wei looked at the general who was also observing everyone who had arrived. When he saw that a group of the soldiers who stood in front of him did not show signs of fear, his lips tucked into a smile. These soldiers were the ones he had been waiting for. The ones who showed fear just because of his strength could still be used, but they would not become the core of their army. Only those who did not show fear in front of an overwhelming foe was worth spending time on and nurturing. Xu Wei was among the people whom the general noticed, and so were his friends, the Qi branch member and his friends, and a few others who were fearless, but even so they were all polite.
"Attention!"
the general called out, and while the majority trembled in fear after hearing his voice, Xu Wei, the Qi branch member, and the others who were not intimidated looked at him with curiosity. What was he going to say?
"Since you have been sent to the main army camp and respectively to me, I expect all of you to be elites. We do not need cowards, nor do we need people who cannot fight. Although you belong to the main army camp, you will spend most of your time roaming the coastlines, either here in the Demon Phoenix continent or behind enemy lines. Here we fight, not only for our own lives, but for our homes and for our people, for our freedom. I need everyone to be aware of the fact that the freedom of our families depends on our actions. Kill all your enemies. If you cannot win, kill as many as you can, and make sure to bring them with you to your death."
Everyone felt a chill running down their spine as they listened to the general, but no one dared to interrupt him.
"I am not going to lie to you. Out of you people, I do not even expect a 10th to survive. When you signed up for the army, you signed your death warrant. But this is not a useless death. This is the sacrifice we pay to save the people of our continent from becoming slaves."
The people who listened were frightened. Although they knew that the mortality rate of the experts in the army was big, they had never thought that it would be this bad. They had never thought that they would become just another number in the statistic. While Xu Wei was listening, he remained calm and casual. He was not afraid of fighting. All he knew was that he had survived multiple life and death situations. He knew that even if he could not defeat his opponent, he should have a chance to flee. As long as he did not encounter a whole army on his own, he had faith in his forbidden rush to escape.
"People change," Xu Wei suddenly muttered. "Endless battles change a person, whether they want to or not."
He knew that the majority of the people who would die in the war were the ones who could not adjust to the slaughter that was required of them. When he had been in the Ascended's realm, he had realized that the experts from the Demon Phoenix continent were pampered. They did not know the seriousness of life and death battles, and only when one had undergone enough of those, they would have faith in being able to stay alive. But this world was cruel. If one was willing to kill, they had to be ready to be killed in return. Even if they did not kill, others might try to kill them due to greed, hate, or jealousy. There were very few innocent people left in the world, and those who were did not get to live to an old age.
"In the army camp, you should have already formed some groups," the general continued to speak. "These groups will be your groups when entering the war zone. You will become brothers who rely on one another to survive. Now you will enter the city, and here you will pick an empty house. This house will work as your base for when you return from the front lines. You can buy things in the main camp, but gold and essence stones have no value here. Everything has to be paid for by merit points or items of equal value. You will be given a bracelet that will register the number of people you kill as merit points, and those points can be, in turn, converted to resources. Now, enter the city, and get ready for the time when you will receive your assigned mission. You will be entering the battlefield either on this side or the other side of the sea."
When he finished speaking, he flew into the air and vanished within the blink of an eye. Xu Wei shrugged his shoulders and gathered his friends. He had to find Lan as soon as possible, find a house, and volunteer to go behind enemy lines. He thought that it would be quite challenging to find Lan, but upon entering the city gates he found the usual figure leaning against the city wall, looking at him with an enigmatic smile, and Xu Wei shook his head. Of course, Lan would find him.
"I found us a home," Lan said. "It is in the upscale area of the city. The previous owners were not happy with vacating it, but after bashing them a little, they gave it up obediently."
Shu Wei could not help but smile when hearing this. An illustrious deity had bashed a few mortals for the sake of having a house. Did he not feel ashamed at all? As if he could hear Shu Wei's thoughts, Lan looked at him and said a sentence with complete arrogance.
"Not at all."
Chapter 35. Even I am scared of my own power. Shu Wei was speechless when he saw how proud Lan was of bullying a few mortals, and he could not help but feel that, although he was a deity, these deities were not as illustrious as he had imagined. But then he was reminded of Lan's behavior ever since he met him for the first time, and he felt much more at peace. Lan had always been a joker, and it was impossible to understand his train of thought. Shaking his head, he quickly became resigned to fate. Lan was simply impossible to predict, and he had managed to get them a good home, so why would he cause trouble? As long as Lan was fine with bullying mortals, Shu Wei had nothing to say. He was, after all, benefiting from it. Many had entered the city just before Shu Wei, and while they had understood their orders of finding a house, they were slightly lost as they saw the massive town which had been remade into an army camp. They did not know where to go, and had gathered inside the city wall, so when they heard Lan's words, many of them looked at Shu Wei with jealousy. However, this was not the first time, nor the last time, that they would be looked at with jealous eyes, so none of them acted on it.
"Lead the way, then," Shu Wei said with a smile on his face. "We've got to see what kind of mansion our good friend has prepared for us."
Lan knew that he was being mocked, but he did not care, and just shrugged his shoulders before he made a dramatic gesture where he spread his arms and said arrogantly, "Follow me, young ones, and I will show you that we can live like kings while being in this army camp." Shu Wei could not help but laugh out loud when he saw the dramatic gestures and heard those exaggerated words. Lan was like a breath of fresh air, and when Shu Wei was around him, he was much like a typical youth. He was carefree and laughed out loud from such antics, and he could not wipe the smile off his face as he shook his head. It was not only Shu Wei who found Lan hilarious. All his friends, and even people who walked past them randomly, could not help but smile when they heard Lan's words. The ones who did not know Lan could not help but laugh out at his naivety. To live like kings in the main military camp was simply an impossible dream. Only the most influential experts of the king and emperor rank had this benefit. All the king and emperor experts within the entire Demon Phoenix continent were renowned figures that everyone knew. This Lan was not known to anyone, so how could he possibly think that he would be treated with the same respect and reverence as the king and emperor-ranked experts? But many were curious as they followed Shu Wei and his group towards the more upper-scale district within the city. To enter this district, one truly needed guts. If someone entered and caused problems for the residents, not even their ancestors would be able to save them. But even so, Shu Wei, Lan, Lin Xiao, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and Lolo all just casually continued forward while chatting amongst themselves. There was no tension in their eyes, no signs of being uncomfortable. What shocked the people even more was that when the other residents of the district saw Lan, they did not instantly come to chase them out. Instead, they took a detour. Could it be that this blue-haired fellow was indeed a hidden expert with a strength that demanded such respect? Those who had been mocking them earlier suddenly felt their faces burn as if they had been given a slap. While Lan had not said anything to all the people who had mocked him, he had taken actions to prove his words. The group walked to the top of a small hill. The mansion on top of the hill overlooked the entire city. Clearly, this was amongst the very best mansions in the whole town. Xu Wei had to admit that when Lan made a move, it was flawless and fabulous. It truly left everyone stunned and speechless.
"How is it?"
Lan asked, his appearance somehow resembling a person who was begging for praise, and Xu Wei could not help but chuckle. "You worked hard," he said with a smile. He was very pleased with this house.
"Yes, I actually worked quite hard," Lan suddenly said. "It was damn difficult controlling my power. I was so afraid that I would just shatter their skulls if I used just a tiny bit of my energy. Even my physical body is much stronger than theirs. Even though I only touched them, they ended up severely injured. Sometimes even I am scared of my own strength."
Hearing Lan's words made Xu Wei unsure if he should laugh or cry. Even he was afraid of his own power? Well, it made sense that he would be slightly scared of it, because if he lost control, even this world alone would not be enough to withstand his anger. If he wished for it, he could destroy the world in a single thought. Such strength had transcended common knowledge. No matter how much Xu Wei tried to understand, it was impossible to know precisely how strong Lan actually was. Like this, they settled in the house. They were not in a hurry to leave it, as Lan had been here for a couple of days already, and was able to introduce the situation to them. It was much better than going out and finding out on their own. Chapter 36. Bracelet.
The majority of shops within this city had been closed down, but there were two places of interest. One is what used to be the Golden Chambers auction house. The other is a marketplace. In the building that used to belong to the Golden Chambers, you can go and exchange your merit points for resources. It is run by the Vermilion Bird Clan and the Demon Phoenix continent. The marketplace is a bit different. It is run by soldiers, and here you can sell and trade the loot you get from killing enemies. Either you sell it for merit points, or you trade it for items of equal value. The marketplace is doing much better than the Golden Chambers, but that is because every person has a lot of items, but they are given a limited amount of merit points in return.
Xu Wei nodded his head. This was a military camp. Restaurants and so on did not belong here, but they had already reached a rank where they did not need to eat, so that was not a loss.
"We need to go to the Golden Chambers office and get a merit bracelet," Lan said casually. "Without one of those, we will not be able to gather merit points."
Xu Wei looked at Lan and saw his eyes shining with greed. He suddenly became worried. Would Lan exterminate the other continent just for the sake of getting merit points, so that he could bankrupt the Demon Phoenix continent? He wouldn't, right? Lan looked at Xu Wei and saw his uncertainty. He instantly understood his thoughts and said,
"I am not going to do anything stupid," he said. "I promised to protect the land, so I am not going to destroy a lot of innocent people. And I need the chaotic war zone to obscure my aura so that Uncle Yu can't find me."
Xu Wei looked at Lan, and then he sighed. "Why are you hiding from Hui Yu? If you tell him honestly, I am sure he will respect your choices." Lan was silent as he looked into the empty air.
"I know," he said with a sigh. "But I feel guilty," he continued. "I feel guilty about not seeing my family and friends for so many years. I ran away the moment I became an overlord, and I have been gone for so many years. Although life is unending at our rank, it is still hard to be away for so many years."
Xu Wei understood.
Is there any way to contact them without leaving this world?
Lan paused for a moment and frowned.
Such treasures should exist,
he said with a nod of his head.
But I do not have one.
Shu Wei contemplated for some time.
You do not have one, but perhaps Hui Yu does? And if he does not, he is free to leave the world and try to get his hands on one. With your relationship, I am sure he will try his best to find something. That way you can contact your family while you are staying here, until you can achieve your goals.
Lan had never really considered that before. Since he was a child, he depended on himself. He had never asked for something before. At most, he had robbed his father's treasury before he left. Shu Wei could see that Lan was truly considering the option that he had suggested, and he smiled. He quite liked Hui Yu, and he also liked Lan. It would be for the best if the two of them could reunite, and Lan could get in touch with his family. After spending some time lost in thought, Lan seemed to have come to a resolution, but he did not tell them what he decided upon. He then proceeded to take Shu Wei and the others with him towards the Golden Chambers building, so that they could sign up for the missions and get their hands on the bracelets. When they arrived at the building, they found that many of the experts who had shown up today alongside Shu Wei had gathered to pick up a mission and get a bracelet. Around 70% of the new soldiers picked the task of defending the Demon Phoenix continent's borders. Most of the people who went towards the Xiang continent were all experienced on the battlefield. If one decided to travel to the Xiang continent first, it was close to suicide. But even so, around 30% still wanted to go behind the enemy lines in an attempt to get more merit points. Some were greedy, but others had complete faith in their own ability. Shu Wei and his friends also applied for going behind enemy lines. They wanted to challenge themselves, so they would naturally go for the most challenging task at hand. When they signed up, they were each given a black bracelet. It was made from an unknown gem-like material and shone like obsidian. There was no way to see how many merit points one had without entering this Golden Chambers building. The bracelet was attached to them through blood, and in the moment they died, their merit points would be wiped clean. This was to ensure that people would not turn against their own comrades to steal their merit points. One would also gain additional merit points if they saved a comrade in arms. Shu Wei and the others got a brief introduction to the bracelets, and soon they had understood it well. Although they found it quite simple to use, they realized that it must have required a lot of effort to create. For it to be able to distinguish between friend and foe was not easy for a treasure. Chapter 37. Setting Sail. After having accepted their mission and gotten the bracelets, Shu Wei and his friends all returned to the courtyard. There was no time limit before they had to leave the military camp. Everyone who joined the army were volunteers, so they were not going to stay in the military camp in order to hide from the ongoing war. Everyone who was a soldier of the Demon Phoenix continent could enter the military camp whenever they felt like it, and stay as long as they needed to recuperate their minds and bodies. Even though they could stay as long as they wanted, Shu Wei was not willing to wait too long in the military camp. He had come here for a purpose, not to relax. After spending a week in the military camp, they had gotten all the news and information about the Xiang continent's current state. They had gone as far as the Demon Phoenix continent with their invasion, and had gathered all their experts. They should expect to face off against the enemy on the sea, and if they survived the dangerous trip, they would be faced with a whole army on the other side of the sea. The Xiang continent was using a few primordial beasts, but the majority of the army consisted of humans, which seemed a bit odd, considering that they knew that they were up against sovereign beasts, so using primordial beasts seemed useless. Xu Wei and his friends had spent a week gathering information and were completely prepared for facing off against the other army. Many of the experts who had arrived with them had already left, but Xu Wei wanted as much information as he possibly could get before they set out. While he was eager to fight, and although he wanted them to fight against overwhelming odds, he was not willing to risk their lives. It would naturally be for the better if they could be prepared beforehand. Xu Wei and his friends set off on the 8th day after arriving at the military camp. The city that had been turned into the main military camp was a harbor city, so they went to the docks and launched their ship into the water before climbing aboard it. This ship was different from the other ships. It was grand and had formations and inscriptions all over it. It was the same ship that Xu Wei had gotten in the Thunder Twilight Zone, and he could guess that it was the property of a noble person who had lost his life on the island. The ship was perfect for the war zone, as it had offensive inscriptions that could blast another ship to smithereens, if the right amount of energy was poured into it. It also had formations that would block the attacks of even Saint experts, and the ship itself was much faster than any other ship. It was the perfect vessel to use for traveling towards the Chang'an continent. When the other experts at the harbor saw the ship, their eyes glistened with excitement. It was a long time since they last saw such an exquisite ship in their port, and knowing that it belonged to some of their soldiers, they understood that they could not be a common group of experts. Everyone was born with some sort of curiosity, and when they saw this ship, many gathered at the docks to see who the experts that could command this ship were. When they saw that it was but a group of newly arrived recruits, many frowned. But the more influential experts were all acting respectful, as they recognized Lan at a glance. When Lan had first arrived at the military base, many had looked down upon him. But after deciding upon which house he wanted, and beating up the current occupants of the house, no one dared to belittle him again. The way he beat those experts was still clear in the mind of the higher-ranked soldiers, and most of them dared not say that they could survive the beating. Xu Wei completely ignored the people who were observing them as he boarded the ship alongside his friends. These ships were handy because they did not require sailors. All he needed was to add a few thousand high-grade essence stones, and the ship would be able to keep itself afloat and sail for a long time. As they boarded the ship, many were eager to ask for a lift. Although a lot of them had taken the task of working behind enemy lines, it was not so easy to get there, since good ships were quite rare in the Demon Phoenix continent. While the army did prepare some ships, they only sent 2 ships every week, and these 2 ships were already full to the brim with experts. Sometimes they even had to wait for the next boat to depart, as there was not enough space on the first. So many tried to hitch a ride when an expert with a ship appeared. But although they wanted to ask for a lift, no one actually dared to step forward. The higher-ranked soldiers were all too alert because of Lan, and the few remaining new soldiers all knew of Xu Wei and his actions of crippling the fire horse, so they felt fear from the bottom of their hearts when they saw him. As a result, Xu Wei and his friends departed the military camp in their ship, setting sail towards the Chang'an continent. Their destination was only a few days of travel away, but even so, none of them relaxed. They had heard about the war on the sea, and knew that they had to be very lucky to avoid the enemy. In a way, they did not want to avoid the enemy either. They could easily outrun any other ship on the sea, but because of their purpose here, they would not do so. Chapter 38. Arrival at the Chang'an continent. As they were on the sea, Xu Wei went to Lin Xiao.
The Luans have been in the beast tag ever since we entered the army camp. Now that we are out, we might as well let them out to get some fresh air.
The beast tag was a treasure they had gotten in the Thunder Twilight Zone, and it had the ability to carry beasts within. Up until now, they had housed the crocodile that belonged to the evil spirit and the bat Shufu inside. During the time spent in the Ascendant's realm, and after they just got out, they had given many resources to the Luan birds, and they had grown by leaps and bounds. However, there was a limit to how much could be achieved from external factors. After some time, they had fallen into a coma to digest the energy from all the resources they had been given. At that point in time, Xu Wei and the others had tossed them into the beast tag. Lin Xiao had told him later that they had woken up again, but although they were awake, they were not entirely done digesting all the energy. However, since they were going to battle, the fighting would, without a doubt, increase their ability, and at the same time allow them to digest the energy faster. Lin Xiao also thought that it was an excellent idea to let the Luan birds out, so he picked up the beast tag and released them. Instantly, chirping sounds were heard all over the ship as a large group of birds appeared. 2 of them sat on the mast, while the others sat on the railing. The mood on board the ship was good. Everyone was happy and excited when they thought about what they were about to encounter. They were also all feeling a bit of anticipation as they waited to run into another ship, but there were none present so far. Even after sailing for a full day, they did not encounter any ships. Looking at one another, they saw the helplessness in their eyes.
"Do you think we have sailed the wrong direction?"
He Gao suddenly asked, and Xu Wei looked at Lan. It was Lan who had given them the coordinates that they had plotted into the ship for their destination.
"Don't worry," Lan said. "This is the right direction. It is just that we have been avoiding the other ships, and we should hopefully continue doing so."
"Oh? Why is that?" Lolo asked curiously.
"Think about it. Although we want to face off against a group of experts, a whole ship full of them might be more than we can handle," Lan said. "At least more than you guys can handle."
Xu Wei thought about it and found that what Lan said made sense. The ships sailed at specific dates, only being limited by the number of spots that were available. Hence, the ships were always full to the brim. Xu Wei had to admit that Lan had a good point. Even if they wanted to be able to handle a full ship later, now was not the time to take such a significant risk.
"Then let us hurry to the Xi'an continent so that we can engage in battle with someone."
Lan nodded his head.
"I have set the coordinates to land us in a deserted area, but not too far away from another military camp. I think your first goal should be to exterminate that military camp."
Xu Wei's lips twitched. Exterminate a military camp? Lan made it sound so easy. But the truth was that an army camp, even a small one, had thousands of soldiers. If they wanted to exterminate it, they would need to really work hard. But at the same time, he could not help but smile. This was a good challenge. If they could somehow wash it in blood, then it would be quite a success. Xu Wei smiled wryly. He was tempted by Lan's words and knew that, while it was a rather lucrative suggestion, that, if successful, would make them end up with lots of merit points and battle experience, there was also a high risk involved with this. Lan knew what Xu Wei was thinking, and he did not pressure him to make a decision. The coordinates had already been plotted into the ship, so no matter whether or not he wanted to fight against that military base, they still had to arrive there first. The rest of the time on the sea was calm and relaxed. They kept a lookout for other ships, not for the sake of fighting the other continent's soldiers, but for the purpose of arriving safely to their destination. The Luan birds continued to observe the surrounding area. Sometimes they would fly out for a bit of a distance before they returned to the ship. A few days later, they finally saw land in front of them. The landscape was not that different from the Demon Phoenix continent. It looked very similar, but that was only the land. What they saw in front of them was a vast plain. The lush green grass stretched as far as the eye could see, and no living creature could be seen. Where the plain and the sea met each other was a sandy beach. It was simply too idyllic and beautiful. Unfortunately, as the waters got shallow, the ship could not advance further, so Shu Wei and the others flew into the air, stored the ship, and flew towards the land in front of them. Although it was immensely beautiful, none of them were carefree. All of them were alert and observed their surroundings with vigilance in their eyes. As they landed on the plain, they started looking around. There was no place to hide, no place to relax, but there was also no place from which others could ambush them. Chapter 39. The Forest. Shu Wei looked in all directions, but no matter where he looked, all he could see was a grassy plain that stretched for as far as the eye could see. No matter what direction they looked in, they could only see the lush grass. There were no forests, mountains, or anything else in their sight. Only if they turned around would they see the sea. Everything else was a green haven. Shu Wei looked around and felt a little confused. Had Lan not said that they were close to a military camp? It seemed as if they were far away from everything here, and he turned to look at Lan, who smiled happily.
"If we travel for a week, we will reach the military camp," he said. Shu Wei was at first annoyed when he thought about how they had to travel for so long before they would encounter anyone, but he soon understood why. They were new to the Chang'an continent. Although they were good at fighting, they had to get used to the new continent, and if they were too close to the camp, then they would easily be targeted without any time to adjust. Now they could easily adjust to the surrounding environment while moving towards the military camp, and on the way, they might encounter some soldiers they could battle it out with. Lan had taken everything into account, and Shu Wei had no reason to scold him, so he nodded his head instead. The group began moving towards the direction that Lan had pointed out, and while they were not slow, they did not rush either. They kept their vigilance. The grass reached up to their knees, so it was not only humans they were on alert for, but also animals such as snakes. If they got poisoned by a snake, depending on the strength of the poison, they might not be able to survive it. The Luan birds were flying in the air, working as scouts. While their intelligence was still low compared to most beasts, they were not to be underestimated. From time to time, they would sweep down into the grass, and when they flew back up, snakes and rodents could be seen caught in their talons. The unfortunate beasts that were caught by the Luan birds had no chance of survival, as they were gobbled down swiftly. While their size was quite small, these cute birds managed to consume much more than their own weight worth in food. It was as if their stomach was a big black hole. It was never full, no matter how many rodents and snakes that the birds caught and stuffed into their mouths. The birds did not actually need to eat. They were so highly ranked that they were able to sustain their bodies only with the heaven and earth essence around them. However, they soon found the joy and thrill in hunting down these mortal and ferocious beasts and consuming them. Their taste was also not bad. The sight of the Luan birds frolicking in the air and hunting down beasts was enough to make them smile and be happy. Although they were in enemy territory, much of their hesitation had been removed by observing the birds' actions. Like this, the group continued onward. They traveled for 2 days without a break before they saw a forest appearing on the horizon. Although it was far away, it was the first change in the environment since they had arrived, and they could not help but be excited. But although they were excited, they also knew that they could not just rush towards it. They had to be alert. Although the plain they had been walking on was straightforward, it was impossible to be ambushed, hence their vigilance was slightly lowered. However, a forest was perfect for hit-and-run battles.
It was ideal for hiding and attacking when no one was prepared, and they could not forget that they were getting closer and closer to the military camp that was their goal. Although they had not encountered any enemy soldiers so far, it was merely a question about time. The closer they got to the military camp, the more likely they were to meet soldiers. But Shu Wei was puzzled as to why they had not met any so far. Looking at Lan, he contemplated asking him why, but knowing Lan's personality, he was not likely to tell him the truth. As such, he decided not to ask, and continued forward. Soon they reached the forest. It was a big forest, and looking into it, they saw that the thicket was so dense that no sun reached the forest floor. The entire forest was shrouded in darkness, and seemed extremely looming and dangerous. Shu Wei frowned. He had a feeling that this forest was not as simple as it looked like, but he did not understand where this feeling came from. It was as if there was something dangerous within, a threat that made him feel a chill going through his heart as he looked at the forest. It was not only him who felt like this. Everyone was frowning as they looked at the forest. It was too silent and eerie. Shu Wei was not willing to enter, so he went to Lin Xiao and made him summon the Scarlet Bee Queen from the beast tag. She then summoned around 100 of her normal scarlet bees, and they were sent scouting into the forest, one after another, in different directions. Shu Wei had thousands of such normal scarlet bees, so using them to scout was not a problem. At the same time, every single bee had a connection with the Scarlet Bee Queen, who was a primordial beast, and she could see whatever they saw. As such, she could tell them what was happening inside the forest. Chapter 40. Challenges. These scarlet bees ventured into the forest in different directions. The silence of the forest was overwhelming. The darkness swallowed up the scarlet bees as soon as they entered. Shu Wei and the others waited for around 5 minutes before the Scarlet Bee Queen began frowning.
"I am losing contact with them, one after another," she said with a trembling voice.
Although she had numerous bees in her beehive within the beast tag, the truth was that each and every one of them had hatched from her eggs. Losing contact with them would only happen if they had died. But before their death, the only thing she had seen was a silent and empty forest. There were no signs of hostile creatures, no sounds, and no smells. Everything was eerily quiet. The Scarlet Bee Queen informed Shu Wei of what she had encountered, but her heart was trembling. What if he made her send another batch of her children to their death? But Shu Wei did not order her to call out another batch of scarlet bees. Although he did not care much for them, the fact that all of them had died so inexplicably showed that even if he sent more inside, their death would be guaranteed. He would rather keep the bees for when a battle was needed, or to create scarlet honey since it was a very rare and essential resource for him. The Scarlet Bee Queen heaved a heavy sigh of relief when she saw Shu Wei in deep contemplation. It was not only Shu Wei who was thinking about what happened, but also the others. The only one who was casual and carefree was Lan. He was standing against a tree, leaning with his back against the trunk, and smiled leisurely at the thinking group. The group, who was deep in thought, understood certain things. Lan had led them here intentionally, but as to why, they did not know. He had made them encounter this forest with a purpose, but asking him would be useless. Since they were here, there was only one reason. Lan wanted them to suffer, but knowing him, he would not kill them. If he wanted them to die, there was no reason for him to play with them like this. He could just think about it, and their lives would be forfeited. Reaching this conclusion, Shu Wei and the others were still alert and vigilant, but they also knew that they had a chance of survival if they entered the forest. Since it was not certain death, they could not back down. If they turned back, the entire purpose of the trip would be lost, and they would have wasted a long time and much preparation, not to mention the mental blow it would bring to them. So far, they had never backed down, no matter what they had been facing. If they suddenly gave up now, it would be easy to give up again and again in the future. In the end, they would become cowardly, and the bold advance they have had so far would be in danger. Since this was their mentality, they could only advance. Shu Wei's eyes were full of determination, and as he looked in the others' eyes, he found the same emotions in them. None of them was willing to back down, even if it meant death. They had long since accepted their lot in life. They had taken numerous lives, and their hands were full of blood, so if they died one day, that was also acceptable. On the road to the apex, they had to encounter many situations that were seen as certain death, but they had their own luck to rely on in order to overcome it. When all of them saw the determination in the others' eyes, they smiled, and a frivolous and light mood spread in the middle of the silent and eerie forest. Lan had a twinkle in his eyes. This was his first test for them, or, more precisely, the first test for Shu Wei. Was he going to back down in the face of something that might threaten them with their lives, or would he rise to the challenge? He was not disappointed with what he saw when looking at Shu Wei. Not even once had he seen an ounce of fear in Shu Wei's eyes. He had been contemplating it, wondering what would be the best for them, but he had never considered backing down. Shu Wei smiled and felt as if a big load had been lifted from his shoulders. Now that he saw that all of them wanted the same, he felt relieved. He did not want to pressure anyone into following him, but he had made his decision long ago, and it could not be changed. Seeing that all of them wanted to follow him out of their own free will, and when he noticed the trust in their eyes, he felt relieved. These people were indeed the ones who were the closest to him. Lan waited for all of them to enter the forest before he slowly followed suit. He knew that Shu Wei would not ask for his help, but even if he did, he would not help him. This was a challenge that Shu Wei had to pass on his own. Shu Wei was unaware that Lan was planning various challenges to test him. If he knew, he would become quite grumpy, but for now he could only advance and hope that both he and all his friends would survive it. They had come into the outskirts of the forest, but so far nothing could be seen. It was as eerie and silent as it looked. No traces of anything living could be found. The Luan birds were sent back in the beast tag, so was the Scarlet Bee Queen, and only Shu Wei and his friends were walking through the forest. Chapter 41. Monarch Piranha Flower. The silence of the forest was so eerie that no one knew what to do. There were no living creatures in the forest, only the plants seemed to be growing well. But amongst these plants, there were no herbs or flowers other than the big trees. Shu Wei frowned. The silence was interrupted by a rustle that reminded him of the leaves fluttering in the wind. The only strange thing was that there was no breeze blowing. The sound made Shu Wei and his friends go on high alert. The only one who was still casual was Lan, who was looking at them with amusement in his eyes. Shu Wei had an urge to curse Lan and the last 8 of his generations, as he felt that he had some serious bad luck to have ended up becoming his target. His friends were also feeling slightly helpless. They all knew that Lan had targeted Shu Wei and had some strange plans for him, but no one knew exactly what these plans contained. At least they knew that Lan had no hostility towards Shu Wei, but most of the time they could not understand what Lan was thinking or what he had planned. "I think we might be in trouble," Bai Tianyi suddenly whispered, and the others glanced at him, urging him to continue.
I think I know what this is. I believe this is a very rare plant spirit known as the monarch piranha flower. It lives in the forest's depths, and it will slowly grow, consuming every living thing within the forest except for the trees. It consumes plants, the beasts, and everything else that might venture into the forest. It has a conscience, and it is quite intelligent. Sometimes, when they are old enough, they can take on human shape, but that would mean that they have lived here since ancient times. We need to be careful. If the plant has truly taken human shape, then we will be unable to fight back. But if it is not, then we still have a chance. Xu Wei's expression turned dignified, his eyes flashing with ruthlessness.
We can only continue forward, he said after contemplating for some time. Let us be extra alert and keep observing our surroundings. When the flower launches an attack, keep your guard up and attack with all you got.
The others nodded their heads. Their energy was coursing through their meridians while they were looking around and slowly advancing. As they moved forward, they came to the depths of the forest. There was no light, no movements, only the occasional rustle. As they reached the middle of the forest, they were suddenly blocked by a massive wall of thorny rose vines. No doubt about it, this is a monarch piranha flower, Bai Tianyi whispered, causing the others to be on high alert.
The flower has noticed us long ago, He Gao suddenly said. The whistling sound has followed us for a long time. It is clear that it has been waiting for us to reach the main body. It is not willing to even move for the meal.
Xu Wei looked at Lin Xiao.
Call out the Luan birds, he said,
and while Lin Xiao was puzzled, he did as he was told. The Luan birds flew above the heads of their owners, looking at the dense thicket of thorny vines in front of them. Usually these birds would chirp and fly about with happiness, but now there was an unprecedented seriousness in their eyes as they landed on the shoulders of their owners. Xu Wei lifted his hand, and an intense flame appeared on his hand. This was no ordinary flame, but because of the many resources that Xu Wei had fed it in the Ascended's realm, and because of the vermilion bird flame, it had risen its rank to that of a divine flame. Feeling the heat from the flame, the vines trembled slightly, but they were not retreating. The stubbornness of the monarch piranha flower was beyond Xu Wei's expectations, but it was even weirder that it had not attempted to attack them yet, as if it was just a protective layer that protected the main body. Xu Wei felt that something was wrong, but he could not put his finger on what it was. He waved his hand, and a few fireballs flew towards the thorny wall, exploding upon contact and destroying a few vines. He frowned. These vines were much more robust than he had expected. To be able to withstand his divine flame like this was no easy feat. So he made another fireball, this time much bigger than before, and threw it at the dense thicket. This time a big dent could be seen in the wall of the thorny vines. But not long after, these vines began moving and growing back, as if they had never been injured before. Xu Wei felt increasingly uncomfortable. He was attacking what was known to be the most ruthless and intelligent flower spirit in the world, but it did not return any of their attacks.
I believe something serious is happening inside, Xu Wei said with a frown on his face. We need to destroy this wall.
The Luan birds understood his words and flew into the air, where they began throwing one flame after another at the wall of thorny vines, and the others quickly followed suit. Bai Tianyi was using his soul swords to chop down vine after vine. Lolo was freezing them and shattering them into pieces, while He Gao was having fun with some bombs he had crafted. Soon the group had cut their way through the wall that had been blocking their advance, and what they saw on the other side caused them to gasp in shock. Chapter 42. Lan's Thoughts. Right in front of the group of cultivators, a clearing in the forest appeared. All trees had been uprooted and thrown down in a stack at the side, while a single stalk of a flower occupied the middle. This stalk looked like a regular red rose, so red that it seemed to resemble blood. Because of the many uprooted trees, some sunshine shone down on the single bloody rose, and the wind carried some fresh air, which made it flutter in the breeze. This single rose seemed so unremarkable. It seemed very out of place and so strange, but none of them dared let their guards down. The atmosphere was so oppressive that one could cut it with a knife. The bloody flower was nothing simple at all. This rose, which was swaying in the wind, was the main body of the monarch piranha flower. It was hard to believe that this vast forest, which was full of nothing but trees, was the territory of such a single stalk of flower. The big wall of creeping plants they had fought to get through had vines that were thicker and larger than their thighs, but even so, this main body of the monarch piranha flower was so thin that it looked as if any force could crush it. It was adept at masking its ruthlessness. The group took a deep breath, but they did not rush to advance towards the flower. Although it looked harmless, the complete lack of life in the forest proved that this was a real horror for anyone who entered. But Shu Wei and the others felt odd. The moment the scarlet bees had entered the forest, they had fallen prey to the monarch piranha flower. Yet they had gotten this far, and were now able to see the main body of the plant. Everyone knew that the main body of the plant was the most vulnerable part. It was capable of always creating new vines endlessly, so if it lost a vine or two, it really would not matter. The main body was different. If anything happened to the main body, the vitality of the monarch piranha flower would be seriously injured. So why had the flower allowed them to get so close? It was quite an intriguing question, but it was also what made them even more alert. The only one who was casual about it all was Lan. He stood behind the others. His arms were crossed over his chest, and a sliver of a smile adorned his lips. His eyes were staring right at Shu Wei, interest brewing deep within his pupils. Even so, he said nothing, and just observed. This was a test he had made for Shu Wei. If he could not even overcome this, then what was going to happen later would without a doubt leave him dead. As such, Lan had no other option than to train him, and he had been training him ever since he first sent him away from the Chang'an continent. He was the one who intentionally created a space storm in the dimensional tunnel, which directed them to Yandalu instead of the Demon Phoenix continent. Lolo was his first test, and he had passed it with flying colors. Secondly, he had wanted to see if he could cross the Sea of the Enchanted on his own, and once again, everything had been done well, with him even becoming a friend of Tao Wu. Then he had been sent to the Ascended's realm, where he had also done an excellent job. But it seemed that the challenges that he faced were simply too light for him. Ever since he had left the Chang'an continent, he had never really faced any life-threatening difficulties, or any moment where he had to erupt with all he had to stay alive. Now, it was time to see what he would do when his life was on the line. Therefore, Lan had sent them to this forest. Of course, he was not going to really let them die. Shu Wei still had a crucial task to fulfill in Lan's eyes before he would be allowed to die. But he would also not move on the monarch piranha flower unless Shu Wei was only a sliver away from death.
Shu Wei, Lin Xiao, Lolo, He Gao, Bai Tianyi, and the many beasts within the beast tag were all unaware of Lan's thoughts. If they knew them, they would perhaps no longer trust him as much as they did before. Lan had a purpose in training Shu Wei. He was the key to solving the only regret he had in life, and he was not befriending him without wanting something in return. That was why the smile on his face turned increasingly radiant as he thought about how his plans would be brought to fruition soon. At the same time, Shu Wei observed his surroundings. Everything was quiet as before, and the flower just casually swayed in the wind. The monarch piranha flower was a type of plant spirit. It was a plant that had grown intelligence and a soul, so even though it looked like a stalk of a rose, it was not to be looked down upon. It had to have something planned to be swaying so casually in the air, but it seemed to have no intention of acting, and Shu Wei could not help but frown.
"Little Rainbow, go and see if you can burn it down," Shu Wei said to his Luan bird.
His naming ability was rather bad, considering that the bird was indeed rainbow-colored, and he named it Little Rainbow. He Gao was even worse. His was named Little Blue, and only Lolo had found an original name for her bird, calling it Soaring Cloud.
Chapter 43. Seed. Little Rainbow chirped as it looked at the flower in front of it. Although it was merely a beast, and even though its intelligence was still not as high as that of a human, it was still on high alert. It could feel danger from this flower, and it flew high up in the sky before a blue flame wrapped in lightning descended from its beak, heading straight for the flower. Just as the thunder flame was about to land on the flower, a twitch ran through the herb, and a vine shot up from the ground around it, blocking the flame, but also getting destroyed in the process. Shu Wei looked at this with a solemn expression on his face. He had not expected that the thunder flame would do any real damage to the monarch piranha flower, but he had hoped that it would at least hit the original body. He knew that while Little Rainbow was still immature, it held an explosive power within, which could not be belittled. But this flame, which was actually very strong, could only destroy the vine. The monarch piranha flower was stronger than he had thought.
"All of you use flames and attack at once." Shu Wei knew that they had to take the upper hand, so he called out, and all the Luan birds flew into the air and bombarded the flower with flames imbued with thunder. They had all been nurtured by the thunder element when they were in their eggs, so they were extremely proficient in using the thunder flame to attack. At the same time, Shu Wei was using his divine flame, the vermilion bird flame, to destroy vine after vine. Even He Gao was constantly throwing spiritual energy bombs at it, leaving craters all over the ground. But while they were neutralizing one vine after another, destroying thousands of them in a short period, the monarch piranha flower continued to sprout the vines, and even made a shield around its main body with vines that were as thick as a log. Lolo and Bai Tianyi looked at one another. They saw the seriousness in each other's eyes and suddenly nodded their heads. They were spirits, and there were many secrets to spirits that only they knew about. Currently, the monarch piranha flower was solely defending, but they knew that when it began attacking, then they would be in a tight spot, and thus they decided to use a trump card that only spirits possessed. This trump card could not be possessed by a plant spirit, as its nature was too different. But it was precisely because of this that they decided to use it. Soul Fire. The Soul Fire was a flame that was alternating between blue and white. It released strong undulations, not of heat, but of coldness instead. This was known as a flame, but it was not really a flame. It ignited their soul power and created a spiritual flame out of it.
Still, soul power was the foundation of their cultivation base, so it was not something any spirit would do unless absolutely necessary.
"The monarch piranha flower is evolving!" Bai Tianyi suddenly yelled. "It has lured us here to be the food for its evolution. It will not kill us before the evolution is a success, and when it is, it will consume all our essence blood to stabilize its foundation."
"The sword spirit is not useless," Lan muttered to himself when he heard that Bai Tianyi knew precisely what was going on. He was also quite satisfied to see that they had used the soul fire, as it could help Shu Wei. Shu Wei was at the forefront of the battle. He was the one who had pushed the furthest into the vines that were appearing like raindrops on a stormy night. He had wounds all over his body, as the thorns on the vines had pricked his skin and shredded his clothes. Blood was flowing in a steady stream down his body, but his eyes were full of determination. He had to kill this monarch piranha flower before its evolution was complete. Shu Wei released his elemental abilities. The wood element shrouded his body as he got ready to face off against the main body. Life-scale shield. Green light slowly gathered around his body, and he found that the wounds were slowly healing. The monarch piranha flower was not venomous, so while the wounds were slightly deep due to the thorn's size, there was no real harm done. Shu Wei finally reached the body of the monarch piranha flower, and his friends were just behind him. The flower swayed in the wind, and it seemed that the vines attacked them with renewed ferocity. Shu Wei was not one to be stopped, though, and while he had not changed his body shape to a dragon or bird, but remained in his human shape, he still felt that this constant battle of attrition against the monarch piranha flower's unending vines was the hardest battle he had fought in a long time. But it was also exciting, feeling how he was fighting for his life again, feeling that he could not avoid it. He bravely pushed forward, gathering more wounds that marred his skin, but also holding a maddened smile on his face. The monarch piranha flower started trembling slightly, and after a bit of time, it curled up in a ball. Green and red light began shining from the body of the flower, and a small seed appeared. Shu Wei was stunned. What was this? Did the seed have any special meaning for the evolution? Just as he was about to chop down the flower, the seed shot into his heart with a speed so fast that he could not react to it, and it was not before he felt the seed take root in his heart that he noticed what had happened. Right after, the world turned black. Chapter 44. Inner Battle. As the others saw Shu Wei collapsing, they all felt their hearts stop beating for a second, and they rushed to his side. The monarch piranha flower withered at a rate visible to the naked eye. All the vines also collapsed in mere moments. It was clear that Shu Wei had killed the monarch piranha flower, but what happened? Why had he collapsed in front of them? Lan's eyes flashed with surprise, but then a smile adorned his lips. He had no intention of interfering with what was happening. He Gao and Lin Xiao moved his body to a shaded area where they tried to investigate him, but no matter how much they searched, they only found the wounds caused by the vines which had shredded his clothes, leaving numerous wounds and gashes on his body. Because the seed that had entered his heart was small, the entry point at the front of his chest was small and looked shallow. When looking at all the wounds on his body, it did not seem as if it was special. An oppressive atmosphere shrouded them all. They were gathered around Shu Wei, ready to protect him if anyone came. Still, they also knew that they were generally safe in the forest, as every living creature had already been dealt with by the monarch piranha flower. While his body was limp and his mind was black, a battle was ongoing in his body. The seed which had entered his heart had managed to grow roots that dug into the tissue itself. From then on, it would be impossible to remove it without digging out his own heart. The elements of wood and fire were fighting against the monarch piranha flower's spirit inside his body. Although he had more elemental affinities, the wood and fire were the only ones who could subdue the monarch piranha flower's spirit. It was all done unconsciously. Shu Wei noticed nothing, but the flower was trying its best to take over his body. The monarch piranha flower spirit was not so strong that it could form a human body on its own, but it was capable of occupying someone else's body. It was just that every living human being who came into the forest was killed, and it was not before it went through its evolution phase that it could take over someone else's body. This was also why it had led them to its side while observing them. Throughout the entire process, it had checked who the leader was and who had the most beneficial body. Realizing that this Shu Wei was a sovereign beast, it was clear that he was the most beneficial target for it to take over, and it conjured all its spirit and energy into a seed that had entered his heart. The battle caused ripples of energy to appear around Shu Wei's body. There were 3 colors to the energy. One was fiery red, another was emerald green, and the final was completely black. 2 of these colors represented his elemental affinities, and the black was from the monarch piranha flower's spirit. At first, when Shu Wei passed out, there were no problems, but the longer the time he was out cold, the energy ripples became more and more powerful, and eventually none of his friends could stand by his side without getting injured. He was unconscious for a full day and night before the powerful ripples of energy finally began subsiding. The black color was almost completely overwhelmed by the red and green, and after it disappeared, Shu Wei finally began moving slightly. His fingers twitched, his eyelashes fluttered, and slowly his eyelids lifted, and his eyes, full of confusion, could be seen. Shu Wei felt puzzled. The last thing he remembered was fighting against the monarch piranha flower, but then everything went black. Now he could feel some changes to his body, and he felt drained, as if he had been in a long fight. Looking around, he also saw scorch scars and other weird marks marring the ground around him. Clearly, something had happened. Shu Wei slowly rose from the ground, sat down with his legs crossed, and began observing the inside of his body. All the wood and fire elemental chi in his body was nearly exhausted, and he found a weird black energy roaming through his meridians. As he followed this black energy, he found that it originated from his heart, where he found a seed attached to the flesh, with roots growing from the seed like blood veins, and he knew that he could not remove it. Frowning, he felt that the energy within this seed was familiar. It reminded him of the monarch piranha flower.
"Don't worry," Lan suddenly spoke up for the first time since he had fallen unconscious. "It won't kill you as such. This is the seed of life, the ultimate ability of the monarch piranha flower. It has planted itself in your heart, and it will continue to fight you until it can take over your body. Right now, you can dominate it because of your wood and fire energy, but if it gets stronger than you, then you can only say goodbye to your body. There are not only downsides to it, though. You will also be half a monarch piranha flower now," Lan said with an enigmatic smile on his face. "You can now create vines as you please." Shu Wei looked at Lan, and he had a feeling that the man was hiding something from him. "Of course, the more essence blood that this monarch piranha flower seed consumes, the stronger its spirit will become. and the sooner it will be able to take over your body.
Chapter 45. Sovereign God.
So this is like a ticking time bomb?
Shu Wei asked with a bit of solemnity in his eyes.
It will attack whenever it wishes, and then I will have to fight not only the outside factors, but also against my own body?
Pretty much, Lan smiled. Look at it as a way to temper your body and your mind. But keep in mind that if you die, the monarch piranha flower will also die. So the likelihood of it taking over during a battle is quite small. Of course, that does not mean that it is impossible. It could happen, but the chance is not very big.
And you led us here to meet the monarch piranha flower for what reason again?
Shu Wei could not help but ask with a bit of annoyance.
Oh, it was to test your skills, Lan answered. The monarch piranha flower was even more shrewd than I had expected, attacking you like this. I had not expected it to conjure a seed and take root in your heart. It is indeed unfortunate, but make the best out of it.
Shu Wei knew that if Lan wanted to, he would be able to remove the monarch piranha flower's seed from his heart. But he also knew that he was not likely to do so if he asked. He was not a dumb person. He knew that Lan had some purpose for getting close to him, and the more time they spent together, the more puzzled Shu Wei became. He did not think that Lan wanted him dead, but at the same time he was causing him to experience danger after danger, and he was not going to help out. Even now, when he faced a deadly threat, Lan was smiling and speaking of it as if he was discussing the weather. It was clear that Lan did not hold affectionate feelings for Shu Wei. Sometimes, like now, where they experienced danger due to Lan's arrangements, Shu Wei had a weird sense of feeling that Lan hated him. But moments later, Lan would do something that made it possible for Shu Wei to survive. And if he hated him, why would he help him? It was puzzling, and Lan was an enigma that Shu Wei could not understand. This was also why he was not willing to ask for help. He was confident that Lan would not help him, at least not before his life was truly hanging by a thread. Looking at Shu Wei, Lan did indeed have mixed emotions. On one hand, he disliked him. On the other hand, he admired him and found his personality very likable. But Shu Wei was a half-breed. He was a mixture of different races, something that had been forbidden 10,000 years prior, and in these 10,000 years he had become the only one successfully born. 10,000 years ago, many races appeared from the mixing of various species. But from one day to another, things changed. When someone was pregnant with a child, and if the parents were of different races, then the fetus would die, sometimes the mother also. The fact that everything changed from one day to another was strange, and many began wondering what could have happened. But the world was unaware of the laws of the deities, so they did not know that there was something called a sovereign god who owned the world and who could create or change the laws of that world as he pleased. The sovereign gods were the ones who controlled the worlds. Originally, the sovereign god was the deity who had created the world, but for many worlds these original deities had vanished and left the worlds to fend for themselves. A world without a sovereign god was considered weak compared to other worlds, and they would have less energy than the experts could consume. Eventually, the world would cease to exist as it ran out of energy altogether. But if it had a sovereign god, it would be able to continue creating energy in a formation known as the formation of life. When Lan originally arrived in this world, he had no intention of taking over the task of the sovereign god. But after meeting Li Jiqing, he decided to spend the rest of his life protecting the things she held dear. After taking over the position as the new sovereign god of this world, Lan had not done much before Li Jiqing died. After her death, he made it impossible to birth a child with mixed races. This was because Li Jiqing was a mixed-race child, and these children were always categorized into two groups. These children were either extremely talented, or they were utter trash. Most of them were trash, but because some were born extremely talented, interracial weddings had become extremely popular, until Lan put an end to it. It was unknown how many unfortunate children had suffered the same fate as Li Jiqing, abandoned by their own families, and he could not approve of it. This was also why he disliked Xu Wei. Xu Wei was the person who had broken his rule. He was a mixed breed, someone who should not exist in this world. But it was also because he had broken the law that he was useful for Lan. Without breaking the rule, he would not care about him at all. But now that he had, he was the key for him to get back Li Jiqing. So he was going to follow him everywhere. But there were indeed mixed feelings for Lan. The more time he spent with Xu Wei, the more he liked and admired him. But at the same time he felt sour. Why could his Li Jiqing not be a genius when even Xu Wei could? Chapter 46. Leaving the Forest. Xu Wei spent a lot of time in a deep cultivation trance. He was unaware of the thoughts that were pressing their way into Lan's mind. All he could focus on was the monarch piranha flower that had taken root in his heart. He tried his best to suppress it, but he soon found that it was useless. He could not get the roots to release themselves from his heart, but he could feel that the spirit within was subdued by the wood and fire elemental chi in his body. It seemed that as long as he had these, then his body would continue being his own. But as Lan had said, if he used the vines of the monarch piranha flower and it consumed a lot of essence blood, then he would end up on the losing end. As such, he could only promise himself that he would not use those vines unless it were a life or death situation. He was not eager to die. After spending half a day trying everything within his ability to remove the seed, and knowing that he had no chance, he finally stood up. His face was not dejected. Instead, he was looking rather solemn, but at the same time also determined. So far, Xu Wei had experienced no real issues. He had managed to get through life flawlessly, without any hidden dangers. So, now that he was faced with a real threat to his life, he could finally see how far he could go. Of course, he would prefer not having a monarch piranha flower growing in his heart, but now that he had to see everything from the positive side. He could not change what had happened, so he could only use it to temper himself, his mind, and his body. Xu Wei sighed and started to stretch his limbs.
"Let us leave this place," he said, and the others agreed. They all began walking towards the outside of the forest. They were unwilling to spend even a moment more within this forest. Xu Wei sighed as he looked at the others. He saw that their eyes were full of annoyance when they looked at Lan, and worried when they looked at him. "Don't worry," Xu Wei said with a smile as he looked at them. "I will not die to this, and I will not let the flower have an opportunity to take over my body. Also, I am sure that Lan will not let my life end, so there is nothing to worry about for now. I am sure he just wants to temper me and make me stronger." Lan looked perplexed at Xu Wei.
He knew that Shu Wei was saying it for the sake of making his companions not blame Lan, but he felt quite weird. He had pitted Shu Wei like this, but Shu Wei was not even annoyed or angry. Why was he so understanding to a person who basically endangered his life? Shu Wei would be lying if he said that he did not have any annoyance with Lan, but he understood the difference in their strengths. Lan was a deity. He was an overlord and was able to kill them with a simple thought. Everything that he did had a purpose. But Shu Wei understood that he had some hidden agenda, and until it was solved, Shu Wei would be unable to end his relationship with Lan. Since he was stuck with Lan, then he was only able to accept all the horror that he was sending in his way. If he were going to object, their relationship would sour, and Shu Wei would likely become even worse off than he was now. Not to mention, if their relationship soured, then there was no one who could guarantee that Lan would not act against his companions. While Shu Wei respected Lan, he also knew that Lan was ruthless and evil. He was able to do anything to get what he wanted and needed, and Shu Wei just happened to be beneficial to him. But it was not all bad. Shu Wei had grown stronger, much stronger, with the support of Lan. So although Lan was overbearing and evil, he was also his benefactor. And Shu Wei was definitely going to pay him back, as long as he did not ask for him to become crippled or dead. Lan and Shu Wei had different views on the world. Shu Wei was cold and callous to most people, but those who helped him or treated him with respect would see that he would give them back tenfold. Those who were rude and who had harmful intentions against him, they would be returned hundredfold of their behavior. Lan was someone who, although grateful for someone to be friendly to him, he was not willing to give up a lot for others. Only those whom he deemed his most important people would feel his tenderness and care. This was the difference between Shu Wei and Lan, and this was also the reason they had problems understanding one another. While they thought about this, all of them slowly managed to leave the forest, and in front of them were lush green grasses and small signs of villages. It was clear that many people lived on this side of the forest, and Shu Wei suddenly smiled. This was his chance for attacking and fighting against the army of the Xi'an continent. This was why he had arrived here, and while the monarch piranha flower was a setback, it did not diminish his excitement and his battle intent. As long as he could keep the seed under control, he would be able to go rampant on the battlefield. Chapter 47. Insidious Villagers. Shu Wei's eyes roamed across the distant horizon. Here the lush green grass and the gentle breeze reminded him that he had indeed left the forest. They found a small animal trail that they followed. The path soon became a wider road, and the lush green grass that surrounded them changed to farmed fields. There were no traces of the war in this land, and when they came across farmers, they were greeted warmly. It was clear that they did not know that Shu Wei and his group were a group of infiltrating soldiers. They reached a village and looked at one another with doubts. They were ushered into the village by the farmers, who began chatting with them about where they were from and how they had arrived at this place. Shu Wei was glossing over most details. He said that they had come through the forest, and when the farmers heard this, they were even more enthusiastic. Shu Wei looked at the food and drinks that they were offered, but he did not consume any of it, and seeing his narrowed eyes, his friends also refrained from trying it out. The villagers did not seem to notice that Shu Wei and his friends were not tasting their food and drinks, but they continued to bring more and more food and drinks to them. But soon their smiles became slightly condensed as they saw Shu Wei looking at them with his soulful eyes, as if waiting to see them eat and drink. But none of them touched the food or the drinks, so naturally he would not do so either.
"Please taste our delicacies," the village chief said as he smiled at Shu Wei, and Shu Wei lifted his glass. He looked at the red wine which was swirling in the glass, and a smile broke out on his lips as he handed the glass over to the village chief. Shu Wei's smile became even more brilliant as he said, "Why don't you drink this glass first, to show me your sincerity?" The village chief felt his heart racing in his chest, and his hands became sweaty. "This can't be done," he said with a smile. "This feast was prepared for you and your friends to celebrate your arrival in our small village." "You either drink it, or I pour it down your throat," Shu Wei said, the smile on his face as gentle as before, but a chilling coldness swept over the village chief as he was not sure of what to do. Seeing that the village chief tried to push the wine away, Shu Wei released the glass, and the cup fell to the ground where it shattered, wine and glass shards spreading all over the ground. "The smell of blood is quite heavy here," Shu Wei suddenly said. "It was rather faint at the beginning, but the closer we got to your village, the more intense it became. This heavy stench of blood cannot possibly belong to a simple village. So why don't you tell me how many people have left their lives here when consuming your feast?" The expression of the village chief turned ugly. He knew that they were no opponents of Shu Wei and his group. They were all saints, while the strongest amongst the villagers was a heavenly knight. Even though they had a couple of 100 people, some were children, others were elderly, and many were even unable to cultivate. They were like sitting ducks, unable to survive if Shu Wei decided to move against them. And Shu Wei was an exceptional person. If someone showed him respect, he would return it tenfold, never back down, and always make sure to be there for those who had helped him in the past. However, if someone wished to harm him, he would make them suffer 100-fold of what they had planned for him. He would never let anyone go who had attempted to harm him or his dear ones. The village chief closed his eyes and sighed. "Great warrior, we understand the rules of this game. We are willing to kill, so any time we will be ready to be killed instead. This is what war is like. The winner takes it all, and the loser has to accept death. I understand that you want to take revenge on us, but I beg you to let some survive. The children are innocent, and they cannot live alone. Please let the village have a chance of survival." Shu Wei glanced around him and saw that many children were hiding in the shadows, looking at them with big and watery eyes. There was fear in their eyes, and they did not dare go toward Shu Wei and the others. But seeing their village chief, who was like an idol to them, kneeling on the ground, they understood the severity of it all. Shu Wei knew that the village chief would not survive. He had tried to kill him, so naturally his life had to be forfeited. However, he had not considered what to do with the rest of the villagers. Usually he would kill all the ones involved, but somehow when he saw the children, he couldn't do it. After his father's death, and being left alone in the world, he did not want to destroy others' lives the same way. Lan was observing Shu Wei. He saw his emotionless eyes with no ripples, but he did not know what exactly he felt. Compared to Shu Wei's usual personality, he would kill everyone to vent his anger, but it seemed that he was actually considering it seriously. "You are the main culprit, so you will not be able to survive. As long as the villagers do not move against me, I will not mind looking the other way for once." Chapter 48. Merciful Shu Wei. The village chief took a deep breath of relief. He knew that his life was forfeited the moment they found the poison in the drinks and food,
but he did not think that he was so magnanimous as to let the children and the elderly survive, alongside a group of people who had not participated in the event. Lan did not expect that Xu Wei could be merciful, and he was taken by surprise. He Gao, Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and Lin Xiao were not too shocked. They knew Xu Wei well and had been with him for a long time. Although he was cold and callous to others, he was not unreasonable. He could kill children if he had no other option, but would not do it if he could avoid it. He had come to the Xiyang continent for the sake of killing soldiers, not commoners, and the people in front of him were also forced by the situation to try and survive. There were no soldiers around them to save them. All they had was themselves, and thus one could not blame them for doing everything in their power to stay alive. They were forced by the situation, and thus Xu Wei decided to let them off easily. Lan's ever-present smile stiffened slightly, and he lowered his eyes. It seemed that while Xu Wei was very different from his Zhiqing, they had things in common, such as knowing when to forgive and when to let go. Li Zhiqing had also forgiven the people who had sent her to her death. She did not hold a grudge, nor was she living for revenge. She was happy with her every day spent around her lake, and after Lan arrived, he had even heard her say that she was grateful to them for sending her there. If she had not been sent there, would she have been able to meet Lan? This was an interesting part of life and fate. She believed that everything happened for a reason, and that she had received a blessing in disguise. She was grateful for having been able to meet Lan and spending her life alongside him. Lan shook his head and looked at Xu Wei. There was suddenly much more appreciation in his eyes, and he found it harder to dislike the younger man. Xu Wei was unaware of Lan's thoughts. He was busy thinking about his current situation, and he looked at the village chief. His eyes were cold, but not full of hostility. "You can choose to commit suicide, or I will kill you. I promise to do it painlessly, but if you prefer to do it yourself, I will allow you to do so." The village chief lifted his head in shock. Suicide was not something that was looked down upon. In fact, committing suicide could be seen as the last sign of respect, the last bravery that no one else could take away from you. Being allowed to commit suicide was, without a doubt, better than being killed by someone else, and the village chief did not hesitate.
"Thank you,"
he said as he lifted his hand. Qi gathered on his palm before he struck it against the side of his head. Blood oozed out of the village chief's mouth, eyes, ears, and nose as he slowly began toppling over. Seeing him commit suicide so decisively, Xu Wei was aware that this man was a respectful person. He was a person who he could have become friends with had they not been on the opposite sides. But he did not regret his decision. Every action had a consequence, and if they were ready to kill Xu Wei, they had to be prepared to die themselves. Xu Wei did not believe in reincarnation, considering that Hui Yu and Lan had both said that there was no way one could return after death in this world. But he still felt that he would meet this person again one day, and that they might become friends by then. Shaking his head, Xu Wei looked at the surviving people. "You can do what you want from now on," he said, as he turned around and began leaving. He had not killed them, but that did not mean he was willing to help them either. No one stepped forward to stop Xu Wei and his friends as they left the village, but when they were gone, they suddenly heard a loud sound. "Warrior!" someone called from behind them, and Xu Wei turned around to see the whole village, both young and old, men and women, bending their waists and giving him a deep bow. "Thank you for letting us survive," they said in unison. The sight was rather inspiring, and Xu Wei was surprised. He had expected that they would be unhappy that he had killed their chief, but it seemed that they understood how close to death they had been.
"Don't worry about it," Shu Wei said as he waved his hand. "But do try to mask the bloody stench. Many others will notice it."
With the last word, Shu Wei and the others departed from the village, and the villagers were left behind, grateful and still rather shocked. They had never thought that they would survive the day, but now they were still alive. They all looked at the dead village chief. Some of them sighed in regret, but after a bit of time they bowed their bodies and said their thanks. They were able to survive because this man had been so quick at sacrificing himself. They owed him their lives, and he would forever be their hero. He was going to get the most elaborate funeral that they could handle. Chapter 49. Reaching a Town. As they left the village, they found that the trails and pathways they had been using so far were changing into roads with gravel. Clearly, the roads in this part of the continent were much more frequently used than the ones that led towards the forest. While it was a normal gravel road, it was much better than walking on a pathway that would vanish at one time or turn into an animal trail at another. These gravel roads were definitely leading towards civilization, and thus towards soldiers and other armies. Shu Wei and the others walked down the gravel road for a whole day without meeting another village or any signs of life. But the road was getting bigger and bigger, and soon they reached a crossroad where the road they were currently walking split into two others. Shu Wei looked at the two roads. One looked more deserted than the other. Grass and weeds were growing amongst the gravel, and it did not seem to be as frequently traveled as the other. It was easy to guess which road to take. Heading towards the more used road, Shu Wei and the others walked on the worn-down stones, probably heading towards a bigger town. Although Shu Wei and his friends were soldiers sent here from the Demon Phoenix continent, they felt more like tourists. There were no warriors or soldiers around the area, and the citizens completely ignored Shu Wei and his comrades. It was clear that they were unaware that Shu Wei was a soldier from the Demon Phoenix continent. Next, they arrived at a bigger town, not a village like the ones they had seen so far, and while the town was bigger, there were also stronger experts. Within the town, they could detect the aura of at least 11 saint-ranked experts. Shu Wei was standing outside the town and contemplating. Should they take the chance and enter to scout for some information, or should they take a risk and avoid the civilized areas while stumbling around looking for the military camp? Shu Wei was not one to cower in front of danger, so it did not take him long to decide that they were going to enter the town. Lolo and Bai Tianyi were both completely calm and collected, but He Gao and Lin Xiao felt the backs of their hands wet from their cold sweat. They were extremely nervous and feared that they would be noticed at any moment, after which the entire town would face off against them. Seeing their nervousness, Shu Wei's lips twitched in amusement. If they were so nervous, it was likely that others would notice them, while those who were confident and calm would not be doubted. Looking at the teasing gaze Shu Wei sent them, Lin Xiao and He Gao suddenly calmed down and realized the same things as he had. If they were too nervous, they would invite trouble, so they took a deep breath and calmed their hearts. Honestly, it was natural to understand why they were nervous. The people they were up against were more than double their own numbers, and one of these saints was a heavenly saint, very close to reaching the next realm. He had not reached the next rank yet, the king rank, but even so he could not be belittled. Shu Wei and the others were not heavenly saints, so if they were to fight against this expert, they would have to use all their tricks and abilities in order to win. This thought made Shu Wei's blood boil, and he was almost eager to find the expert to challenge him to a duel. But he knew that it was not the time to do so. They were here to fight in a war, not to challenge strong experts. But their enemies had vanished, and all they could find were commoners. Xu Wei and the others slowly made their way to the center of the town. It was not a massive town, but it did contain at least a couple thousand households. In the town square was an inn, and while not many came to rest in this establishment, many came here to eat and drink. "I want a roast duck," Lolo suddenly said as her eyes were glued to the inn in front of them. The scent of freshly cooked food was wafting out through the door, and Lolo was swallowing her saliva. Although she was a cultivator and did not need to eat to sustain her lifestyle, she was a little foodie who enjoyed good food. Xu Wei's features softened when he heard Lolo's request, and he nodded his head. He had already planned on entering the inn, as it would be the best place to gain information on what was happening, so when they entered, they needed to pretend to be regular customers. As such, they needed to order food and drinks. As they entered, they found that it was almost full. Only 3 tables were unoccupied, and the waiter who noticed them instantly led them towards one of the bigger tables. Xu Wei threw an essence stone at the waiter, who accepted it graciously. The table they had found was located in the middle of the inn, and they could hear everyone's buzzing voices. The bustling atmosphere was enough to give anyone a headache, but this was precisely what they wanted. "I want some various dishes and drinks. Amongst them, I want a roast duck," Xu Wei ordered the waiter, who was somewhat puzzled as to why they were so particular about a roast duck. But it was a staple on their menu, so he hurriedly accepted the task and went to get the dishes from the kitchen. Chapter 50. The Return of the Diviners. No one noticed that Xu Wei and his friends were foreigners. Their casual actions and the calmness with which they were moving was causing everyone to think that they were ordinary residents of the Chang'an continent. While they were seated, they listened in on many conversations that were going on around them, and one especially caught their attention.
"I heard that the Xiang army is recruiting again."
This was a conversation between a group of hunters, and Xu Wei narrowed his eyes as he pretended to drink a little of his wine to mask his interest.
"The army has been recruiting for the last many years,"
another answered, as if there was no interest in the topic, but the first person continued to say what he had heard.
"I know, but this is different than normal," he said. "They want to end the war once and for all, so they are mass recruiting and training their recruits in the shortest time possible. They have caught 3 Vermilion Bird Clan members, and they have even put out the news that those with the highest contribution points will be able to get their hands on these Vermilion birds as contract beasts. I am not sure exactly how they will tame them, but it seems that there exists a continent called Chang'an, and on that continent there is a profession called a diviner. These diviners have a unique method to force beasts into accepting a contract with a human. Apparently it is not a pure Tao, but it originated from the Tao of dependence. It seems that the diviners are capable of taming a vermilion bird, but it is an arduous task, so it will take a long time to get all 3 tamed. But it is a great reward, and many are willing to take the risk and face off against the Demon Phoenix continent for the sake of getting these vermilion birds as contracted beasts. I am not sure how they found these diviners, but they are willing to take even primordial beasts and force them into contracts, as long as you pay a high enough fee."
Xu Wei looked at the others and noticed that all of them had extremely ugly faces. They had escaped the Chang'an continent, but it seemed that now the diviners were starting to overwhelm the entire continent. Not to mention that the diviners would definitely recognize Lin Xiao, considering that he had stolen the diviner's biggest treasure, the staff he was using, and that he was the saint son who was supposed to become the strongest of them all if he had continued his cultivation to become a diviner. If the diviner were one who knew Lin Xiao, then they would also know Xu Wei, as it was well known in the Chang'an continent that Lin Xiao had escaped alongside an azure dragon. The group was contemplating what to do. Although they were working for the Demon Phoenix continent, none of them particularly intended to save Vermilion Bird Clan members. Although they wanted to risk their lives in battle, they were unwilling to throw away their lives. That was what would happen if they went to save the Vermilion Bird Clan's members for now. The Vermilion Bird Clan members were, without a doubt, at the very core of the Chang'an army, and there had to be both king and emperor-ranked experts present there. While they could request Lan to help them, Shu Wei was very much against asking Lan for help. He preferred to rely on his own strength and not let others solve his problems for him. Shu Wei understood that the Chang'an continent had planned something big. Not only had they shared the rumors of wanting to gift the Vermilion Bird Clan members away, they were also mass recruiting new members to the army. Shu Wei looked at Lin Xiao, but saw that he was in deep thought. It was clear that the news he had heard was quite shocking to him, as his brows were furrowed, and he looked down. They heard more and more news about the army, and what they heard was quite shocking. The Chang'an continent had not sent anyone to the Demon Phoenix continent for a few months, and they had no intention of sending anyone now. They were going to purge their own continent first, after which they would send all their soldiers to the Demon Phoenix continent and try to kill off the entire army in one fell swoop. Shu Wei listened, but he had a hard time understanding whether or not it was true. If even commoners knew about the plans of the army, how could the Demon Phoenix continent not also know of the plans already? Was this a trap or something similar? The food arrived at the table, and Shu Wei, alongside his friends, dug into the food. They did not speak. They just focused on eating and listening, but nothing else appeared in the conversation of the many people in the inn. They did not end up renting a room in the inn. Instead, they left the inn as soon as they finished their meal. They roamed the town for a short while to see if there were any signs of doubt, but they saw nothing special. So they left the town and found a small hill where they sat down. Here they looked at one another and saw the graveness and solemnity in each other's eyes.
"I am not sure about those diviners," Lin Xiao suddenly said. "As far as I am aware, the sovereign beasts cannot be tamed. No diviner should be capable of taming a sovereign beast, so I do not know how they can suddenly appear here with the ability to tame those Vermilion Bird Clan members."
Chapter 51. Is it a trap? Shu Wei was silent when hearing what Lin Xiao said.
"Could it be that these diviners are unaware of what a sovereign beast is?" he asked hesitatingly. "The Chang'an continent has beasts, but the sovereign beasts are known as legends over there. To meet them is as difficult as finding a specific drop of water in the sea. So maybe they just assumed that they would be able to tame the sovereign beasts?"
Lin Xiao was also slightly hesitating, not sure what might have caused the diviners to boast with having the skill to tame a sovereign beast. "Do you think that they might have already tamed one of the vermilion birds?" Lolo suddenly asked, and the others looked at her, only to see her grave expression and the doubt in her eyes. "If they had not tamed at least one of the sovereign beasts, do you really think that they would announce to the entire continent that they would gift these beasts as companions? If they fail, they will end up harming themselves instead of actually solving their problems." Hearing Lolo's words, Shu Wei and Lin Xiao descended into silence again. What she said made sense. It would be very harmful to the continent leaders if they had promised something that tempting, but were unable to fulfill the promise.
"Do you think perhaps it is a trap?"
Higao suddenly asked.
"Maybe they are actually not gifting the Vermilion Bird Clan members to anyone, but they are spreading the rumors for the sake of having a lot of soldiers of the Demon Phoenix continent gather in an attempt to rescue them, and then set up a banquet of hongmen.
You think it is either a banquet of hongmen, or the diviners have managed to learn how to tame a sovereign beast somehow?
Shu Wei was wondering what the most likely scenario was. He was not comfortable, no matter which one of the possibilities it was. He knew that if the diviners had managed to learn how to tame sovereign beasts, he too would be in a tough position. But if it was a trap, then the Demon Phoenix Empire would be in a tight spot, as they would lose a lot of soldiers.
Shu Wei sighed. Either way, we cannot go there, he said. No matter what the real reason behind this rumor spreading everywhere was, he knew it was not worth it to investigate. If it was a diviner, he might end up domesticated as well, and if it was a trap, he would end up dead. It was much better to stay away. But this also explained why they had not encountered any soldiers so far. All the soldiers were with the captive Vermilion Bird Clan members. As such, it was easier for them to move around, but it also meant that the land was unoccupied. However, Shu Wei and his friends looked around, not sure what to do next. If there were no soldiers, they would not be able to fight. But they could not go where the soldiers were stationed, as there were too many of them gathered together, and some of them were king and emperor-ranked experts. Lan smiled as he leaned against a tree trunk that was on the hill, looking at Shu Wei and the others' careful expressions. He knew that Shu Wei was actually very concerned about his friends, and the reason he had not gone to see the situation around the Vermilion Bird Clan members was because of them. Shu Wei had enough faith in his own speed and ability to escape. He was a sovereign beast, a holy sun, so he had specific abilities that would make it possible for him to flee from even king and emperor experts. But if he had his friends with him, then they would without a doubt be implicated, and he was unwilling to see this. Since this was the case, Lan did not mind helping out for once. He needed to see Shu Wei fight. He had to see the world burn for a chance to unlock the laws of the world. Since he could help Shu Wei, and he could help himself at the same time, why not try it out?
There is a group of experts from the Demon Phoenix continent, around 700 miles to the southeast. They are a couple of thousand experts, and there are 5 king-ranked experts and 1 emperor-ranked expert amongst them. If you want to face off against the soldiers, you might want to team up with them before going to the Vermilion Bird Clan members' rescue.
Shu Wei narrowed his eyes when he heard what Lan said. He could not help but feel that something was off with him, helping them so readily, but he could not help but shake his head and accept his advice.
"We will set off now, then," he said, and while he was not sure why Lan had suddenly decided to help him, he would accept the help graciously. "Thank you," he said to Lan, who just laughed and waved his hand.
"No problem. I am also helping myself," he said, and Shu Wei nodded his head. He knew that Lan had something he wanted to obtain from him going to save the Vermilion Bird Clan members, but he was not sure what it was. Shu Wei felt relieved. As long as Lan wanted something from it, the chances of it being a trap were small. He had to admit that Lan's plans were making him slightly hesitant and worried. He could not help but feel that Lan's ideas had all ended with Shu Wei shedding blood, sweat, and tears. Chapter 52. The Ravine. Although Shu Wei was not too keen on following Lan's suggestion after what happened with the monarch piranha flower, he also knew that they had no other option. They needed to find the army, and they could not fight them alone, so teaming up with someone would be the best solution. While Lan was very mischievous, he had never lied to them before, so when he had said who was gathering, they did not doubt him.
So instead of resting, the group hurried towards the direction that Lan had pointed out. They were solemn and alert. Things had taken a strange turn, and they did not know what they could expect any longer. But their trip was surprisingly easy. They did not encounter any soldiers along the way. Neither did they come across many villages, and those they did cross were either avoided or quickly left behind. During the rush towards the other members of the Demon Phoenix Continent's army, they did not rest at all, and the trip, which would have taken them quite some time to travel if they had been relaxed, was finished in 3 days when they rushed.
"They are around here," Lan said with a smile, and Shu Wei could not help but curse. Right, they were around here, but where exactly? Also, would they believe in them being soldiers from the Demon Phoenix continent when they arrived? Would they even be able to join them? Or would the experts of this group think that they were spies and eliminate them right away? Shu Wei had not considered it much before because Lan was the one who told them where these people were. But after thinking about it for some time, he realized that it was not actually so easy to join the other Demon Phoenix continent's soldiers. And it soon turned out that he was correct. They had just arrived at a big meadow where the lush grass was swaying gently in the breeze. But a horrendous, killing intent locked on to Shu Wei and his friends as they entered the tall grass.
"Here they come," Shu Wei muttered while preparing himself for a futile battle. But the killing intent vanished as quickly as it had appeared, and Shu Wei looked up to see a familiar face. The person who walked towards them was the ghost sword Lin Xuan, the primordial beast that Shu Wei had helped mutate in the palace's inner chambers. Seeing that one of the king-ranked experts present was actually him, Shu Wei was quite surprised. He had not thought that Lin Xuan would have such a swift breakthrough. But he was even more astonished that this was the guard that had been sent to guard the meadow. With him present, they would be safe, so he heaved a heavy sigh of relief.
"General Lin,"
Shu Wei greeted him respectfully and nodded his head. Seeing the respect that Shu Wei gave him made Lin Xuan feel very comfortable about himself, and he could not help but laugh happily.
"I did not expect to see you here," he admitted generously, but Shu Wei just smiled, not willing to tell how he had found them. While Lan had not directly said that he wanted to be unknown, Shu Wei knew that he would be annoyed if everyone knew of his strength. They might even try and pressure him into solving the problem at hand, which, in turn, would end up with the soldiers of the Demon Phoenix continent dying a gruesome death, as Lan was not someone that others could coerce into working for them. Lin Xuan guessed that they had something that could not be said, but as long as it was no threat to the rest of the soldiers in the army, he did not want to pressure them too much. Shu Wei was, after all, his benefactor, and he had seen how even the Emperor treated him with respect. "Follow me, and I will take you to see the other members we have gathered here,"
Lin Xuan said, and led them through the meadow towards a small ravine located in a mountain behind the lush grass. At first glance, this ravine seemed inconspicuous, but upon closer look it was much deeper than one would expect. In this deep ravine, multiple tents and shelters had been set up, and thousands of experts were gathered in teams, sparring and conversing. Clearly, this was the biggest camp from the Demon Phoenix continent's army. Shu Wei looked around, but it was not only him who looked at it, but everyone in the ravine also stopped and looked at Shu Wei and his entourage as they entered. They were all members of the Demon Phoenix army, and they were all curious whenever new people appeared in their location. Usually the emperor or the king-ranked experts were the one that would have fetched the soldiers from around the Xi'an continent, but now it seemed that these soldiers had arrived on their own. What was even more puzzling was how a king-ranked expert was so humble in front of a group of saints. Although these saints were more in numbers, they were on a completely different level than the king-ranked experts, and thus the observers were confused. The other kings and the emperor-ranked expert also noticed the arrival of Ghost Sword Lin Xuan, and they were surprised to see him return with a group of experts. "Hey, old man Lin! Who have you brought back with you?" One of the people who came forth was a young boy. He did not seem much more than 10 years old, but his eyes sparkled with the vicissitudes of life. Chapter 53. Essence Blood. When looking at the boy's appearance, one could not guess that he was an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. However, upon closer inspection, one could see that his acting was very graceful, not at all like a small child. Not to mention those eyes, which spoke of the many ups and downs one encountered in their life. It was evident that he had lived far longer than what his body implied.
"Brat, don't be impolite," Ghost Sword Lin Xuan said while looking at the child, and as one would have expected, the moment the expert was called a child, his facial expression twisted. "This is Shu Wei. I told you about him before. He is my benefactor, and naturally I would have to greet him when meeting him." While many observers were shocked, no one was more shocked than the child. While the audience thought it impossible for a saint to become the benefactor of a king-ranked expert, the child was aware that this was the person who had mutated Lin Xuan's bloodline and allowed him to have a breakthrough. This child was also a primordial beast. He was a blue-eyed lightning leopard, a race which was especially famous for its speed and control of the lightning element. He had been stuck at the king realm for a very long time, and while he had wanted to progress to the emperor realm, he never had the opportunity to succeed. As such, when he looked at Shu Wei, he resembled a starving beast who saw meat. His eyes sparkled, and a smile could not help but creep upon his lips. "Sir Shu," he greeted, and Shu Wei, who could easily guess the child's thoughts, could not help but smile wryly while greeting back. "I was wondering if it would be possible for you to help me overcome my bottleneck. I heard many rumors about your marvelous ability, and while I know it is rude, I would like to ask for your assistance." Shu Wei was not against shedding a bit of blood, especially not if it would help to assist their army in the battle they were about to encounter. But he was not sure if they had enough time to mutate a beast before it was time for them to move against the Xiang continent's army. "We have around a month," the child, which had been introduced as Lei Jingshen, said eagerly. "There is a month and a half until the event they have planned. We are not sure whether or not it is a banquet of Hong men they have prepared, or if it is genuinely a taming of our Vermilion Bird clan's members. We had planned to leave a month from now, so if we can mutate before then, that would be for the best." Shu Wei contemplated for a short while. He could not guarantee how long it would take to mutate, just as he did not know if his blood had any effect on those who had attained a spiritual body. At the same time, there was a risk of dying if one could not withstand the pain from the mutation. All in all, it was risky, but if Lei Jingshen decided to really try it out, then he would allow them to do so.
"I can mutate at most 10 people," Shu Wei said after contemplating. "I do not know how much effect it will have on someone who is as highly ranked as yourself, but we do not lose anything from trying it out. Other than you, we can try mutating another 9 experts. If you pick out 9 with outstanding talent or bloodlines, then we will give it a try."
Lei Jingshen was shocked. He had already thought that he might have been too rude to ask for help to mutate, but now Shu Wei offered to mutate a total of 10 experts. This could prove to be the deciding factor in the war. "We will do as you said," Lei Jingshen said, having a hard time to control his excitement. Shu Wei nodded his head. If the mutation needed his essence blood, he would be against mutating so many people. But since it was just normal blood, it truly did not matter. He was suddenly deep in thought. If his normal blood was so powerful, what would happen if he gave them some of his essence blood? Contemplating, Xu Wei looked at He Gao. He was not willing to use his good friend as a guinea pig, but he was thinking of using one of these experts as a test. And if it was possible to survive, then he would also let He Gao try it. Being able to help him increase his strength would be extremely gratifying. Lei Jingshen looked at Xu Wei and shuddered suddenly. Why was it that he felt a slight fear creep up on his back when looking at the complex expression on Xu Wei's face?
Say, Lei Jingshen, are you willing to try getting more strength, but maybe put yourself more at risk at the same time? Xu Wei suddenly asked, and while Lei Jingshen was shocked, he was also rooted in thought.
"What do you mean?" he asked, his eyes narrowing slightly.
I have 3 kinds of blood. The normal blood, the essence blood, and the heart essence blood, Xu Wei began. So far, every mutation I have made has been done with my normal blood. But imagine what would happen if I sacrificed some essence blood. I am not willing to sacrifice too much essence blood, but this would be a test to see whether or not it is survivable, so that I can offer it to my comrade.
Chapter 54. Mutations. Lei Jingshen looked at Xu Wei. He did not mind the fact that he was so honest. Although it sounded like he wanted to turn Lei Jingshen into a guinea pig, this was the kind of risk that one needed to take if they wanted to get more strength. Strength was not something that came naturally. One had to fight for it or build it up slowly. If there was a chance of suddenly increasing up one's strength rapidly, one had to be careful. There was a chance that it would destroy one's foundation, making it unstable. And if this were not the case, then it would bring with it tremendous risks. Was he, Lei Jingshen, someone who cowered in the face of danger? He understood that what was being done would place him in danger, but he was willing to take the risk, as it might push him even further. Xu Wei nodded his head in approval. He had not assumed wrongly. Lei Jingshen was a true warrior with a heart that beat for cultivation. Although he might lose his life, he was willing to take the risk.
Let's find a peaceful place. Lin Xuan, you will have to stand guard.
Lin Xuan was not at all insulted by Xu Wei ordering him to become a mere guard, and he nodded his head with a grim expression. Xu Wei and Lei Jingshen entered a big tent. This tent was reserved for the emperor and king-ranked experts, and one could only enter if they got permission. This tent had formations and inscriptions imbued around it, so only those who had a strength that could rival Lei Jingshen's could actually enter. It was the last defense of the army's current base. It was the most suitable place to try and see what would happen when Lei Jingshen got infused with essence blood from the holy son of the sovereign beasts. While Xu Wei was inside, Lin Xuan gave free rein to another king-ranked expert to find 9 soldiers with good talent or high tolerance for pain, so that they could be mutated as well. These kings and emperors had heard much about Xu Wei before, and knowing that they would be seeing him do his magic up front, they became excited. This king-ranked expert was not jealous of Lei Jingshen. While he also wished he could get such a boost in strength, he was a human, and thus unable to undergo the mutation. As soon as Xu Wei entered the tent, they found the bed belonging to Lei Jingshen. Here the blue-eyed lightning leopard sat down in a meditational trance and slashed open his arm. When the blood began flowing, Xu Wei also cut a wound on his finger. The wound was small, but every drop that left his body was essence blood. He dropped 5 drops into the wound on Lei Jingshen's arm, and after finishing, the wound closed by itself again. Lei Jingshen was about to say something when a soul-wrenching pain erupted inside his body, making his face pale and his body tremble. He instantly understood why some of the previous people had not survived this torture. While the normal blood was supposed to be much lighter than the essence blood, Lei Jingshen was a king-ranked expert, so he should also be able to withstand more pain. Gritting his teeth, Lei Jingshen had no other option than to wait for the pain to subside. He could not control it at all. His body was being wrecked with pain, but he also felt a strange, new energy roaming in his meridians. He felt how his chi was being purified, and he felt his innate talent rising compared to before. The more pain he felt, the more his body was improving, and this alone was enough for him to hold on for dear life. He was like a small boat on the stormy sea. He had no other option than to try his best to survive, since if he could not hold on, only death awaited him. He was able to avoid screaming in pain, but that was not because he did not want to, but because his body was paralyzed due to the transformation. He could only clench his teeth as he allowed the pain to run rampant in his body. After 2 days, there was no change to Lei Jingshen's situation, but Xu Wei was relieved. Since he could withstand it for so long, he was more or less out of danger. As such, he began fetching the regular experts who would receive a normal mutation, giving them blood one after another. After he was done, his face was slightly pale, but he did not mind. Instead, he took out a few healing pills, threw them in his mouth, sat down on the ground next to the many experts undergoing the mutation, and began cultivating. He had to restore the amount of blood he had used. After a week, Lei Jingshen woke up from his coma. He looked like a ghost. His face was pale, as if there was no blood at all beneath the skin. His movement also seemed somewhat rusty, as if he still experienced pain with each move. But a brilliant smile hung on his lips. He often went to find Lin Xuan. The two of them seemed to understand the other's thoughts, and they discussed the mutations in detail to understand the changes that were happening when using essence blood versus normal blood. They planned on telling Xu Wei their results later so that he could use it to mutate his friend. However, it was clear that the subject of the essence blood mutation had to be a king-ranked expert or above. Chapter 55. The Price for Strength. Hearing that an expert would need a spiritual body if he wanted to mutate him with essence blood, Xu Wei was not in a hurry to change He Gao again. He knew that while He Gao was strong, he was not stronger than a king-ranked expert. Knowing this, he put his focus on the 9 normally mutated experts, curious to see how many would pull through, and how many would be unable to handle the pressure. He did not feel any psychological pressure, knowing that it was because of his blood that these people were struggling between life and death. Many would be eager to get the chance of a mutation, so even if someone lost their life in the pursuit of strength, then it was not his fault, but the case of them not having a strong and firm enough mind. Many of the comrades of the picked experts were nervous and felt uncomfortable. No one knew in detail what was going on. They just knew that these picked experts had been chosen to undergo a mutation to strengthen themselves. They did not know how or why. Not long after, the first person woke up from the painful trance he had been in, and he found that his body was bursting with energy. He had increased his strength, and his innate talent rose drastically. He had initially been skeptical when he was told that the blood of Xu Wei could cause such miracles, but now he admired him greatly. He was a hero and a genius. Slowly the men and women woke up, one after another. Only one person did not rise again. She was a young primordial beast. She had not initially been picked to participate, but she had begged Lin Xuan to let her join, and eventually he had given in. Unfortunately, she had not had the determination to withstand the pain, and she had given up her life. Xu Wei was not too troubled by it. She had initially not been supposed to be one of the people who had a chance, and she convinced Lin Xuan to let her try anyway. She had to be aware of what consequences this might bring for her. Unfortunately, she had been so adamant about trying it out because her lover had been picked. He had also succeeded in his mutation, but it was not joy that awaited him when he woke up, but the grief of losing a loved one.
"Why did you let her attempt the mutation?"
he yelled, his eyes red from crying and his body trembling. He was unable to hold back his emotions, and while he blamed himself, he also blamed Xu Wei for having tried to mutate her. He knew that she was not very strong-willed, but by the time she had pestered Lin Xuan to let her participate in the mutation group, he had already been given the blood and was undergoing mutation. Xu Wei's eyes turned cold when he heard how this guy was blaming him. His anger was not unreasonable.
"Everyone is responsible for their own lives," Xu Wei said with a cold voice. "She was aware of what the risks were. We told her the facts numerous times, but she was the one who played around with her life and ultimately lost it."
The man was stunned when he heard Xu Wei's words, and while his rationality understood the truth, he was currently too emotional to sit down and think it through. Just as he was about to flare up, Lin Xuan appeared behind him and knocked him out. He had seen that Xu Wei was about to lose his patience, and that he was unhappy. Xu Wei had mutated the experts for the sake of helping the army, but now he was being blamed instead. It was clear that he was unhappy with this. The others who had been mutated were quiet. Some of them felt fearful when they saw that a person had indeed died, and they realized that they had been honest when saying that it was dangerous. But none of them regretted accepting the strength that they had been gifted. It was as if they had been reborn. Although their talents were already considered outstanding, it was nothing compared to the potential their bodies had now. Most of them knew that their limits were the peak of the saint realm, but now they had a feeling that anything in the world was possible for them, that they could even become kings, and that even the emperor realm was also possible for them. Although they might have died, the risk had paid off, and they had managed to get stronger and go further. This was worth risking one's life for. But they also understood the pain of the expert who had now been knocked unconscious. This world was not a place for the weak, and everyone who was aiming for strength lost someone along the road. So far, Xu Wei had lost Qi Haolong and his parents. Even the whereabouts of his uncle were unknown. The only ones who remained by his side were the friends he had gathered over the years. Knowing the pain of losing someone, Xu Wei was going to do everything in his power to protect the ones he held dear. Although he had many wishes, nothing was more important than fulfilling them alongside his dear ones. If one day he succeeded but was all alone, then it would not be worth it. Standing alone on top of the world would be extremely lonesome, and he was unwilling to do so. He only wanted to conquer the world with his friends by his side. Chapter 56. Going to Save the Birds. Everyone understood the sadness of the expert who had lost his lover, but no one, apart from him, blamed it on Xu Wei. They were told about the risks when they accepted the blood, and while they had not taken it too seriously, this was their own mistake. Xu Wei looked at the unconscious person who had been full of anger just moments before. He released some of his wood elemental qi and gave him some vitality, which woke him up, but also helped to clear his mind. "I am sorry," he cried at Xu Wei. but he could not control his tears, and they streamed down his cheeks as he was reminded of the loss he had experienced. He would never see her happy face again, her smile, and feel her touch. She was forever gone from his world, and he could not help but feel the loss that was gnawing away at his heart. He knew that he could not blame it on Shu Wei, but it was easier to push all the blame away from himself. However, after regaining his sanity, he knew it was unfair of him. He had to face up to what had happened. From the moment they entered the battlefield, they knew that the chances of both of them succeeding and surviving was relatively small. They were not that strong when compared to many others in the army, but this had also caused their thirst for strength to be greater. Knowing full well that death was a risk, they still did everything in their power to be picked for the mutation, and the loss of her life could only be attributed to her lack of mental strength. The mood in the ravine plummeted upon knowing that one of the people living here had died, and no one told them how her death had come about. However, the depressed mood did not last long. Soon, someone noticed the experts who had mutated. Their eyes almost popped from their eye sockets, and their hearts beat rapidly. How could someone gain so much strength so fast? This turned into a new topic in the ravine. Everyone tried to pry information out of the experts who had mutated, but no one told them anything about Shu Wei and his blood. Like this, time flowed like water, and soon it was time for them to set off. Lei Jingshen had managed to succeed in reaching the emperor rank, and he was so ecstatic that he also treated Shu Wei like his ancestor. He knew how to be grateful. The entourage packed up everything they had in the ravine and set out like a snake that moved through the landscape. Everyone they encountered on their path hid away in their houses, and the army had no intention of attacking the small villages they came across. Their aim was the provincial capital, where the experts of the Vermilion Bird clan were being held captive. The trip took a long time, half a month of constant travels to be exact. But they were all cultivators, and the weakest one among them was a heavenly knight, while the strongest was an emperor, so moving without stopping for half a month was nothing to them. As they had gone on for half a month, the villages they came across grew in numbers. Sometimes they were small and counted only a few hundred villagers. Other times there were towns with more than 5,000 citizens. They avoided the bigger cities, mainly because they were barricaded and full of soldiers that were waiting to delay them, and hopefully lower the number of soldiers in the Demon Phoenix army. Shu Wei looked around as they were moving forward. He had a nagging feeling of discomfort in his heart, as if something was going to go wrong. But he could not put his finger on what exactly was happening. Were they genuinely stepping into a trap? He was also still puzzled about the diviners from the Chang'an continent. How had the experts of the Xi'an continent found them? Chang'an was supposed to be very far away from the Xi'an continent, so far that it might even take 10 years of travels. But somehow they had managed to find a diviner. Even if the diviner was lying and claiming that it was capable of taming a sovereign beast, it had to be a genuine diviner. Otherwise, the name and the continent would not have been mentioned. Everything was spiraling out of control. Shu Wei felt a need to understand what was happening, but things were eluding his grasp. For now, all he could do was go with the flow and hope that he could handle what would happen in the future. Suddenly, the people traveling in a snake formation stopped in their tracks. Everyone looked towards the distance, and they could not help but take in a deep breath of air. In front of them was no town, nor a city, but a large and flat plain. The plain would usually be empty, but today things were different. A whole army of the Xi'an Empire was waiting for them. In front of them were 2 massive cages, and within these cages lay 3 vermilion birds. These vermilion birds were lying on the ground, the blood masked by the fiery red color of the feathers. But the agonizing cries that escaped their lips caused the demon phoenix army to shudder. Just what had these noble birds experienced to cause such grievances? Looking at the birds, Shu Wei instantly recognized one of them as the Qi branch member, and he tightened his lips. Although they could not be considered friends, he still respected this person, and seeing him beaten like this was never a pleasant feeling. Chapter 57. Lin Xiao and the Diviners.
To think that the demon phoenix army is so precise!
A voice suddenly boomed over the battlefield.
We had expected you to arrive tomorrow, but you made it here already. That is indeed unexpected.
The speaker was a chubby man who seemed to be in his 50s. His hair was black, but gray streaks could be found within. He was sitting on a sizable, ferocious beast, but the creature was not irritated or angry like they usually would be. Instead, it seemed tame and domesticated. Seeing this, Shu Wei narrowed his eyes, and when he looked at the army in front of him, he found that many of them were riding on a ferocious beast. But what made his heart sink was that he saw quite a few experts that were dressed as the diviners from the Chang'an continent. Knowing that the diviners had really arrived, Shu Wei knew that the battle would become much more difficult. Fortunately, the experts from the Chang'an continent were weaker compared to the others, so they could not tame the king or emperor primordial beasts. But some of the heavenly knights and the saints might get grabbed.
Lin Xuan, Lei Jingshen,
Shu Wei called out, and the two experts looked at him with some doubt. Now was not the time to talk amongst themselves.
The ones looking like monks need to be killed first,
Shu Wei said seriously, not caring about who heard him.
They are diviners, with the ability to tame and domesticate ferocious and primordial beasts. They come from Chang'an, so don't lower your guard and kill them right away.
Shu Wei's voice was clear, and it drew much attention to him, not only from the demon phoenix army, but also from the Xiang army. Hearing him point out the diviners so accurately caused their faces to turn ugly. But suddenly a cry sounded through the battlefield.
Lin Xiao, you treacherous dog! To think that you stole the holy staff and ran away from the order! His Holiness placed all his hopes on you, and you returned it with ingratitude! You are a white-eyed wolf! You are not worthy for the name of a diviner!
Lin Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the man who was shouting, but he just laughed out loud after seeing who it was.
I have to admit that I initially feared that the old man had found a way to tame sovereign beasts. But looking at the vermilion birds in the cage, it seems that I overthought things. You are not here because you can tame them. You are here to try and claim as many experts from the demon phoenix army that you can. It's just a shame that I am here to interfere with you.
Everyone's expressions turned ugly. The expressions of the Xiang continent soldiers were ugly because they had been seen through, but the demon phoenix army was not much better. The demon phoenix army contained some human experts, but the majority were primordial beasts. Knowing that there was some sort of ability to tame and domesticate them, they were all livid with anger.
Don't worry too much,
Lin Xiao said as his narrowed eyes contained some gloom.
The experts that have appeared here are at the Earth Saint layer at most. They will not be able to tame anything above the Earth Saint realm, and even those at the Earth Saint realm are pretty safe, as taming requires a lot of time and mental power. During something as chaotic as a battle, they will naturally aim for the weaker experts, but even they will take a bit of time to tame. So if we follow Shu Wei's suggestion and we all focus on killing off the experts that resemble monks first, then we should be safe.
Everyone had understood a few things from the conversation between the two of them, and no one had expected that this young man was so ruthless, saying that they could just kill his old comrades as easily as if he was discussing the weather. They could not help but glance a few extra times at Lin Xiao, and then pitying gazes were sent to Xu Wei and his other companions, but none of them cared. Although Lin Xiao was ruthless towards the diviners, this did not mean that he was a cruel and malicious person. It was just that the diviners had crossed his line too often, and he could not accept their way of doing things. As to what exactly Lin Xiao had experienced while being trained to become a diviner, Xu Wei had never asked, and Lin Xiao had never mentioned it. Xu Wei felt that he had no need to know about it, as he trusted in his friend, and Lin Xiao was unwilling to dig up his most vulnerable and painful memories. The diviners only wanted the strongest experts to continue in their midst, and sometimes they had to weed out the weaker ones. This had happened to Lin Xiao and his brother, and in the end both he and his brother wished to be the one who died instead of the other. But his brother was faster, and his last words had haunted Lin Xiao up until now. If not for having found Xu Wei, he was likely to have vanished by now. But now that he was friends with Xu Wei and the others, he was confident that he would have a chance of getting vengeance. As for killing his previous comrades, they had forced him to kill his own brother. What was wrong with asking for some interest back on this now? Chapter 58. Battle begins. The diviners were fearful as they saw the ruthless expression on Lin Xiao's face. They instantly knew that they would not be able to execute their plan as expected initially. The Xiang continent had spent a lot of effort getting a handful of diviners to come to their continent with the intent of taming the primordial beasts of the Demon Phoenix continent's army. The primordial beasts from the Demon Phoenix continent were much stronger and had better potential than those in the Xiang continent. This was because it was a continent controlled by a sovereign beast family, so the beasts were more renowned and respected. That being said, humans were not suppressed or looked down upon. They just had fewer chances for brilliance. But these primordial beasts, if they could be caught, then they would without a doubt become the best companion in the future. As for the diviners, the Xiang continent had gone to the Golden Chambers and requested for a way to tame beasts, and the Golden Chambers had informed them of the diviners. The Golden Chambers was owned by Tao Wu and Lan, but Lan had been in hiding for the last couple of months. Ever since he sensed that Hui Yu had arrived at the world, he had drawn away from everything of importance, and even Golden Chambers were left to Tao Wu to deal with. Tao Wu was unaware of the disagreement between Xu Wei and the diviners. He was also unaware that Xu Wei and the others were involved in the war between the two continents, and even worse, he had aided Xu Wei's enemies. Lan only needed a glance to see through what had happened. But Xu Wei was still unaware and confused as to why the diviners had suddenly appeared in the middle of the Xiang continent. The two armies were staring at one another. The Demon Phoenix continent had located every monk-like figure within the opposing army, and their eyes were ablaze with anger. It was clear that they had every intention of killing these diviners first. Seeing their intentions, the Xiang army was suddenly unsure of what to do. Their original plan was disturbed due to Xu Wei and Lin Xiao, and they did not know how to turn it around. As they were busy thinking, Xu Wei's voice sounded.
"What are you waiting for?"
Everyone looked at him with puzzlement.
"We are going to save those vermilion birds. Now the enemy is in disarray. Are we going to just let them collect themselves, or are we going to slaughter all of them?"
His words made the Demon Phoenix army come out of their stupor, but the Xiang army suddenly felt a strange fear creep up on them. Before they had the time to react, the Demon Phoenix continent's army came rushing towards them like a flood. Some had taken on their beast shapes, while others wielded weapons. The beasts were aware that as long as they did not eradicate the diviners, they would be in danger. Hence, while they also fought back against the ordinary soldiers, all their focus was on the diviners and on swiftly exterminating them.
"Hold them back!"
the chubby middle-aged man screamed. His eyes were full of malicious intentions as he looked at Shu Wei and Lin Xiao.
"Protect the diviners! Diviners try to tame at least a few beasts! Soldiers, protect the diviners and kill the man named Lin Xiao!"
The chubby man had understood that Lin Xiao would be able to interfere with the taming of beasts, so he had to have him killed as soon as possible. But contrary to his expectations, Lin Xiao just grinned grimly. He was used to being a target.
"Everyone protect Lin Xiao!"
Shu Wei yelled out to his friends, and all of them took the shape of a formation around Lin Xiao, not allowing anyone to get near. Inner Might, Qi Sword, Scale Shield. Shu Wei activated his Qi and created a Qi Sword, which he used to slash down one after another, cutting all approaching soldiers into half. The Scale Shield did not cover himself, but Lin Xiao, who had lifted his staff in the air. He was muttering lowly, and strong fluctuations of energy rolled off his body. The diviners opposite tried their best to stay alive, while also trying to tame beasts, but it was as if there was a strange energy blocking them. Usually when a diviner connected to the mind of a beast, they could slowly erode and gain control over them, but it was as if they were encountering a wall blocking their minds. They could not help but stare at Lin Xiao with hatred. They knew that he was using the divine staff to block their attempts, but they could do nothing as he was protected well by the people around him. Lin Xiao did not have to do anything else other than blocking the minds of the diviners. He trusted Shu Wei with his life, while he had entered a strange and trance-like state. Devouring Fist, Kick of the Raging Tempest, 27th Layered Azure Sword. Shu Wei was using his attacks one after another. He could conjure the Qi Sword up with a moment's thought, and thus he also used his fists and legs to both kick and hit whoever came close. He thought that he was doing well when it came to killing experts. But upon closer inspection, he saw that Bai Tianyi had changed to a massive spiritual energy sword, which was harvesting lives as a sickle was cutting weeds. It was not only Shu Wei and Bai Tianyi who were going all out. Lolo had also created a massive spiritual energy ice snake which was attacking indiscriminately. Anyone who got close was frozen into ice statues before she went closer and absorbed their soul power. Chapter 59. Techniques on Display. The battlefield was chaotic. No one had expected the war to escalate to this scale, but Shu Wei was full of delightful and somewhat manic pleasure as he was killing one expert after another. He felt how his soul was being nourished as he absorbed the soul power of each of the people being killed, never allowing them the chance to escape, but not feeling even the slightest guilt. It was not only him. All the experts who specialized in spiritual energy would also absorb the dense and thick soul power permeating through the air. The smile on Shu Wei's lips grew increasingly malevolent as he stepped further and further towards the enemy lines. All his friends knew that the killing intent was taking over his rational thoughts, but they did not stop him. It was so rare for him to let go, and when he finally had the chance, who were they to try and stop it for him?
"Everyone, Shu Wei has gone rogue. The rest of us are to protect Lin Xiao with our lives," Bai Tianyi called out, but he was not mad. Instead, an amused smile hung on his lips as he glanced at Shu Wei. Shu Wei's eyes were shining coldly, but with a bit of happiness deep within.
He had long since transformed his hands and arms into that of a dragon's, and he no longer conjured up a cheese sword. Instead, he used his bare fists to rip apart anyone who came into striking distance. He was feeling the enjoyable smell of blood waft into his nose, and the beastly side of his personality was getting stronger and stronger, but he still retained a slight bit of rational thought. He knew that if he genuinely descended into madness, it would be impossible for him to extract himself again in the future, and he would end up as a killing machine that would not differentiate between friend and foe. Taking a deep breath, he looked around the battlefield. While it was entirely possible for him to continue on like now, ripping apart person after person and experiencing the feeling of being bathed in blood, he aimed for something different. He had come here to try to get his potential ignited, and it would never happen unless he was in a life-and-death battle. As such, he was looking for a strong individual whom he could fight against and test his strength.
"Little Wei, why don't you approach the cages?" Lan's voice suddenly rang in Shu Wei's head. "They captured one of your friends inside them. Don't you want to save that little bird from the Qi branch? Not to mention the stronger experts are likely to have been positioned around the cage, ensuring that no one can allow the birds to escape."
Shu Wei contemplated for a moment as he glanced towards the cage. The battle was frenzied, and the blood flowed like rivers down to the ground. The soil could simply not continue absorbing the sheer amount of blood that was falling, and it turned to a thick and nauseating bloody mud that stuck to everyone's feet. The Emperor and King-ranked experts fought one another in the air, their battle producing many ripples of energy which landed on the ground, tormenting anyone who was so unlucky to be hit. Seeing that they were engaged in an air battle, and that all the knights and saints were fighting on the ground, Shu Wei decided to fight his way towards the cage. Although he did not know how he would fare against stronger saints, he knew that he would have to try it out. The stronger the enemy, the better the chances of him breaking through would be. The first many layers of soldiers were quickly dealt with. They died like the others before, killed with his bare hands, which had been transformed into dragon claws with scales adorning his skin. Up until now, Shu Wei had managed to proceed by using only raw strength. But as he was getting closer and closer towards the cage, much stronger opponents started appearing in front of him. Shu Wei's most used ability, while transformed into a half-dragon, was the Devouring Fist. The Devouring Fist was a technique that allowed the user's punch to devour the opponent's energy. Whether or not they used their energy to protect or attack, Devouring Fist was capable of devouring this energy and converting it into the energy of the user. He also used the Shattering Mountain Palm, which was amongst the first techniques he ever learned, but which scaled with his level. When he had first learned the technique, he was capable of destroying rocks with it. But now he could even shatter a real mountain. When he was faced off against more tricky opponents, he would use the Arcane Fist. The Arcane Fist was a technique that moved elusively. It created fist imprints, and they were hard to spot. Sometimes one imprint would be created, sometimes multiple imprints, but due to the nature of the attack, it was tough to block. But he was not only using his hands, but the legs were also sweeping towards his opponents, carrying with them an immense strength. He mainly used two attacks when kicking, Kick of the Raging Tempest and Kick of the Forgotten Kings. Shu Wei was not only relying on his physical abilities, but also tried out the spiritual energy attacks, such as Psychic Wrath and Deadly Whispers. These two attacks had not been used for a long time, but they were now very useful after gaining so much soul power. Psychic Wrath was similar to Qi. It materialized spiritual energy as a seal outside of the body, and it was quite a rare technique. While psychic wrath was very similar to Qi, deadly whispers was aimed solely at the opponent's mind. It corroded the mind by making them succumb to their worries. It made them feel extreme amounts of fear, which would slow down their actions if it could not cause them to succumb to their concerns directly. Chapter 60. Xiang Continent's Prince. Xu Wei's strength had skyrocketed because he was using the half-transformation into the azure dragon shape, and vitality was flowing through his veins, removing every small ounce of exhaustion. The vitality came from the wood elemental Qi, and the sheer strength made it possible for him to gain the upper hand against his opponents. The experts that were flocking around him were ordinary and earth saints. Xu Wei had many things he wanted to test out in the big battle, but he was not sure about how much he would have time for. He was also continually keeping an eye on the battlefield's overall situation, and he soon found that the king and emperor-ranked experts were very even in the battle. If Lei Jingshen had not advanced to an emperor, the Demon Phoenix continent would have faced a staggering defeat. On the ground, where the saints and knights were facing off against one another, the battle was chaotic. The diviners were the main focus of the Demon Phoenix army, and they were not overly strong, so one after another they were picked off cleanly. While the Demon Phoenix continent's army was working as one entity, the Xiang Empire's soldiers were much more troubled. Some of them were guarding the vermilion birds within their cages. Some went against Lin Xiao, and others were just bathing in bloodlust, slaughtering anything that came close. Xu Wei had infiltrated the enemy lines. He was deep into the enemy army's ground in an attempt at reaching the vermilion bird clan's cage. He had no backup, but he was not worried. If he wanted to flee, no one would be able to stop him. He could transform into either an azure dragon or a vermilion bird, making escaping extremely easy. As long as the expert was unable to kill him in one hit, then Xu Wei would be able to escape. Because of this, he dared to venture so deep behind enemy lines, but he dared not bring his companions with him. Just as he was fighting against a group of experts, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine, and he swiftly evaded a sword attack that landed where he had stood just a moment before. Xu Wei slowly turned around as he tossed a corpse away. In front of him was the first person to make him feel pressured. But instead of backing away, the battle intent in Xu Wei soared. This was precisely what he had been looking for, and an almost manic smile spread on his face. The man who had attacked frowned. He had not expected that Xu Wei had the ability to dodge his attack, and he became more serious. Seeing his serious expression, Xu Wei was full of excitement. Although he liked to rip apart his opponents, nothing was better than a fulfilling battle where his life was on the line. A battle where he could get familiar with his own limits and transcend them. The two people were very contrasting. Xu Wei was standing and resembled a demon. His clothes were red, but even so, one could easily see that they were soaked in blood. His arms were covered in azure scales with claws instead of fingers. His eyes were full of madness. The smile on his face was eerie, and his hair was whipping in the wind, giving him a terrifying appearance. A single drop of blood was running down his cheek. The other man, the one who had attacked, was wearing spotless white clothes. He was hovering above the air so that his boots would not get soaked in the bloody mud that the ground had turned into. He was carrying a long and thin sword in his hands, and his face displayed no emotions whatsoever. One was like a demon that had crawled up from hell. The other was like a clean deity descending from heaven, and no one dared to approach them. Xu Wei snickered when he saw how the man was hovering in the air.
What a waste of chi! He must have some sort of mysophobia. The man did not have a cleaning habit, but he was not used to these situations. He was a prince of the Chang'an continent, and he was used to being a genius amongst geniuses, a heavenly son, a saint of unimaginable talent. But he was older than Shu Wei, and while it was a difference of merely a few years, these years were enough to make him fear that if he left Shu Wei alive, then he would no longer be the only peerless genius. To a person who was used to being revered, there was nothing more frightening than losing his fame and admiring gazes. He had a group of bodyguards with him, 4 heavenly saints, and if they attacked together, then Shu Wei would be in a tight spot. But the prince was rather arrogant in nature. He was confident that he would be able to deal with Shu Wei, and that he did not need the help of his bodyguards, so he ordered them not to interfere. Looking at the bodyguards, Shu Wei narrowed his eyes. He could escape, but when he had finally found a real opponent, did he really want to flee? He did not. If he could not handle the bodyguards later, he could always escape then. Letting go of this chance was not something he would do. Not to mention that he was not the kind of person who backed down in the face of danger. The chilling smile on his lips grew in size, and he could not help but laugh maniacally. Azure Lightfinger. Chapter 61. Twisting Heaven Slash. A blinding azure light shot out from Shu Wei's index finger. It moved as swiftly as light speed and landed on the body of the Xiang prince. The attack was the first that Shu Wei had learned, and while it was not overly strong, it had progressed tremendously throughout the years, and it grew in accordance with his strength. The attack landed squarely on the chest of the Xiang prince, and while it did not destroy his armor, it made him backtrack a few steps in order to steady himself. His face displayed utter disbelief and shock. The battle had merely just started, but he was already forced back a few steps. However, he quickly calmed down again. He felt that this had to be amongst his strongest attacks, to be able to make him backtrack like that, and that it was the most horrifying strength that he could display. The Xiang prince was truly looking down on Shu Wei. First of all, because he had a lower cultivation base, he also had a manic appearance full of bloodlust and the thrill of killing. Such a person was evil, and the good would always prevail over evil. Looking at the two of them, one seemed saintly, while the other looked demonic, and thus it was easy to guess who would win this battle. If Shu Wei knew what thoughts the Xiang prince had, he would have laughed out loud. Good and evil? There was nothing completely good or evil in this world. Even this man who claimed himself to be good wanted to kill others, so how was he any better than Shu Wei? Shu Wei was not at all blinded by the idea of good and evil. He believed that as long as someone was true to themselves, then that was what mattered. The Xiang prince looked at Shu Wei with anger flashing in his eyes. He felt like someone had slapped him across the face when he was pushed back by a mere attack. He, the illustrious genius, had suffered under the hands of a mere commoner. Shu Wei did not care about the Xiang prince's loss of face. He was eager to battle, and seeing that the Azure Lightfinger actually managed to push him back made him quite surprised and happy. Kick of the Raging Tempest, mountain-shattering fist. A kick and a fist attack landed on the prince before he had time to react, and he was once more thrown backward like a kite that was released from its string. His armor, which was made from a strange metal, had spiderweb-like cracks appearing all over from where the fist landed. A mouthful of blood splashed from the prince's mouth, and he was staring at Shu Wei in terror. The attack, which he had thought was the strongest, now proved to be the weakest.
This kick had caused him to feel as if his internal organs were trembling, and at the same time his chest was aching and the blood was roiling in his body. He no longer looked down on Shu Wei, having suffered from his hands twice in a row, and lifted his sword high above his head. Twisting Heaven's Slash. The attack was one of the most powerful ones that the prince could use. It was a royal technique that only the most skilled geniuses were allowed to learn, and he had only learned it in the last 3 years. Even so, he had gotten to the initial layer of the technique and was able to unleash around 10% of the skill's potential. However, the attack was meant for king and emperor-level experts, and while he was merely a saint, he was incredibly proud that he was able to unleash 10% of the attack's potential. Shu Wei's eyes turned dignified when he saw the twisting Heaven's Slash that came rushing towards him. Life-scale shield. The wood element in the surroundings surged, and a green shield shrouded Shu Wei. The slash collided with the shield, and a loud boom resounded. Both Shu Wei and the prince were knocked off balance and staggered backwards, trying to stand steadily again. Shu Wei narrowed his eyes. That attack was quite tempting to get his hands on, and he suddenly turned into a shadow as he rushed towards the prince. Forbidden Rush, Inner Might Chi Sword, Windwolf Slash. Shu Wei rushed up to the prince, his speed so fast that no one could even see his movements with the naked eye, and suddenly a Chi sword manifested in his hands. A chilling smile spread on his lips as he cut down with the Windwolf Slash. Shu Wei was not aiming to kill this time. He had seen that the storage treasure of the prince was a ring on his finger, and he was keen to get his hands on it, hoping that the twisting Heaven Slash technique book was within it. The prince was shocked and stepped backward again. Ever since the start of the fight, he had only been retreating and getting pushed back, and his face was ugly. He managed to lift his hand and block the Chi sword clumsily, retreating step by step. Blood flowed from the corner of his lips, and he was in terrible shape. In a real fight, the two of them would have been evenly matched, but Shu Wei had been underestimated time and time again, so now it was natural for him to hold the upper hand. But even so, Shu Wei did not get cocky. He understood that this prince was currently fighting alone because he was overconfident, but when he was about to die, he would call for his bodyguards, and Shu Wei would be the one in the troubled position. Chapter 62. Shape-shifting. Knowing that he had lost the chance to fight back, the Xiang prince felt indignant. He was a genius, a bona fide genius. How could he lose to a simpleton from the demon Phoenix continent? He was young, much younger than those beasts who could not cultivate before they turned 30, and he was already a sky saint of the 9th layer. He just needed a breakthrough to reach the heavenly saint layer, and then he would be able to become a king-ranked expert. Shu Wei was unaware of the prince's thoughts, but if he had known, he would snort. So what was the purpose of being a genius? Could this title give one food to eat? Could it kill one's enemies? In fact, being a genius was not a good thing. When one was marked as a genius, they had a lot of pressure and were more likely to die on their journey to the top. Many were jealous of geniuses and would try to kill them. Geniuses also tended to not put in as much hard work as an ordinary cultivator, as their road was smooth sailing from the beginning. When they encountered a bottleneck, many would succumb to the difficulties, and this was what the Xiang prince was experiencing right now. His eyes were red due to anger and disbelief. He was a true genius, so he had thought that he was omnipotent, that nothing could ever defeat him. But having underestimated Shu Wei, he now experienced loss for the first time. The prince was going crazy. "You cannot defeat me! Guards, capture this man and let me rip him to pieces!
Let me sever his limbs, and let him die with grievances without being left with a complete corpse."
The guards had been on high alert waiting for this order, and the moment that it was given, they rushed to surround Shu Wei. Looking at them, Shu Wei snickered. So they had expected that he was easy to capture. Should he become an azure dragon, or perhaps a vermilion bird? After considering that he was now known to be an azure dragon, and that only a few people knew of his identity as the Holy Sun, he started growing azure scales on every inch of his body as he transformed into a real azure dragon. Shu Wei did nothing to suppress his body's size, and the appearance of his real form caused the bodyguards of the prince to be pressed backward. The aura that was now surrounding Shu Wei was also enough to cause them to pause in their steps. They were frightened out of their wits. Everyone with knowledge of the sovereign beasts knew that there were 4 sovereign beast clans in this world: the azure dragons, the vermilion birds, the white tigers, and the black turtles. The demon phoenix continent was the home ground for the vermilion bird clan. The actual reason that the Chang'an continent wanted to wage war against them was to take over the vermilion bird clan and make them their vassals. The sovereign beasts were the most illustrious and revered creatures in the world, and to have subjugated an entire sovereign beast clan would prove their strength. But now an azure dragon had appeared. Did this mean that the other sovereign beast clans had appeared and wanted to interfere with the war? The appearance of Shu Wei in his azure dragon shape caused not only the bodyguards and the prince to feel faint. The aura he released caused many to be full of fear, and even the king and emperor-ranked experts were full of trepidation. If suddenly another clan of the sovereign beasts were added to the war, the Chang'an continent would have no chance of survival. Shu Wei had not thought that his appearance would cause such hesitation and alertness to appear in the minds of everyone present. He had picked the azure dragon shape out for a few reasons. First of all, the diviners knew that he was an azure dragon, so if he suddenly became a vermilion bird, it would be quite troublesome. It was the same for many of the experts in the demon phoenix continent. Although a few knew that he was the Holy Sun, many were unaware of this, but they were aware of his identity as an azure dragon. The final reason was that his body was massive. If he took the shape of an azure dragon, he would be able to push back the opponents he was facing, and the protective layer of the scales was much more durable than that of the vermilion bird feathers. Shu Wei's eyes had changed from human eyes to dragon eyes. They resembled an oversized cat. The vertical pupil in his eyes was glancing at the Chang'an prince, and he looked like a beast that had locked onto its prey. The prince was scared. He had never encountered anything like this before. He had always been sheltered, and while he had fought against primordial beasts, he was now breathless when facing a sovereign beast. The sheer momentum of Shu Wei was so overwhelming that he felt his heart quake in fear. Shu Wei had sent just a single glance at the prince, but this glance was enough to make him feel his entire back drenched in a cold sweat. But Shu Wei had already injured the prince, and he was not the current real problem that he had to deal with. It was the numerous entourage of bodyguards. While his scales were rather durable, and while his strength had exploded after shapeshifting, it was still a challenge to face off against too many bodyguards at once. But he welcomed the challenge. Chapter 63. Soul Power. Shu Wei faced the heavens, and a deep roar pressed its way out of him, causing the skies to shake and the earth to tremble. His eyes were devoid of warmth, cold and ruthless as he gazed at the bodyguards as one would look at a corpse. Slight green energy shrouded his body, working as a shield to block the many attacks that were raining down on him. Initially, he had only been fighting against the Xiang Prince and his bodyguards, but his sudden transformation had agitated everyone present, and many were launching attacks at him, completely forgetting their own opponents. Dragon Roar, Dragon Claw, Life Scale Shield. Xu Wei used one attack after another, thrashing around, trying to find a break through the many sword lights, fist imprints, and other attacks that rained down on him. After sending out a few attacks, he was successful enough to be able to tear the majority of the attacks apart and fled into the sky. While he might have been able to handle the bodyguards, when everyone else decided to kill him, he had no other option than to flee. He had managed to destroy the majority of the attacks, but not all of them. And although the life-scale shield had blocked most of the attacks, a few stronger ones had succeeded in penetrating his guard and wounding him. Some of his scales were shattered, and blood flowed freely, but he was not too bothered by it. He was in a war, not a sparring match. If he got through without even the slightest injury, he would have to reconsider his original plan. But that was for another time. Right now, he did not have the time to consider this. Sword lights and fist imprints were being thrown his way time and time again. He had to be very focused on avoiding the deadly ones, having no other choice than letting the weaker ones be blocked by the life-scale shield, and then allowing some of them to break through his guard. Xu Wei's current plan was to temporarily retreat. While he had strength and faith in himself, he was not blind like the Xiang continent's prince to think himself unbeatable. But he was not willing to leave just like that. So he suddenly dove towards the ground, opened his strong jaw, and bit down on the Xiang continent's prince before launching into the air, flying back to the side where the Demon Phoenix continent's army was observing the havoc he had caused. Seeing that Xu Wei had been so brazen as to kidnap their prince right in front of them, the bodyguards' faces paled at a noticeable rate before they rushed after him. However, Xu Wei was a real azure dragon, and his speed could not be ignored. Many tried to block them, but they soon found that it was impossible, and they dared not use their killing moves, as they feared that Xu Wei would throw the prince out as a meat shield. As such, they could only observe as he took the prince with him to the Demon Phoenix army, and even placed him down next to the diviner whom they had tried to kill before. Xu Wei looked at the prince before returning to his human shape, and casually draped a robe over his body.
I couldn't save the vermilion birds yet, but we have a good hostage now.
Looking down at the prince, he found that his sharp teeth had punctured his skin, causing multiple wounds to appear on his body, and he was bleeding profusely. Xu Wei frowned. How troublesome. Fishing out a blood-clotting pill, he pushed it into the mouth of the prince, and the wounds slowly stopped bleeding. Bending over, Xu Wei snickered as he took the storage ring off the comatose prince's finger. Weighing it in his hand, Xu Wei did not have the time to check his loot, so he just placed it in his own storage treasure before looking at the two armies and their current battle. The Emperor and King-ranked experts were still evenly matched in their battle. It was as if they had their own battlefield, utterly unaffected by what was happening underneath them, and yet not. When Xu Wei had transformed into an azure dragon, the Demon Phoenix continent's army was able to take advantage of the experts of the Xiang continent as they were shocked by the turn of events. Unfortunately, this advantage was soon lost, but the battle was still even and would last for a very long time. On the ground, the saints and knights were engaged in a bloodbath. There had not been any casualties from the ranks of the kings and emperors, but on the ground, death was lingering everywhere. The amount of soul power that the cultivators absorbed was so vast that they could barely consume more. Some did not even spend time truly refining the energy, speeding up their advance, but destroying their foundations. Soul power was not pure and had to be refined into spiritual energy before it was possible to be used. If it was not appropriately refined, it would taint the rest of the spiritual energy, making it impure. Impure spiritual energy was not good to use, as it could collapse at any moment. While everyone knew of this fact, many thought that just a bit of soul power infused in the spiritual sea would not harm them, and when there was so much, they should not waste it. The only ones who could absorb soul power with no worries were the spirits, and both Lolo and Bai Tianyi felt ecstatic being in the war zone. They were like whales swallowing water. They became two big black holes, absorbing so much energy that their faces turned red. Chapter 64. Spiritual Body. For a spirit, breakthroughs were never accompanied by bottlenecks. As long as there was enough energy, they would grow indefinitely. Even progressing from the heavenly saint to the king rank was not something that difficult for a spirit. When humans and beasts reached the king rank, they would have to transform their mortal body into a spiritual body. But spirits already had spiritual bodies, hence, while they needed excessive amounts of energy, they did not have to transform their bodies. Xu Wei was aware that their bodies would be changed when they became king-ranked experts, but he was not sure how. He did not know much about the ranks above the saint rank, but now was not the time to consider it either. He made a mental note of asking Lan later about the breakthrough into the king rank in detail, in order to learn everything so that they could prepare their own breakthrough. But right now, the battle was still ongoing. And while Xu Wei was wondering if Bai Tianyi and Lolo would reach the king rank, others began dying from having their energy tainted by the absorbed soul power. As they realized that even a little tainted energy was deadly, many stopped their wanton absorption of the energy. But it was often too late for these experts. Many got killed even faster than before, causing the dense soul power in the surroundings to become even thicker. It was at the point where Bai Tianyi had entered a frenzy. His eyes were red, a great smile was spilling over from his lips, and laughter ran in his surroundings. Two massive swords were created from spiritual energy, and they were harvesting lives left and right in his hands. He was descending into madness, but Xu Wei had no intention of stopping him. He understood the feeling of being drunk on killing, and Bai Tianyi was not entirely without rational thoughts yet. He had not touched the members of the Demon Phoenix continent yet, and the massive swords were collecting only the lives of their enemies. Also, while Bai Tianyi seemed very controlled in everyday life, Xu Wei knew that he was actually just holding back his emotions. He had been pursuing immortality, and when he finally became an artificial spirit, he was struck down by the men whom he considered friends, but who were also his rivals while being human. He had been suppressed as a sword spirit for thousands of years, watching as maidens kept getting sacrificed time and time again to keep him imprisoned. Being imprisoned for so long, it was only natural that he needed to vent his emotions, but he had never found a suitable situation before now. It was not only Bai Tianyi who was running amok. Lolo was also making frozen statues all around her, and her chilling smile made everyone try to run away from her. She was young, but she was a real terror on the battlefield. No matter who she came across, they all ended up as a frozen statue. Where Bai Tianyi killed instantly, Lolo let them experience the feeling of their lives slowly ebbing away from them. While both were extraordinarily ferocious and frightening, they continued their massacre with no fear. Their strength was snowballing while killing due to the sheer amount of soul power on the battlefield. Lolo was already a sky saint at the 8th layer, while Bai Tianyi was a heavenly saint at the 1st layer. Xu Wei could not help but wonder what would happen if one of the king or emperor level experts died and they absorbed their remaining soul power. However, this was an impossible thought. The king and emperor-ranked experts would not allow others to benefit from their deaths, especially not since their bodies had turned into spiritual bodies, and they would be relying on soul power to improve their bodies. Xu Wei observed the battlefield with all his focus. He had previously tried to rescue the Vermilion Bird clan members, but because of the Xiang Prince he had been interrupted. He was not willing to give up on the rescue mission, and he was contemplating the current movements of the battlefield. Many had forgotten about the cage filled with birds, and the battle was moving into a stalemate. Although many were dying, it was on both sides of the armies, and the blood flowed freely. Many were getting stuck in the bloody mud, and this caused the battle to become even more desperate. No matter how strong they were, they needed to consider the ground under their feet. Some lost their balance, while others lost their focus. Some fell in the mud, and others were pushed down. There was not even one clean person left in the entire battlefield, and the desperation of the people who fought was overwhelming. Xu Wei did not care too much about the actual battle. He knew that what truly determined the winner and the loser was the battle between the kings and emperors. If the Demon Phoenix Continent's king and emperors won the battle, they would wipe out the Xiang Continent's army, and the opposite would happen should they lose the battle. This was a gamble with his life, and Xu Wei knew it was risky, but he did not regret his choice. He had to improve his strength, and with rewards came risks. The riskier the situation, the better the results he would gain. Forbidden Rush. Taking a deep breath, Xu Wei began navigating with his movement technique. He was heading towards the cage, but this time he was not getting entangled with the people on the way. The birds were awake now, and while they were injured, they were able to move. But they dared not make others aware of their current situation, as they might be retaliated against. Chapter 65. End of the Battle. Xu Wei's original shape was overwhelmingly oppressive and impossible to overlook. Still, when he had taken on his human shape, he was capable of hiding amongst the crowd and closing in on the cage. Xu Wei appeared next to the cage. He did not materialize a sword out of qi, but instead he transformed once again, the massive figure once more appearing on the battlefield. The shape, which was much larger than before, took up a lot of space in no time, and the cage which was beneath him was crushed. The cage broke, and the Vermilion Bird clan's members looked in shock at the oversized azure dragon. But their shock was suddenly replaced with ecstasy. They had not thought that their freedom would come so suddenly, and they hurried to escape. Their retreat was covered by Xu Wei, and they all made it back to the main army. Looking around, Xu Wei found that all the diviners who had come from Chang'an were dead by now, and they had no reason to continue the battle. The two continents had never before planned on having an all-out war, so if they continued like this, then it would be equal to winning a battle while heavily injuring themselves in the process. Neither of the armies was willing to do this. Originally, the Xiang Continent's army had planned on eradicating the Demon Phoenix Continent with one swift move. Still, they had failed, and continuing the direct battle would not be beneficial to them. The Demon Phoenix Continent's army was also satisfied with the outcome, as their rescue mission was a success. The two armies acted as if they had planned it beforehand. They retreated backward, and they did not continue to fight. The ground was littered with corpses, and the blood had turned the whole field into a muddy terrain, but no one paid attention to it. If a life was lost in the war, their bodies could not be reclaimed, and thus these corpses were left on the battlefield. Xu Wei was relaxed. The rescue mission was a success, and he had managed to try fighting against the Xiang prince. A smile appeared on his lips as he thought about the storage treasure he had stolen from the prince. If the Twisting Heavens skill book was indeed within that storage treasure, then he would have benefited greatly. The two groups of people were like ebbing tides of water which were retreating backward. Initially, Xu Wei and his friends had wanted to return to the ravine where they had been stationed before, but now people often vanished from the army. The big battle was over, but now they had to return to the small skirmishes, battling amongst groups. There was no reason to stay in the big group, and only the emperors and kings went back to the ravine, bringing with them the wounded Vermilion Bird clan members. These Vermilion Bird clan members were seriously injured. They were going to be sent back to the Demon Phoenix continent as soon as possible, but they could not handle the trip right now, and thus the group returned to the ravine to nourish their health before they could make the journey back. During this time, the Emperor and King-ranked experts were acting as security guards for the Vermilion Bird clan members. Knowing that they were safe, Xu Wei met up with his friends again, and moments after, they left the group of soldiers. As they moved to the side, they stopped at the edge of a forest and looked back on the snake of people who marched further away. There was a strange sense of belonging in Xu Wei's heart. He had never belonged anywhere, but the Demon Phoenix continent's emperor was very friendly towards him and helped him in many ways. Xu Wei had the feeling that the emperor was like an elder to him. He respected and admired him, and now that he could pay him back, he would do his utmost to help. This was also why he had wanted to help mutate the soldiers of the army. Usually Xu Wei was not a person who would interfere with others, but when someone was respectful to him, he would give them 10 times the same respect. But if someone was impolite, he would also make them suffer 100 times more than what he suffered. He Gao, Bai Tianyi, Lolo, and Lin Xiao were used to Xu Wei's behavior of returning favors, but Lan was quite surprised. Ever since he had begun traveling with Xu Wei, he had seen new sides to him. Seeing that Xu Wei was the one who rescued the Vermilion Birds, he was quite curious as to why. But the answer he got when asking Xu Wei about it had stumped him. "The Vermilion Bird Emperor was kind to me," he had said, "and I wish to return the favor. The Vermilion Bird clan's members are all important to him, so the least I can do is help his people."
"You were putting your life on the line," Lan had pointed out, but Xu Wei had looked at him with complete disdain in his eyes.
"I entered the war well knowing that my life can be forfeited at any given moment. Although I had not planned on going behind enemy lines, I was confident in the messy battleground and in my own skills. I will do what I can with the least amount of risk, but sometimes I have to take a chance to improve myself." Lan had been surprised by the maturity of Xu Wei. Although he was young, his mentality was already so mature that Lan could not help but feel amazed. Chapter 66. No Comparison. The more Lan traveled with Xu Wei, the more puzzled he became. Although he had a lot of prejudice towards him, he had found that most of it was actually not true. While Xu Wei was indeed very talented, he was also unfortunate. He had experienced many things which would break any average person, but he had persevered. While he was talented, he did not get anything easily. He had to fight for everything he had, and he always had to walk forward, or he would have been killed long ago by the men in the Chang'an continent. Li Ziqing might not have had a talent for cultivation, but she had been lucky. Not only had she found the lake and later met Lan, but she had also been happy and content with life. Xu Wei could not be together with the woman he loved. He could not slow down, or he would get defeated by all the other geniuses.
The stress he was under was something that Li Ziqing never had to experience. In many ways, Lan was already aware that Li Ziqing was satisfied with the life she led when they were together. She never complained, and her smile displayed her undisguised happiness. Even if she had been immensely talented, would she really have been able to handle the stressful life? Would she have been happy? When he began thinking like this, Lan was suddenly scared by his own thoughts and shivered. He had always been blaming Xu Wei because of his innate talent, but thinking about it, Xu Wei had also paid a hefty price for his talent. His mother had died while giving birth to him. His uncle had killed his father right in front of his eyes. He had been chased and persecuted everywhere he went, and in the end, he had to flee his homeland. While one could live a peaceful life, the other always had to struggle and fight for advancement. He had never considered it before, but as he realized the differences, he also understood that his impression of Xu Wei was faulty. Xu Wei had never done anything wrong. All he did was forced onto him by the circumstances, and done in an attempt to survive and reach a higher ground. He never wanted anything else than to live life peacefully with his family, but the cruel world had shattered all those dreams. What one wished for was not always what one could get. Now that he knew that he could only live if he advanced, he had given up many things in his life, but the only thing he could not give up was his friends and family. This point alone was enough to make Lan understand that Xu Wei was not a bad person. To be respected like this, and genuinely liked by his companions, showed that his personality was not bad, and the fact that he was willing to give his life in return for theirs also proved his loyalty. Such a person, what right did Lan have to condemn him? He had never asked to be a talented individual, and slowly Lan's mind came around, and he observed Xu Wei as if it was the first time he saw him. The young man had grown a lot from the youth he had first seen back in the Genius Army. He had become stronger, but his demeanor and aura were also more restrained. He was like a sharp sword that was sheathed. Everyone knew how deadly it would become once drawn. The young man was not overly arrogant, but he was not humble either. He was like a calm and collected person who knew what he wanted in life and was aware of the means of achieving it. This realization shocked Lan. Although there was a world of difference between the levels of their strengths, Xu Wei did not lose out to him in demeanor and maturity, but Lan was not ashamed. Instead, he nodded his head approvingly. While he no longer felt hostile toward Xu Wei, he had no interest in helping him get rid of the monarch piranha flower. So far, although he had struggled, nothing had truly posed a threat to his life, and Lan was sure that this monarch piranha flower would be the turning point in Xu Wei's life. If he could handle it, then he would be able to handle everything. But where Lan before was watching with amusement, he was now observing with interest to see how Xu Wei was going to change his fate. He who had been chased by a whole continent, he who was going against the rules of the world, he who was not supposed to be born. He was the only person who could proudly condemn the heavens and break the heavenly law. He was not supposed to be a toy for Lan to achieve his goal. He was meant for much more than what Lan could even imagine. And when that thought hit the phony prophet, a smile spread on his lips. Once upon a day, when Xu Wei had become renowned throughout the galaxies, he, a simple figure, would be able to say with pride that he had tormented such a genius when he was still growing. Thinking like this,
Lan could not help but laugh to himself, and he felt as if a heavy load had been removed from his shoulders. He no longer needed to compare others to his Li Jiqing. He no longer felt that life was unfair. She had lived life brilliantly, although it had been short. However, he knew that even though there was no reincarnation in this world, although he knew that the dead did not return, he was also aware that as long as Shu Wei, the exception to the rule, existed, then there was hope.
Chapter 67. Game of War. The group of people began moving through the forest after observing the army vanishing in the distance. Their mood was suddenly light and cheerful. Their faces were full of smiles, and they began talking. But although they were merry, they never relaxed their nerves. They were alert and observant, as they knew that they were deep in enemy territory. Their journey did not encounter any problems. They encountered a few small villages, but stayed away from them. They were entering deeper into enemy territory, and from time to time they would encounter marks and signs of battle, but they had not experienced any skirmishes themselves yet. The land did not resemble a battlefield. It was relaxed and calm. The atmosphere was fresh and full of excitement as the farmers began harvesting their crops. To them, the war was nothing more than a subject talked about over the dinner table. Although some soldiers would ravage the places they fought, most people would not go against the villagers, not only because they were cultivators and the villagers were mortals, but it was against the moral and ethical values of real experts. There were naturally some who did not care about how a cultivator ought to behave, but even they had no interest in ordinary villagers. They had nothing that could catch their eyes, and ravaging their places, razing it to the ground, would gain them nothing. As such, the villagers were safe in their locations, but there were always exceptions, which was also why the first village acted the way they did when Shu Wei and his friends arrived. Suddenly, as they were moving through a lush field of grass, the sound of clashing weapons could be heard in the distance, accompanied by energy fluctuations in the air. Someone was fighting. They hurried to follow the sounds, while being highly alert, only to find that a small group of experts was fighting it out close to a river. 3 corpses lay on the ground, and 7 men were fighting on the riverbank. If not for them wearing bracelets of different colors, it would be impossible to see the differences between who worked for the Demon Phoenix continent and who was on the side of the Xiang continent. The Demon Phoenix continent experts were in dire straits. They had lost 2 men, while the opponents had merely lost 1. While it was not a massive difference, it was enough to cause problems for the men of the Demon Phoenix continent, and Shu Wei hurried over to participate in the battle. When Shu Wei and his friends engaged in the fight, the Xiang continent's soldiers instantly collapsed. Some tried to flee, but they were quickly disposed of. After this, they hurried from one end of the continent to the other, and they managed to help out a large group of men who were in a bad position. They did not help those who were doing okay, and just observed their fight. There was a bad habit on the battleground that people would steal each other's points, and as a result many were guarded not only against their enemies, but also against their own people. Shu Wei understood this, and he had never planned on stealing others' points. He had never cared about the points. All he wanted was a battlefield. But it was only after traveling far and wide that he could find someone to fight. He was starting to feel rather depressed. Perhaps joining the war was not the right decision. While they did advance in cultivation, it was at a normal speed, and the closest they had gotten to a real fight was the rescue mission for the vermilion birds. Although the small skirmishes also existed, they were not challenging enough, and soon they started trying out various gambles. Sometimes they fought 2 or 3 against 5. Other times they fought 1 against 3. Although they never fought all of them together, they always observed and kept it under control. If any of their friends got seriously wounded, they would be able to step in right away. The one who grew the most was Lolo. She had increased her powers recently. They had grown quite rapidly, but now she was able to get control over her rise in power. She was able to use the least amount of energy to get the most effect out of it. Bai Tianyi had also benefited dramatically from the fights where they had fought 1 against many. He and Lolo had gained much soul power during the Vermilion Bird rescue mission, and their strength had soared as soon as the soul power had been refined into spiritual energy. Most of the battles were reserved for them to get better control on the newfound power. He Gao, Lin Xiao, and Xu Wei often stood by the side and observed the 2 spirits fighting with all their might. They were here for the chances to fight, and thus they made the whole war into their own little game. They understood the seriousness of the war, and understood that while they could do this, there was also a chance that someone else could turn the tables around and execute all of them in a moment if they truly felt like it. However, this was also another reason for them wanting to become much stronger. As long as they were not the strongest people on the battlefield, they were always in danger. The common soldier like them was actually just cannon fodder. When a big battle started, they could be killed by a single thought by a king or emperor-ranked expert. Sighing, Xu Wei felt the pressure. As long as the war was prolonged, there was a chance that it would end up in one big battlefield again. And when that happened, they would need to be in their best shape so that they could stay alive. Chapter 68. More Enemies.
Release them!
A voice boomed through the battlefield. Xu Wei turned around to look at where the voice was coming from, but the throat that was grasped within his hand was not released, and his eyebrows just casually rose in curiosity. It was not only Xu Wei who was surprised by the voice. Everyone who was watching on the side also looked towards where it originated. Even He Gao, who was fighting alongside Xu Wei, also turned towards the spot where the voice was coming from. 2 groups of experts had appeared on the horizon. Their eyes were ablaze with anger, and their bodies were trembling as they were running towards them, their weapons unsheathed and raised in the air, and the chi was swirling around their hands. Xu Wei frowned. Why had 2 groups appeared here? Usually it was difficult to encounter even 1 group, but now they had encountered 2 more. Xu Wei felt that something was wrong.
"End it,"
he said coldly as he clenched his hands, crushing the expert's neck within his grasp. He Gao heard Xu Wei's order, and his claws came down, slashing at the throat of his opponent, ending his life in mere seconds. The experts who had called out were stunned when they saw that they still killed the people, although they had ordered them to stop. Usually a group would flee when they were surrounded by 2 groups, but Xu Wei and his friends were calm. They had been having easy fights recently, so being against more people could end up as a challenge that they were willing to accept. Xu Wei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 2 groups who were livid with anger, their eyes aflame with fury. "Kill!" one of the men called out, and Xu Wei snickered. Did they look as if they were easy to kill?
"No need to hold back,"
Xu Wei said casually, and the people who previously had been standing in the background appeared by Xu Wei's side. They were ready to fight and show off their newfound skills. Xu Wei grinned. He was not sure why so many people had appeared, but right now their focus was to kill the soldiers that had appeared out of nowhere. It only took a moment before the experts arrived by their side, and they saw the dead bodies on the ground which had been killed by Xu Wei and He Gao. They had died painfully. Some of them did not even have complete corpses, and the sight caused the arriving experts to burn with rage. Although they did not know each other personally, they were from the same army. Seeing them killed like this, they wanted to take revenge. Unfortunately, things were not simple. Although the arriving experts had the advantage of numbers, outnumbering them was not enough to defeat Shu Wei and his friends. They had been fighting against the odds for a long time, but even so, none of them had died. Although they had sometimes been severely injured, their strength had grown tremendously. The fact that they could kill so many experts caused Lolo and Bai Tianyi's cultivation base to soar after each battle. Shu Wei also refined some of the soul power, but not as much. His spiritual energy was merely at the Earth Saint 9th layer. Lolo and Bai Tianyi had reached the Sky Saint 7th layer. They were the ones who had gotten the most noticeable advance in cultivation rank, and currently, they were also the strongest in the whole group. Bai Tianyi and Lolo had been halting behind for a long time, but this war was a heaven-sent chance for them to catch up and overtake everyone else in their group. He Gao was now the one who was lagging behind. He was not as talented as the others, but he made up for it with his hard work. Originally, He Gao was a celestial dog who was not a very talented race. After mutating twice, his talent had increased, but he needed to fight hard and constantly do his best to ensure that he could keep up with the others. None of them relaxed or rested on their laurels. They all knew that if one of them was too far behind the others, that person would drag the rest of the group down. As their relationship was very close, none of them were willing to pull their friends down. While they could accept not being too talented, they would never want to become the soft underbelly that was easily attacked. Now, when these two groups had flooded towards them, none of them wanted to become the easy target, and their battle intent was roaring. The fight was extreme and intense. Shu Wei was fighting hard. His friends were fighting hard. But as time went by little, the pressure on them diminished as the enemies died left and right. After killing them all, they looted their storage treasures before they finally left, leaving the corpses on the ground, their eyes full of grief and disbelief. Like this, something strange happened. Every time they encountered a group of people, more and more experts appeared during the battle. The fights also became more and more challenging, but none of them were unhappy. While they received numerous wounds and injuries, all of them were healed by pills, and they could go on after a day or two of rest. The war had been ongoing for hundreds of years, and time was flowing like water. Nearly half a year had passed since Shu Wei had arrived at the Xiang Empire, and he had been fighting non-stop ever since. Chapter 69. Rule Breaker. In the beginning, when Shu Wei arrived at the Xiang Empire, he had encountered the monarch piranha flower. But after spending more than 5 months with the flower deeply rooted within his heart, much of the initial chaos was gone now. He understood the dangers of the flower, but currently it was in hibernation and was not causing problems for him. It would become a ticking time bomb when it did wake up, but the length of time it needed for this to happen was unknown. But the puzzling thing was that at the beginning they would travel far and wide without encountering anyone. But after 4 months in the continent, they were encountering battles every day, and more than one battle each day. As soon as they located someone, it was certain that a whole bunch of people would follow, and the battle would exhaust them, both physically and mentally. But it was precisely in these situations that they grew. when they were exhausted and feeling as if they could not go on, but knew that if they succumbed, their lives would be forfeit, and thus they found the inner energy they did not know they had. Time and time again they were pushing their limits, but they were not unhappy. Instead, their eyes, albeit full of exhaustion, were sparkling with life and excitement. This was why they had joined the war. They had wanted to push their limits, transcend their potential, and step forward, getting closer and closer to the apex of the cultivation world. During all the battles, Lan had just been a bystander. He had never raised a hand, neither had he bothered to attack anyone who ran towards him. At most, he would dodge the attacks until Xu Wei or one of the others were freed from their own opponents and picked them up. The more Lan saw, the more puzzled he became. He began understanding Xu Wei's personality better, and he even started respecting and liking him. He spent many days observing Xu Wei, observing his attentiveness towards his friends, and how he would sometimes block a critical attack aimed at them. During the battles, Xu Wei had kept an overview of all his friends. When someone was pressured or had a hard time coping, he would instantly step in, even if he knew that it would bring him injuries. After each battle, the one who had gotten the most injured each time was Xu Wei, but he never complained, and his friends never thanked him. This did not mean that they were not grateful, but their gratefulness was too profound to be expressed with a mere thank you. There were so many things that they were grateful to Xu Wei for. He had given them a new chance in life, saved them from the darkness in which they resided, and brought them to see the world. He was willing to take a sword strike for them. He was ready to do anything in his power to protect his friends, and his feelings were not at all hidden. All of them were aware of it, and their hearts were swelling with pride for having such a friend. It was also then that Lan finally began understanding Xu Wei. Amongst them all, Lan was the one who met Xu Wei first, but he had never tried to understand him before. He had either teased him or seen him as a tool to get what he wanted. Now that he began seeing Xu Wei as a living being, he also began growing a notion of wanting to befriend him. Initially, he had never tried to understand him, but now he felt that it was a pity that he had wasted so many years looking down on him.
I once thought that this world was wicked. Lan suddenly began speaking while looking down at Xu Wei and the others who were lying on the ground, completely listless and full of exhaustion. I thought that the world was unfair, that the people who truly deserved to be respected were cursed, and that the fools were the ones who were blessed. But looking at you people, I am starting to understand that things are not exactly as I thought. Everyone has their own misfortune and luck. It is just that it differs from person to person. Xu Wei was lying on his back on the ground, staring at Lan, who was looking down at him, his eyes full of solemnity. He understood that Lan was starting to open up to them, but he did not understand why. What could have changed Lan's thoughts on him? Once upon a time, I came to this world as a foreigner, Lan said as he looked into the distance. I was merely curious to see the realm where the vermilion bird, my grandfather, whom I never saw before, came from. I was curious, and I saw a small hut where a youth was living alone. She was a mixed breed, and back then mixed breeds were all over the world. She was not talented. She was nothing special. But to me, she will always be the most important being in the whole world. It is because of her that I am now protecting this world. This is her legacy, and when she returns, I will give her the world that she loved."
"Come back?" Xu Wei frowned. "Both you and Hui Yu have told me that it is impossible to be brought back to life when one has died."
Lan looked at him and grinned.
"It is not possible to be reincarnated, and you do not end up in the 10 courts of hell as you do in most other worlds. But there is still a chance to see them again, and this chance has appeared because of your birth into this world. You are not only the holy son of the sovereign beasts, but you are also the rule breaker."
Chapter 70. Ghost Realm.
"Rule breaker?"
Xu Wei frowned as he looked at Lan. He felt as if something important was about to be unveiled for him, and he could not help but feel excited.
"Yes,"
Lan answered, nodding his head and looking at Xu Wei with complex eyes.
"A world does not appear out of nowhere," he began. "A world is created by a deity who has reached a certain level of strength. When the world is created, the deity sets down various rules and regulations that the world will follow. These rules can control anything, from how you cultivate to which life forms have intelligence. It controls how many suns and moons are in the solar system, the color of the clouds, and even where the dead will go after death. Each world has an owner, but these owners sometimes die, or they find other worlds that they wish to own. You can only connect with one world at a time, and as such, many worlds get abandoned throughout the passing of time. This world was one of those. I do not know how or why it was abandoned, but when I arrived, there was no owner. I never planned on staying for long, but I did not wish to leave again after meeting Li Ziqing. However, it never reached my thoughts to actually take over the world and change its laws. It was not before she had died, and I realized that the dead in this world do not go to the 10 courts of hell. Instead, they end up in the ghost realm. These two places are fundamentally different. Those who end in the 10 courts of hell are still connected to each other, and their newborns are actually reincarnated. Those who end in the ghost realm are never able to reincarnate. The ghost realm is much like any other realm. When you die, you become a soul, and you enter the ghost realm, where you will wander till the end of time. Ghosts are cannibalistic and consume soul power to grow their strength. Only by consuming other ghosts is it possible to become stronger, but no matter how strong you become, you cannot leave after you have entered the ghost realm. When Li Ziqing died, I thought she would end up in the 10 courts of hell, but she did not. She ended up in the ghost realm, and I have no power to enter it. No matter how strong you are, the ghost realm does not open its doors to others, other than the dead, with one exception. The rule breaker can open the gates, but the cost is unimaginable. You see, these are the rules that have been made by the owner of the realm, and they are not made to be broken. But sometimes something will happen that might cause them not to work, such as your birth. Your mother was the holy maiden of the sovereign beasts. She was a young woman who never did things as others told her to do them. She only followed her own ideas. One day she had run away from home to see the outside world, and she encountered your father. It was love at first sight, but at that time the rules of the world had been changed. I changed them long ago in order to ensure that another Li Ji-qing did not appear, and no one would approve of your mother being with a human. Your uncle helped her elope, but he made your father make one promise. No matter what, he was not allowed to make your mother pregnant. Your uncle was not dumb. He knew that if your mother became pregnant, she would never let go of her child, and she would even risk her own life to sustain yours. This was precisely what happened. She fed you with her own life force. The mixed child should never have been able to exist, but she gave you all her life force and ensured that you grew stronger and stronger by the day, but she gave up her own life in the process. Your father was not a dumb person. He was aware that your mother was a sovereign beast, but he still made her pregnant, knowing full well that it would kill her. As for what motives he had, you will have to figure those out yourself. But because of your mother, you became the rule breaker, and I have been searching for someone like you for many thousands of years. I could easily change the rules again, but then a rule breaker would never have been born. Now that you exist, I've finally found hope again. I am aware that the hope is small, but it still exists. If another ghost has absorbed Li Ji-qing in the ghost realm, I am not sure what to do. But I cannot give up until I have been there and searched for her. At first I thought it would be enough if I could use you to achieve my goals. But now I feel that you are a person who deserves respect. I will not force you to help me, even though I could force you to help me. But I can promise to take you with me, and we can also look for your mother, if that is what you wish. But be aware, when someone enters the ghost realm, they do not retain any of their memories. Even if we do find my Li Ji-qing and your mother, they will not be able to remember us.
Shu Wei was shocked when hearing all the words that Lan had said. To think that a rule breaker was able to enter the ghost realm.
The rule breaker is much more than just this, Lan continued, but sighed deeply. But you will have to figure out the final things by yourself. Being a rule breaker is the same as changing the whole world, and it brings with it the air of change.
Chapter 71. I don't know. Shu Wei frowned. He had understood that being a rule breaker meant that one was not supposed to exist. Lan had spent over 10,000 years waiting for a rule breaker to appear, but it was simply impossible to know if or when they would appear. Many worlds existed, but rule breakers were simply as difficult to find as a specific water drop in the sea. Also, Lan had decided to become the owner of this world, and he had never planned on leaving it, so the chances of finding a rule breaker were even smaller. A rule breaker did not have to be a person of mixed breed. It could also become someone who was born normal, but somehow managed to break the rules of the world during their lifetime. However, such a scenario was so unlikely that it was simply impossible to find one. Shu Wei was deep in thought, pondering about his options and what it meant being the rule breaker. He understood many things now. Since Lan was the owner of the world, he could sense everything that happened on it, and he could control the world with but a mere thought. He knew of Shu Wei's background and history from the very beginning, but he never told him anything. It was also now that Shu Wei understood that previously Lan had treated him solely as a tool. But now he was willing to tell him the truth, and began treating him as a friend. Shu Wei nodded his head.
"What price do I have to pay to open the ghost realm?" he asked, and Lan looked a little sheepish.
"I don't know," he said with a solemn expression. "Rule breakers are hard to find, so actual knowledge about them is also difficult to locate. That is also why I have been observing you ever since I found you."
Shu Wei nodded his head. What Lan said made sense.
"So, we need to open the ghost realm, but we do not know how, or what the price for doing so is?"
Lan shook his head.
"We could figure it out after a bit of time," he said. "But I imagine that this war might be a chance for us to solve the problem."
Shu Wei frowned and looked at Lan.
"Because of the number of people who will die?" he asked, and Lan nodded his head.
"Every time someone dies, the ghost realm will open up and swallow their soul. If there was a large battle with many deaths, then I would expect that we would be able to tear open the entrance and slip in alongside the many dead souls."
Shu Wei nodded his head.
"Will we be able to bring our friends along?"
Shu Wei asked as he looked at He Gao, Lin Xiao, Lolo, and Bai Tianyi. Lan shook his head and looked apologetic.
"I don't know," he said. "I have no previous experience with rule breakers or entering the ghost realm, so I don't know what is possible and what isn't."
Shu Wei nodded his head as he looked at his friends. He was eager to enter the ghost realm to meet his parents again, but he was not willing to leave his friends behind. "Don't worry," Bai Tianyi said with a shrug of his shoulders. "We will enter if we can, and if we can't, then we will keep training ourselves here in the Xi'an continent." Shu Wei knew Bai Tianyi well. He was not just saying it to reassure Shu Wei. He truly meant that they would be fine without him. Shu Wei was not depressed by hearing his words. He also knew that they had been together for years now, and they might have grown too dependent on one another. Spending some time apart from each other might actually help them progress. But it was still unsure if they could enter or not. They were not even aware about what was required to enter the ghost realm. It was simply too complicated.
"Don't think more about it now," Lan said with a sigh. "I just wanted to tell you about it, as I finally began understanding that you are more than just the rule breaker, more than just a tool for me to get Li Ziqing back."
Shu Wei nodded his head and smiled. He was quite happy that he had managed to show his sincerity with his actions, but he also knew that Lan was not unreasonable. Lin Xiao, Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and He Gao were slightly upset when they heard Lan's words. They knew that Lan had not been treating Shu Wei well, but they thought that he had at least treated him as a friend. Now it seemed that he had seen him as a tool, and they felt indignant. But they also knew that he had now changed his opinion of him, so their unpleasant feelings were left with nowhere to vent. Not to mention that this person was a deity, a person whom they could never defeat, so even if he had caused them to become unhappy, they could never tell him about it. Lan could easily see their feelings of displeasure, but also them trying to keep it in instead of speaking them out loud, and mirth rippled through his eyes. He knew that these people were truly genuine towards Shu Wei. They were his true friends, and he could not help but feel slightly jealous. Although he was a deity, he was not surrounded by good friends who were willing to get angry at a deity for him. He smiled slightly, but then he thought about how Shu Wei had considered him a friend, and he thought that maybe he was not completely alone. Shu Wei seemed to sense that he was feeling melancholic, and he looked at him with a smile on his face.
"You are also a part of our group now," he said, and his words stumped both Lan as well as the others. Chapter 72. The Monarch Piranha Flower Makes a Move. It was not only Lan who was surprised upon hearing Shu Wei's words, but his friends were also shocked. Shu Wei knew that Lan was originally treating him as a tool, but he still trusted him enough to consider him part of their group. Upon thinking about it a bit more, they understood his reasons. Lan was a deity, and if he truly wanted to treat Shu Wei as a tool, then he had no reason to open up to him. The friends Shu Wei had did not possess a low intelligence, and after considering it for some time, they understood that he was actually being sincere to Shu Wei now. Their displeasure was reduced by more than half due to this, and while they still held a bit of bad impression, they were much more polite and friendly. Even their expressions turned softer. Lan smiled mirthfully, his eyes glistening with amusement. He understood that they were able to see that he was no longer as arrogant as before, and thus they accepted him. Being accepted was a surprisingly good feeling. The group was suddenly light-hearted as they continued their journey. But they had not come far before Shu Wei's heart began aching. His face went pale in an instant, and he stopped in his tracks. It had been months since the monarch piranha flower had edged itself into his heart, and during all this time it had been well-behaved and silent. But now it seemed as if it had gathered enough strength to try and take over its host body once more. Feeling the immense pain that wreaked havoc in his body, Shu Wei gritted his teeth, and he slowly began feeling how sweat was beading on his forehead. His friends also stopped in their tracks and turned around to see the sweating and pale Shu Wei, who was grasping his chest with his hand. Everyone frowned and hurried back to his side. They were worried about him, but dared not touch him out of fear of making it worse.
"Everyone back off,"
Lan said. His voice was solemn, and his eyes observed every change that happened to Shu Wei. The vines of the monarch piranha flower suddenly erupted from the ground and wrapped Shu Wei within them, taking the shape of a wooden cocoon. His friends took out their weapons and wanted to cut open the cocoon, only to be stopped by Lan.
"He has to overcome this tribulation on his own,"
he said seriously, his eyes shining with wisdom.
"This is a battle between himself and the monarch piranha flower, and he will encounter them more frequently. He was lucky that the flower did not decide to attack during or right after the battle."
The others nodded their heads and observed Shu Wei worriedly. They knew that the monarch piranha flower was not to be belittled, and that it was a ruthless and cruel flower that consumed the essence blood of cultivators to grow. Being embedded inside Shu Wei's heart, it was able to slowly consume some of his essence blood, but it also knew that it could not consume too much, as that would end up killing itself instead by proxy. However, the essence blood of Shu Wei was so rich that even after being seriously injured in the last attack, it only needed several months to recuperate. Inside the wooden cocoon, Shu Wei slowly closed his eyes and put his focus into his body. When he looked at his heart, his eyes grew cold and he was furious. The heart was encapsulated in vines.
They had fully taken over the entire heart area, and he could feel the powerful fluctuations of energy coming from within. The monarch piranha flower was stronger than it was the previous time it had been encountered. Shu Wei guided the wood and fire elemental qi in his system and began a slow siege on the monarch piranha flower, which had barricaded itself inside his heart. Wave after wave of green and red energy rolled towards his heart, but Shu Wei had to be careful. He could not use too much power, as it would cause his heart to also be injured. But he could not use too little either, as it would not be enough to get through the barrier made by the monarch piranha flower. Shu Wei was not unconscious this time compared to the previous attack. He was slowly entwining the energies together. The azure dragons and the vermilion birds that the qi was made from were entwined, and their beast-like shapes slowly vanished. Instead, they took on the form of needles, which barraged the monarch piranha flower's vines. Shu Wei had an exceedingly strong control over his qi, and he could manipulate it as he wished. Previously, when the energy of the two elements had battled it out with the monarch piranha flower, it had been entirely devoid of a commander. Although it was powerful, it was not being used smartly. But now that Shu Wei was awake, he was able to grasp the weak point of the monarch piranha flower swiftly and return the agony that he had experienced. The monarch piranha flower was unable to withstand the thousands of small needle-like energy bursts that Shu Wei had used. It slowly withdrew back into the heart, the vines that had previously encapsulated the heart also retreating. Shu Wei felt weak all over. His heart had a dull ache from the battle, but he could also feel a strange exhaustion in his mind. Controlling qi like this required an exceeding amount of spiritual energy to shape it into small needles, especially commanding thousands of those needles at once.
Chapter 73. Poison. The victory might have seemed simple, but it had truly exhausted Shu Wei. He was not sure if he would be able to withstand if the monarch piranha flower would get stronger, and he knew that it was a ticking time bomb that might explode at any time. When he was done with a battle, it would be the ideal time for the flower to make a move, and he knew that it was merely a question of time before the monarch piranha flower would take over his body if he did not manage to cultivate fast enough. Shu Wei took a step, but he almost collapsed as he felt his energy drained. He sat down and tried to control his breathing, but black dots appeared in front of his eyes, and his body began trembling. Although he had suppressed the monarch piranha flower, the flower had managed to poison him. The last thing he thought about was how unlucky he was before losing his consciousness. His friends looked shocked when they saw how he collapsed in front of them. His eyes were closed, and his face was pale. Lan frowned as well, and without anyone noticing his move, he was suddenly by Shu Wei's side. He laid him on his back and lifted his wrist to take his pulse. Lan's expression turned solemn.
"He is poisoned by the monarch piranha flower," Lan said with a frown. "The flower is not venomous as such, but it seems that it has consumed his essence blood and somehow mutated."
"What should we do then?" The others panicked when hearing Lan's words. Their hearts were shaking in fear.
"I am going to help him," Lan said after contemplating for a moment, and a strange golden energy entered Shu Wei's body. His body, which had been lying still on the ground, was now convulsing, and sweat was beading on his forehead as he kept twitching. It was clear that Shu Wei was in pain. An internal battle was being fought within his body.
The monarch piranha flower had already retracted, but the poison was putting up a fight against the energy Lan had poured into his body. Lan was also careful. He was a deity, and he used ancestral world power and energy which was domineering and overpowering. If he had poured too much of it into Shu Wei's body, then he would have died. But if he had put too little, it would not be able to fight against the poison. Lan guided the energy through Shu Wei's meridians, and everywhere the ancestral world power moved, the poison was slowly being eroded. Lan leaned over Shu Wei for the majority of the day. His eyes were solemn and grave, but he was not giving up on trying to save Shu Wei's life, trying to ensure that the monarch piranha flower did not succeed in taking over his body. Lolo, Lin Xiao, He Gao, and Bai Tianyi were all standing in a circle around Shu Wei and Lan, but they did not observe his actions. Instead, they kept an eye out on the surroundings. This showed their trust in Lan. Not only did they show their backs to him, but they also left Shu Wei in his hands. After a week had passed, Shu Wei woke up. His eyes were confused, but they quickly cleared up. Inside his body, he felt another strand of ancestral world power, which was slightly different from the one that Hui Yu had left in his body. While both of them emitted a horrible and strong dominance, the one Hui Yu had left him was deeper in color and seemed much more powerful. Shu Wei did not know what ranks there were when one became a deity. He only knew that there was one called God rank, and that there were many ranks above that. The path of cultivation seemed to have no end. There was always a higher peak, another world, a new rank. Even for the deities who had eternal life, the path of cultivation was endless, and they needed to use every moment to advance. Shu Wei had originally been like all the others from the Chang'an continent, thinking that the saint tier was the highest rank possible. But then the world opened up for him, and he understood that cultivation was much more than he had thought. It was an endless path, and he was eager to walk down it. Shu Wei felt as if his entire body was light and full of strength. While he previously had been devoid of energy due to the battle between himself and the monarch piranha flower, but due to the energy that he had been given by Lan when he was removing the poison, he was now bursting with energy. However, before he had the chance to stand up, he suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blood was black. It was the poison that was being thrown out of his system. But while Shu Wei felt much better after getting rid of it, the others were anxious for him. Lan raised his hand, and they all stopped in their tracks while looking at him worriedly. "I am fine," Shu Wei said as he wiped the blood off his lips. "I just had to get rid of the impurities left by the poison." Although Shu Wei had been unconscious, he had still heard Lan's words, and he knew exactly what had happened to him. He looked at Lan with gratitude in his eyes. "Thank you," he said, and Lan nodded his head and smiled. "No worries," he replied. Seeing the color returning to Shu Wei's face and hearing his voice, which sounded normal again, his friends heaved a heavy breath of relief as well. It seemed that Shu Wei had dodged the bullet this time. Chapter 74. Military Camp. The monarch piranha flower was quite shrewd. It knew when to advance and when to retreat. It had clearly put the poison as a test to see whether or not Lan had any intention of saving Shu Wei. If he had not saved him, then Shu Wei would have ended up being taken over by the flower. But because it was lodged inside the heart of Shu Wei, Lan was incapable of pulling it out. Even Shu Wei could not live without having his heart inside his body. Lan also looked at Xu Wei with mixed emotions, but he did not regret the decision to let Xu Wei face off against the flower. It was true that his reason back then was amusement, but now he saw it as a way to temper the young man. Everything had been smooth sailing for him for a long time. He needed some sort of setback to finally break free and become stronger. A setback would allow him to become an entity that was like Lan himself, someone who could leave this small world and head to the bigger stage. However, everything came with a risk. Even with having Lan by his side, there was a chance that he would not be able to act fast enough to save Xu Wei. Ultimately, his survival depended on his own strength, both mentally and physically. Xu Wei was also aware of this. He did not blame Lan for what he had done. Instead, he sighed and gazed into the distance. He narrowed his eyes and cocked his head, looking as if he was deep in thought. Finally, he stood up, dusted the dirt off his robes, and smiled wryly. Looking around, he saw that his friends were worried about him, and he could not help but feel warm in his heart. Even if he could not overcome the monarch piranha flower's invasion in his heart, he was still satisfied with living his life like this. Naturally, he was not going to die without putting up a fight, but he was aware that sometimes you had no other options. Even so, as long as there was a glimmer of hope, he would hold on to it with all his might and never let go.
"Let us move out," he said,
and the others nodded their heads obediently. The rest were not harmed in the slightest, so continuing their journey was without a doubt the best idea. Staying too long in one place made them an easy target. The further they moved, the more they realized that something was wrong with the experts of the Xi'an continent. As soon as they encountered a group, they would quickly call for backup. Upon entering the continent, they would walk days on end without meeting anyone, but now they were encountering people everywhere they went. It was as if they were sprouting from the ground. That was how numerous their enemies were.
"I guess we are nearing a military camp,"
Hegal finally said, and Xu Wei almost scolded himself for not realizing that the increase in people could only mean that they were nearing one. Originally, they had been close to a camp, but because of the monarch piranha flower, the soldiers did not go towards the forest. Now that they were going towards a military encampment, Xu Wei felt the same blood rush as before. Wouldn't it be fun to kill a whole camp on their own? Well, it was not likely that they would be able to kill the entire army stationed there, since there were likely to be king or emperor-ranked experts. But everyone else could be killed.
"Give the king-ranked expert a try," Lan said as he looked at Xu Wei with amusement in his eyes. "I will be there as a backup, in case you can't deal with him."
Xu Wei pondered for a moment before nodding his head. It was quite good to try his hand against a king-ranked expert, considering that he had not experienced much trouble against the other saints he had been up against in the last many battles. The others also broke into smiles. Their smiles were full of innocence, but a strange, murderous air brewed around them. All of them were eager to wash the ground with blood. But no one knew that the most eager of them all was Lan. Lan somehow needed to connect the bridge between the ghost realm and the real world, but he had no clue how to do so. The best way of attempting it would be to kill and keep on killing, when considering that the ghost realm only opened when a dead person went there. The more souls that were ferried, the longer time the ghost realm would stay open, and the bigger the chance Lan and Xu Wei had of entering it.
"Well then, we cannot just enter the camp," Xu Wei said with a frown. "We need to somehow figure out a way to dwindle their numbers before we enter."
"Well, yes," Bai Tianyi looked around with narrowed eyes. "Should we perhaps ambush the people as they leave the area?" Xu Wei contemplated as he looked around.
First, let us investigate what the camp looks like and how many people are there. We can also try and capture a few soldiers and see if we can get anything out of them.
They won't tell us anything, Lolo said with a pout, but Xu Wei just snickered.
With spiritual energy experts like you and Bai Tianyi, do you really fear that we can't get the truth out of them?
Lolo thought for a moment, and then broke into a brilliant smile.
Well then, let us go hunting.
Chapter 75. Hunting. Xu Wei could feel Lolo's energy and excitement, and his lips curled into a smile. While he felt slightly exhausted after the battle with the monarch piranha flower, and later with the poison incident, he was not against pushing himself to his limits so that he could improve. It was not only him who was exhausted. The monarch piranha flower had clearly used up all its extra energy to launch those attacks. Xu Wei was aware that it would take some time for the flower to launch another attack, but he could never rest on his laurels. At any moment when he was pushed to the breaking point, the flower could initiate another attack and cause him to suffer. As such, he had to know what his limits were, and the only way to figure it out was by trying to push himself. This was a dance with death, as the slightest mistake could end up being his demise, and the monarch piranha flower would take over his body. But right now, they had to focus on the problem at hand. They wanted to deal with the military camp that was close to them, but to do so, they had to be smart about it. They began scouting the area. It only took 3 days to reach the edge of the army encampment. It was an old city that had been converted into a staging ground. The tall city wall was full of soldiers that were patrolling its premises. The gates were closed, and they only opened after the experts that arrived could prove their identity. Xu Wei and his friends were all hiding at the edge of a forest that was located right next to the city. Although they were close, they had to keep moving, as patrols were sent out from the city at regular intervals. These patrols were scouting the surrounding area, always on high alert, but they were never able to find Xu Wei and his friends. After moving for some time, they soon found a pattern in which these patrols were moving, and they easily avoided them afterward.
Why are we not killing the patrols already? Lolo was getting impatient as she watched another patrol pass by them. They had been hiding in the forest for the past week to gather information, but they had still not made even the slightest move against the soldiers stationed at the camp.
When we move, we will show them that we are here, Xu Wei patiently explained. Our aim is to kill as many as possible when we finally make our move and force the others to come out to catch us, which will result in us hunting down even more experts from the Xi'an continent.
Lolo listened to Xu Wei and obediently nodded her head. But her eyes, which seemed pure and innocent, were a sharp contrast to the words that sprouted from her mouth.
When do we start killing, then? We have wasted a whole week, and I cannot wait for the bloodbath to begin. It is exciting to try our hand against a whole military camp.
Seeing the madness displayed on Lolo's expression, Xu Wei smiled wryly. She was once an adorable little girl. Had he indeed failed in raising her properly, to see her so obsessed with killing now? He then thought back to his own behavior and his own ability to suddenly become lost in the bloodlust, and he knew that it was likely his fault that the adorable little girl had turned out the way she was now. However, he felt no guilt when thinking about this. She might have lost some of her innocence, but instead she had gained the strength to survive and to protect herself. Xu Wei took a moment to look at his different friends. All of them had changed throughout the years. He remembered when he met Heigao for the first time, how he had been a very ordinary celestial dog without the ability to protect himself. But now, after a few mutations, he was a talented genius. He then looked at Lin Xiao.
He remembered how he used to refuse killing people and only made a move when someone truly deserved it. But now he was a lot more relaxed, and his morals had changed. He had understood that there was no good and evil in the world, only one's own viewpoints. The one who had changed the least was Tinalynge. He had already given up his humanity to become immortal, to become a spirit, and thus he was much like he had always been. But no matter how much they changed, the group of friends would never turn their backs on one another, and they were eager to protect each other from dangers. Even the emotionless Tinalynge felt loyalty towards his friends. While he had lost his humanity, he had not given up on his morals. It was also because of the loyalty and the connection that was between them that Xu Wei dared to attack a whole army that consisted of thousands of soldiers. With his friends by his side, he felt invincible, and he truly wanted to test his own limits. If they failed, then so be it. The worst price they would have to pay would be their lives. But if they succeeded, they would gain a lot of experience, become more powerful, and they would likely get their hands on some resources. Xu Wei was also aware that, while this challenge was extremely hard, they had a life-saving card in their hands called Lan, who could save them if the worst possible scenario occurred. Chapter 76. Making a Move.
Steady. Wait,
Xu Wei whispered with a low voice as he looked at the group of soldiers that was walking down the path of the forest. In the end, they had spent a month observing the military base, and now they had succeeded in understanding all the patrol patterns and the various ways of avoiding them in the fastest and most efficient manner. "Go!" he whispered, and his friends all jumped down from the branches, landing right in front of the unsuspecting patrol. Glaring lights flashed in the middle of the forest as they bombarded the soldiers with their attacks, and before they had the chance to return even the slightest move, the entire patrol had been wiped out. Xu Wei jumped down from the branch and began taking the storage treasures from the corpses before igniting a flame and burning them to ashes. Their ambush had been entirely under control, and while the flashing lights could be seen in the surroundings, no marks were left on the ground or the trees, making it so that no one could notice that a battle had taken place. "Hide again," Xu Wei ordered, and all of them returned to the tree crowns, ready to hide and wait for the next patrol to come by. The group displayed no excitement on their faces, but their hearts were burning with bloodlust. They had spent a long time preparing for the strike, and now that the time had come, they could not help but feel the anticipation. There was a tremendous battle on the way, and the excitement that they felt was boosting their strength, and although their faces were calm, their blood was rushing through their veins, and their hearts were beating rapidly. The next group of people that they fought against was as unsuspecting as the first, and they quickly fell to the ground, their lives forfeited. Once again, Xu Wei gathered all the storage treasures, and afterward he burned the corpses. The flame was so intense that it managed to incinerate the corpses so swiftly that not even the scent of burnt flesh remained in the surroundings. Xu Wei glanced around, but he found no traces of others coming towards them, so he gestured for his friends to return to the tree crowns. According to their expectations, they should manage to kill 3 or 4 patrols before someone noticed that there was something wrong, and up until now they had only gotten 2, so things were still going according to plan. The group also managed to kill the 3rd group with no problems. As they got closer and closer to the arrival of the 4th group, their senses heightened. Their bodies were full of surging blood, and the adrenaline was rushing through their veins. This was the make-it-or-break-it point in their plan. If they managed to kill the 4th patrol quickly, they would be fine. But if the 4th patrol was alerted to their presence, they would be fighting an uphill battle.
All of them held their breath as the fourth group came towards them. Shu Wei gestured for Lolo to go and scout the surrounding area to see if there was someone waiting in ambush. When the groups found out that the patrols were not returning, they would definitely send someone to follow a patrol in an attempt at luring out the prey and make the hunter become the hunted. But if they were still unaware, then Shu Wei and his friends would be a step closer to their goal. Although they could easily just let the group pass and not act, causing the patrol team to be safe, they could not allow a liability to run through their hands. In case they noticed something, then their entire plan would fall flat. Lolo returned after a short while and shook her head. She was the one who had the strongest spiritual energy in the entire group, and she had spread it over the whole part of the forest without noticing even the slightest movement of other people. The patrol should be alone, or their protector was above the saint rank. No matter which one of the options it was, it played according to their expectations. Shu Wei wanted to fight against the king-ranked expert that was in control of the military camp, but he also knew that he could not just enter the base and fight against him. He had to lure him out from the protection of the big walls and the many soldiers surrounding him. This was what they were doing now. Every soldier that exited the camp was going to slowly vanish without even a trace being found, making it so that the expert had no other option than to leave the safety of the encampment and search for the killers. Although he could move with the soldiers of his base, it was impossible to move an entire army to search for Shu Wei and his friends, as their group was small and mobile, allowing them to avoid their pursuers. This was the plan that Shu Wei had come up with alongside his friends, and all of them were excited. During this point in time, the people from the 4th Patrol Group had arrived, and Shu Wei gestured for the others to be careful. They all solemnly nodded their heads, and soon they jumped down from the trees. The lights flashing from their attacks were already appearing as they fell. The first person of the patrol raised his head, only to be greeted by a spiritual energy sword that cleaved him in half. The others also realized that they were under attack, but they did not even manage to scream out for help before they had been killed. None of them was left with a complete corpse. Chapter 77. Ambush. Seeing that everyone had died a quick death, Shu Wei heaved a heavy sigh of relief. After looting and burning the corpses, he gestured for his friends, and all of them changed their location from where they had been hiding in ambush for a long time to another part of the forest, where they would put up another kind of trap. Before, the patrols had walked through a specific pattern, and thus they were simple to ambush at the same location. But now there would be no more patrols. They would enter the forest in an attempt at finding the culprits behind the disappearance of the patrols. Their new ambush place was located closer to the camp, and they waited for the people to come here. According to Lan, when the chaos ensued, they would not send everyone out at once, but dispatch a few stronger teams with the purpose of locating the men who had gone missing. These teams would be sent out one after another, and thus Shu Wei would have time to deal with each team as he wanted. After the first group would have vanished, followed by the second and third groups would also have gone missing, it was clear that they would change their strategy. Shu Wei never doubted what Lan had told him, and thus he was planning their next moves based on his words. As they waited, they saw a group appearing with bigger numbers than what the patrols had. The people in this group were all alert, and their hands were tightly gripping their weapons. They clearly knew that the patrols had not returned, so they were sent out to find traces of the missing soldiers and to preferably capture the culprits. Unfortunately, the military leader of the base had severely underestimated Shu Wei and his friends. The team he had sent out was stronger than the patrol, but not by much. It just had more people in the team,
And while it was true that having more people meant that it would be more likely that someone would manage to escape if they encountered any opposition, that would not matter if they were all killed. All of them were quite ruthless, and they were looking at the people in front of them as if they were looking at walking corpses. Xu Wei snickered when he saw their expressions, and he shook his head. Waving his hand, all of them, himself included, attacked the new group of soldiers from the Xiang continent. The soldiers were shocked when they saw the lights from various skills and abilities raining down upon them. Raising their weapons, they met the attacks head-on, their eyes glistening with slight panic as they felt how powerful the attacks were, and they stumbled a few steps back. Looking at the 6 people who had appeared in front of them, their faces, which had been full of panic, relaxed slightly, and they snickered. So there were merely 6 people. How could they have been scared of such a small group when they had more than double their numbers? If the group had sent someone back to announce their findings to the base, then maybe the Xu Wei group would be unable to stop them, and their situation would become much more dangerous. However, they looked down on Xu Wei and his friends, and thought that killing them was as simple as killing a chicken. They had forgotten that in their initial clash, it was them who had been forced backward. Xu Wei heaved a sigh of relief when he saw how they had no intention of sending someone back, and wanted to fight together to kill them. Lolo was also grinning. She knew that she was being looked down upon, and she was getting angry. Her hands were playing with a few icicles, and her eyes were focused as she observed the people. Xu Wei was holding a sword in his hand, its edge gleaming in the light that shone down from the gaps in the tree crowns. Lan snorted with amusement. These people from the Xiang Empire were quite dumb. Xu Wei and his friends had already removed 4 patrols without sustaining any injuries, and now they were attacking their group head-on. But these Xiang soldiers still felt as if they had the upper hand. Lin Xiao also held a slight smile on his face, but He Gao had no more patience and threw himself at the people. He grew the claws on his hands and slashed at the people standing in front of them. These people were shocked by the speed with which He Gao was moving, and they retreated rapidly. But 2 had been cut so heavily that open gashes appeared on their chests. Blood was flooding out, not only from the wounds, but also from their mouths. One of them lost his life after trying to breathe for a few moments, while the other tried hanging on, but he did not last long either, as Bai Tianyi waved his hand, and a spiritual energy sword impaled his chest, causing him to collapse and die. The Xiang soldiers were shocked by the speed they had used to kill them, and now they started to fear that something was wrong. Was this group of youngsters as they seemed to be? How could they possibly be so powerful? Xu Wei waved his hand and joined the battle like the others. A thick purple lightning bolt made from qi erupted from his hand and sprung at one of his targets, making the young man who got hit turn into a crisp corpse. The stench of burnt human flesh permeated through the air, and the others got nauseous when they saw how fast he had turned into a grilled chicken. Chapter 78. Heartache. The plans were going smoothly. In fact, they were so smooth that all of them were extra alert, worried that the Xiang soldiers had planned it. However, no matter how much they expected someone to ambush them, no matter how alert they were, the forest was completely silent, and no one appeared to deal with them. After looting the corpses and burning them to ashes, Xu Wei looked at his friends, and a sinister smile spread on his lips before he looked all around him.
I would imagine that more teams should have been sent out, so it is time for us to begin hunting.
The others were ecstatic when hearing that Xu Wei finally wanted to begin hunting the soldiers, and their hands were itching for a proper fight. So far they had been ambushing their targets, and while this was necessary to ensure a swift and soundless method to kill their opponents,
They did not feel their strength increase from reaping such easy kills. But right now the battle was in a rather tense period. They needed to fight a whole base by themselves, and thus they had to clean up as many groups as they could find, and as effortlessly as possible. Lon had no interest in interfering. He would step in at the very last moment when they could no longer hold on, and when their bodies would be riddled with wounds. But he would not step in if he thought they could hold on, even if they had broken bones or serious injuries. They were here to improve their strength, and if they knew that he would save them, the purpose of their fighting would be lost. The group snuck through the forest. They were cautious and moved slowly. They observed their surroundings and listened to all the sounds around them in case someone else was closing in on them. Bai Tianyi and Lolo had their spiritual energy billowing out of their minds, shrouding them and their surroundings to ensure that no ambush was waiting for them. But although they knew that they could search the surroundings with their spiritual energy, they were also aware that if they met someone stronger, that person would be able to hide their presence and inflict them with severe damage, so none of them relaxed. They had walked for a few moments before they finally came across a group of people. These experts were also on high alert. They were observing their surroundings with high vigilance. The only reason they overlooked Shu Wei and his group was because they had no one as proficient in spiritual energy as Lolo and Bai Tianyi. Knowing that the group of people was heading straight for them, Shu Wei gestured for his friends to hide in the bushes and tree crowns, and he too proceeded to hide himself in a place where he could not be seen. By the time the group made it to their place, they were still on high alert, but they had not noticed Shu Wei and the others, as they had been shrouded by Lolo and Bai Tianyi with spiritual energy. They waited for the opportune moment, and just as they arrived in their midst, all of them jumped down, their attacks shining in the twilight, their eyes cold and murderous, and their lips curled into sinister smiles. The Xiang experts were shocked beyond belief. Although they had been on high alert, they had not expected someone to jump at them like this. Clearly their scout had not sensed them, so they had to have appeared out of nowhere, the realization causing them to be stunned and scared. But even so, they were seasoned warriors, and they knew how to react when under pressure. They wielded their weapons skillfully, and their chi sprung from their hands, their eyes solemn, but no panic could be seen within them. When seeing this, the smiles on Shu Wei and his friends grew increasingly menacing. They were ecstatic to have encountered a group of true warriors. They had to be part of the elite of the military base, and encountering them meant that they could finally display their abilities to the fullest. Forbidden Rush, Kick of the Raging Tempest. Shu Wei activated his movement technique. It was amongst the first techniques he had learned long ago from his heritage ring, but it had never let him down. Although the speed at which he could move when activating the ability was not as much of a boost as it was when he was weaker, every little bit helped. At the same time, because it was a technique that could be used as a beginner practitioner, it did not use much chi, so keeping it activated was just a slight drain. A large tempest of energy appeared at Shu Wei's feet as he executed the Kick of the Raging Tempest, and the swirling energy quickly dragged a few experts into the midst of the attack. The winds were razor-like, further enhanced by the chi, and they soon had numerous cuts on their skin. Although they were sturdy cultivators, the wounds would not close, as they had been opened by a martial arts technique. Shu Wei was energetic and full of excitement as he saw one of the people rushing towards him. Devouring Fist. His fist connected with the approaching person, and he was knocked back, staggering multiple steps, before he looked at Shu Wei with horror in his eyes. Shu Wei was about to rush back to him and continue the fight when he felt a strange pain in his heart. He knew the origin of this pain all too well. It was the pain that came from the monarch piranha flower, Although it was not making an attack, it was reminding Shu Wei that it was there. Its purpose was clear. It wanted Shu Wei to use the vines that belonged to it to absorb some essence blood from his enemies in order to grow stronger. Chapter 79. Exhaustion. Shu Wei was aware that these vines could not be used whenever. The vines were very useful and could end the entire group of people in mere minutes. However, the essence blood of these people would also end up in the body of the monarch piranha flower. What it needed was to recover its strength. It had used up all the stored energy to try and launch an attack at Shu Wei before, and even more of that was used when it tried to poison him, so now it was recuperating. It wanted Shu Wei to help it recuperate by using its vines and allowing it to drink a lot of essence blood. But Shu Wei was aware that he could only do that if he was close to death. Otherwise, he was helping someone else with taking over his body, and he was not that stupid. But the strange discomfort he felt was suffocating, and he decided to use the experts that had appeared to vent his anger. Shattering Mountain Palm, Arcane Fist, Kick of Forgotten Kings. Shu Wei was like a killing machine as he wreaked havoc on the battlefield. He was reaping lives one after another without the slightest care for the opponents. His eyes were red and his teeth were tightly clenched. Although he was feeling better by venting his discomfort this way, he still felt uncomfortable. His heart was aching, and he had no way to make it stop. The others frowned when they saw the grim expression on Shu Wei's face. He was not reveling in the fighting as he usually was. Instead, he seemed as if he was trying to vent something unpleasant, making all of them worried. They retreated slightly, and instead of killing the experts they were fighting with, they began just controlling them, letting Shu Wei kill them in an attempt at easing whatever discomfort he was feeling. Shu Wei knew what his friends were doing for him, and he felt a stream of warmth enter his heart, easing the pain and discomfort, and he calmed down slowly. Although it was uncomfortable, it was not painful. It felt stuffy and annoying, but he had experienced so many things throughout his life that his heartache was not enough to cause any real damage to him. When realizing this, he slowly released a turbulent breath of air and relaxed. Calming down, he could slowly move on, and when he was able to exert vengeance on the monarch piranha flower, he was going to make it suffer severely. Trying to cause problems for him time and time again was simply not acceptable. Lan looked at Shu Wei and nodded his head in approval. The monarch piranha flower tried to take over Shu Wei's body, but what the two of them were unaware of was that it was also possible to turn the battle the other way around. Shu Wei could swallow up the monarch piranha flower and turn it into his own ability. Lan had not told Shu Wei about it. He wanted him to figure it out himself, and seeing that he was so alert when dealing with the monarch piranha flower, he had great expectations that the young man would figure it out soon. It did not take long for them to deal with the experts, and even though they had sustained a few simple injuries, all of them were in a brilliant mood. They were smiling and laughing while still on high alert. They robbed every valuable item from the experts and tossed the storage treasures to Shu Wei, who put them away. He did not have time to check the spoils of war right now. They quickly burned the corpses and let the ashes fly away before they roamed the forest again. Lolo and Bai Tianyi kept their spiritual energy spread out, and Shu Wei and the others observed the surroundings. Like this, they encountered multiple groups, and the longer they were in the forest, the more groups they encountered. Sometimes the noise of their battles would attract reinforcements, making the battles harder for Shu Wei and his friends. They were riddled with wounds, unable to get rid of them momentarily, even after eating the multiple medicinal pills that he had refined. The group had gathered in a small cave they had found. They were bandaging their wounds, and while He Gao had lost a lot of blood from a wound on his abdomen, the others were also sweaty and exhausted after running around battling day in and day out. Xu Wei could not help but laugh when looking at them. They were the ones who had stirred up the hornet's nest, and this was precisely their goal. But they looked embarrassed and like hunted dogs now. Their bodies were exhausted, and they truly needed rest. Xu Wei shook his head and looked at Lan. Lan, who sensed the gaze, looked back, and he instantly guessed what Xu Wei wanted to say.
"Sure," he said with a smile on his lips. "I will ensure that no one comes close to this cave for the next day. All of you relax and go to sleep. Leave your lives in my hands."
Before, the group might have felt uncomfortable doing so. But after spending so much time alongside Lan, they no longer felt uncomfortable around him, and they instantly went to sleep. Seeing their trust in him, the corners of Lan's lips curled upwards, and he shook his head before waving his hand, and a transparent barrier surrounded the cave. Now, anyone who came close to the outside of their resting place would only see a mountainside, but no cave. Even if they knew that there used to be a cave here, everything would feel like part of the mountain, and it would be impossible to enter. Chapter 80. King-Ranked Expert. The group slept soundly for a whole day. When they had arrived at the cave, it was dark outside, but when they woke up again, it was twilight. They had slept for a full 20 hours, and they felt full of energy again. Their bodies were aching, the wounds were still there, but their minds were much clearer than before, and they felt chi and spiritual energy roaming their bodies again. Previously, they had been depleted of strength, but now they could feel refreshed. They quickly found some healing pills that they placed in their mouths and sat down cross-legged and guided the energy through their bodies. The wounds on their bodies began healing at a rapid pace. Soon the skin was back in its original state, and the dull pain that had been troubling them was gone. They stood up, stretched their bodies, and took a deep breath of relief. They felt much more refreshed and were ready to continue their fight. Looking around, they found that Lan was seated deeper into the cave. His eyes were closed, and he was resting. His face had a healthy color, and he seemed comfortable. When he felt their gaze on him, he opened his eyes and smiled.
"I hope you had a good rest," he said. "I have some interesting news for you."
Xu Wei and the others' eyes lit up in excitement as they looked at Lan with curiosity.
"You are aware that there is a king-ranked expert in this base? Well, congratulations! You have killed so many of his men that he has exited the base and began patrolling the forest last night, planning on personally putting an end to you all."
Xu Wei grimaced when he heard that, but then a strong urge to fight appeared in his heart. He wanted to fight against a king-ranked expert. Even if he could not win, he wanted to know how he fared. Lan looked at Xu Wei and saw the burning eyes. He knew that this youngster was eager to test his skills, and he did not decline it. Although he had experienced a slight setback because of the monarch piranha flower, he had not actually met someone who was as strong as himself, and thus he had no way of actually going all out. The king-ranked experts were very different from saints. They had spiritual bodies and were on the way towards becoming deities. They were not to be underestimated. But Lan knew that he could keep Xu Wei alive, while still letting him try his hand against a king-ranked expert and learn his own limits. Xu Wei did not know that Lan had planned on taking the king-ranked expert as a training dummy. If he knew, he would be sweating slightly. Lan was truly heavy-handed. After finishing the rest, all of them prepared themselves before they exited the cave and began moving through the forest once more. Their senses were on high alert, and they were extra cautious, knowing that a king-ranked expert was roaming the forest. Every other patrol had been called back, so they did not have to fear getting ambushed by anyone else, other than the king-ranked expert. But they also understood that this man was their actual foe, so they were both excited and nervous. Although they were arrogant, they knew that there was a vast difference between a saint and a king. They were walking down an animal trail when Shu Wei suddenly felt an acute sense of danger. He dodged to the side just in time to see a throwing knife embedding itself into the tree behind him. Shu Wei felt cold sweat soaking his back. That knife throw was deadly. Well, well, well. So, the ones who have caused such trouble for my military base proved to be a group of hairy youngsters. Although your strength is high, you are still merely saints. To think you dare to fight against my majesty at such levels, I do not know if it is bravery or stupidity. A drawling voice sounded, and all of them looked towards it. Their eyes widened slightly when they saw that a middle-aged man was standing next to a tree, leaning against the trunk. They had not sensed him before, so his sudden appearance caused them to be on high alert. But they did not panic. Seeing that they could keep themselves calm, even when facing off against a king-ranked expert, the man raised an eyebrow in surprise. They seemed genuinely talented. Lan was standing aside, looking at them all with interest in his eyes. He had never thought they would encounter him so swiftly, but it was not a bad thing. Now Shu Wei could let go and try his all against the expert. He raised his hand, and an invisible energy shrouded Shu Wei and the others without them noticing. The energy covered their internal organs, ensuring that they would not die. However, they would still suffer greatly. Lan was aware of the differences between a king and a saint, but now it was time for Shu Wei to realize it also. Shu Wei smiled and felt happy. This was what he had been waiting for. Inner might. A sword appeared in his hand, created from chi. It looked like any other sword, slim and sharp, and the king-ranked expert widened his eyes. What a useful technique. Both of them stared at one another, and Shu Wei looked back at his friends. He was afraid that they would be injured, but he knew that he alone would not be the man's opponent.
"Back me up, but keep safety as the main priority,"
he gave his orders, and the others nodded their heads. A tense atmosphere descended over the forest. Chapter 81. Fighting a King. All of them were on high alert. Their senses were heightened. But how could they possibly be more sensitive than the king-ranked expert who had a spiritual body? Kick of the Forgotten Kings, devouring fist. Shu Wei instantly launched on the offensive. His attack was lethal and aimed for the king's vital points. But the king just sneered and sidestepped slightly, causing the two attacks and their gales of energy to bypass him. Sensing that these attacks were useless against this king, Shu Wei's face turned grim, but he did not give up. Although the attacks contained a lot of his strength, they were not his complete arsenal. He was still in his human shape, and he had not used any of his elemental energies yet. Shu Wei smiled wryly. It seemed that this was going to become a tough fight, and injuries would not be able to be avoided. But he was not too worried about himself. Instead, he was full of worry for his friends. Shu Wei gripped the chi sword in his hand and launched another attack. This time he was using the thunder and wood chi, merging them together, drastically increasing his attack power. 27-layer azure sword. This was amongst his strongest attacks while still in human shape, and he unleashed wave after wave of sword energy merged with elemental chi at the king. The king raised an eyebrow in surprise. This was indeed a rather good attack. If he were still a saint, it would likely reap his life. But he was a king now, so this attack, although stronger than the previous ones, did not pose too much danger to him. The king reached out his hand, and he grasped the energy waves that were approaching him. He clenched his hand, and the wave was crushed, the energy leaking to every side and not causing any damage to him, apart from a slight cut on his hand, where a few drops of blood oozed out. Azure Dragon full transformation. Xu Wei understood that as long as he relied on his human shape, he would never be able to deal with this man. His body began sprouting scales, growing in size. His fingers turned into claws, and his eyes became vertical slits. The king-ranked expert was surprised when he saw this. He was an upper-ranked expert in the Chang'an continent, so naturally he knew about the 4 clans of the sovereign beasts, and the azure dragons were the most mysterious amongst them all. It was said that they were extinct, and that they could not be found, but now one of them had appeared in front of him. The king-ranked expert narrowed his eyes with a grin. He had lost his killing intent. Now he was looking at Xu Wei with greed instead. The sovereign beasts were selling well in the Xi'an continent. Although they could not be tamed yet, they could be used as a means to show off their strength and fame. Anyone who owned a sovereign beast was amongst the top of the upper class. But so far the only sovereign beasts they could own were the vermilion birds, which were of the lower bloodline purity. Now an azure dragon had appeared in front of him. He would be an idiot not to capture him and sell him. But it was clear that this man was arrogant and prideful. He would never allow himself to get caught, so the king began to counterattack. He did not dare use any of his martial arts techniques, as he feared that they would simply kill him or cripple him. He thrust out a fist, ready to land it on Xu Wei's shoulder blade, but Xu Wei, who was now a big dragon, was not so easy to attack. Life Scale Shield. A green shield appeared around him, blocking the fist thrown his way. But while it could block it once or twice, the third time the king slammed his hand into the shield, it cracked and collapsed. Xu Wei's eyes were solemn. He sent a quick glance at Lan, and the deity instantly understood what he wanted to say.
"All of you stay with me," he said to Xu Wei's friends, not letting them advance to try and save Xu Wei. "I will keep him alive, but if you guys also try to join in on the fun, he will be even less likely to focus on the fight. Right now he has to learn his limits, so the rest of you stay here with me and do not move."
He Gao's hands were tightly clenched, but he nodded his head with a heavy mind. He understood that this battle was necessary for Xu Wei, but he had a bad feeling about it. Lolo's face was also pale, and she was biting her lower lip in distress. She could feel the energy fluctuations easily, and the energy that Xu Wei commanded was mighty, but next to the king's it was truly insignificant. While Xu Wei was commanding energy, the king's aura felt as if the entire nature was aiding him in his attacks, and he was not even using any martial art techniques. The king-ranked expert's fist connected with the scales on Xu Wei's body, and while the scales were sharp like razors, they did not manage to provide much protection. The scales cracked, and blood began oozing out of Xu Wei's body, but he refused to give up. He looked at the king-ranked expert with furious eyes, and he refused to succumb, even when he was faced with overwhelming strength. Chapter 82. Tortured and in pain. Shu Wei was a proud son of the heavens. He did not regret his decision to fight with the king-ranked expert, but he was starting to understand that there was a whole world of difference between the saint and the king ranks. Shu Wei felt how his body was aching. Many of his scales were shattered. The blood that was streaming down his body dyed the azure scales in a dark red color, and his eyes, which had been clear and beautiful, were now in a haze. The pain managed to keep him clear-minded, but he also understood that he could not fight against a king-ranked expert. Even so, he would not give up before he had managed to at least put up a battle that he could be proud of. He knew that he would not die. Lan was present, and as long as he was by his side, he could fight with all the abilities he had at his disposal. Although he would be severely injured, he would be able to survive. As long as he could maintain his life, Shu Wei could continue being increasingly courageous. He had wanted to see what his limits were, so he had to give it his all this time. He started gathering his energy, creating a devouring azure dragon from his chi, and infused it with a bit of his essence blood. The devouring azure dragon was merely a copy of Shu Wei himself. It was a copy that could move on instinct and attack with the same ferocity as Shu Wei, but its only flaw was the lack of intelligence. Shu Wei would not usually use the devouring azure dragon that was fueled by his essence blood. Essence blood was not like normal blood. While it could be replenished, it took a lot longer to restore than normal blood, and it could not be boosted by consuming pills. But right now, it was important to do his utmost to fight this king-ranked expert, and thus he was doing everything in his power to put up a brave fight. At the same time, his friends were also nervously standing by the side. All of them were worried, and whenever Shu Wei received an injury, their own hearts would hurt in response. But they also understood that things would become worse for both him and themselves if they stepped in and tried to save him. And although Shu Wei was being tortured by the king-ranked expert, he was learning a lot, and he was getting a good grasp of his own strength. This was the real benefit from the fight, to know where his own limits lay. Sky's Judgment, Windwolf Sword Slash, Chi Flame Strike, Deadly Whispers, Psychic Wrath. Shu Wei was using a wide variety of attacks. Some were spiritual energy attacks, while others depended on Chi. The Sky's Judgment was further enhanced by his Lightning Elemental Chi, and the Chi Flame Strike by the Vermilion Bird Flame. However, no matter how many attacks Shu Wei rained down on the king-ranked expert, he could not defeat him. All he did was cause superficial wounds to appear on his body. In fact, Shu Wei should have been quite proud of his ability to even cause slight wounds to appear. Usually a saint would never be able to injure a king due to the difference between a mortal and a spiritual body. But Shu Wei had caused him to bleed a few times. The more aggressive Shu Wei was, the greedier the king became. The sovereign beast was not to be belittled. He was ferocious and strong, proud and fiery. He would be a perfect companion if they somehow found a way to tame him. Shu Wei could guess the thoughts of that king, and he was infuriated. He would rather die than succumb to someone like this person, and the anger spurred him on to unleash even more ferocious attacks. But the king was not just letting Shu Wei attack. He was returning the strikes with his own fists and kicks, causing Shu Wei's bones to break, his scales to shatter, and his blood to flow. Shu Wei's movements were fierce initially, but the more wounds he gained, the slower his movements became, and his expression looked even more strained. Eventually, he could no longer move. He was lying on the ground, drenched in his own blood, his body full of wounds, but unwilling to give up. His eyes were unyielding, and the king was surprised. Even when his body was broken like this, he refused to yield. This was an unbreakable spirit, but he was not at all pleased with it. Lan looked at Shu Wei, who was collapsed on the ground, and sighed. He felt that Shu Wei was indeed a capable person. Even in the face of agony and pain, he never backed down. Only now, when his body could no longer move, did he lay down, although his eyes still kept that unyielding spark within them. This was the kind of person that could change a world. Lan saw hope within those unyielding eyes, and his lips curled up into a smile. Just as the king was about to deal the final blow, he stepped forward and waved his hand. No one noticed precisely what happened. It was too fast for the naked eye to see. However, the person playing around with Shu Wei, torturing and taunting him, was instantly turned into a bloody mist. Everyone's eyes widened in shock. They knew that Lan was strong. He was a deity after all. But to think that he could finish a king-ranked expert with a mere wave of his hand, this was truly making them understand the difference in their strength. Chapter 83. Rebellious Age. Shu Wei had been conscious, although his body had collapsed. But upon seeing the king-ranked expert explode into a bloody mist, he finally lost the will to stay awake, and his body entered a deep coma. Sensing that he finally passed out, Lan could only shake his head in admiration. Shu Wei had held on for much longer than he had expected, and he now felt a shred of genuine respect and admiration for this young man. Even when he was severely injured and his body was collapsing beneath him, he had the energy to stand up again, based solely on his strong willpower.
"Let us return to the cave."
Now that Shu Wei was in a coma, Lan took over the job of ordering the others around. But none of them felt a need to question his authority. If not for him, then Shu Wei would have been dead now, and his strength had indeed subdued them. Their respect for him came from deep within their hearts. He Gao and Lin Xiao both carried Shu Wei back to the cave where they had rested before, but inwardly they were anxious. The king-ranked expert had been killed by Lan, and by doing so it made it the ideal time to launch an attack at the base. But Shu Wei was in a horrible situation, so they could not attack now. As they arrived at the cave, Lan rolled up the sleeves of his robe and went to Shu Wei's side. The others observed everything with bated breaths. They did not stop Lan because they knew that he would never harm Shu Wei, but they were unsure of what his plans were. However, Lan was an overlord. He was a creature at the very top of the power levels within this universe, and thus he had abilities that others did not. He also had some healing abilities, and while they were not his strongest skills, the sheer difference in their strength made it so that treating Shu Wei's injuries was child's play to him. The only thing he could not heal was the strain that Shu Wei had received mentally. While his body was being repaired under Lan's gentle energy, his mind had seeped into a deep sleep, trying to repair itself. The broken bones were slowly mended, the blood was slowly regenerating, and his face, which had been pale as a sheet, was slowly gaining color again. The others heaved a deep sigh of relief when they saw how Shu Wei's body was being mended. But they could not help but glance at Lan, wondering if he had used up a large amount of his energy. However, Shu Wei was as weak as an ant next to Lan, and thus it was no problem at all for him to heal him. Even if he had been a deity, the healing would still have not been problematic.
"He will sleep for a day, and while he sleeps we can adjust our mindset,"
Lan said as he looked at the others. He knew that they too had gained some insights after watching Shu Wei's fight.
When he wakes up, he will most likely have advanced even further than before, and thus we can move on to attacking the camp."
The others nodded their heads solemnly. Even though they had lost their commander, the king-ranked expert, the camp was not likely to be taken over easily. So they all sat down and began resting. Lin Xiao released the Luan birds from the beast tag, and they flapped their wings in excitement. They had not dared to use them before, but now things were different. The final fight with the military camp was going to require all their strength, and thus they had no other option than to let out these small creatures of destruction. Lan glanced at them, and a snort escaped his lips. He knew that they had the Luan birds, but he did not like them. The original Luan bird that lived within the Ascended's realm had been placed there by his father, Lan Feng. Although he was now very old, Lan was a very strange person, and he was still in his rebellious age. This was also why he had not wanted to see his Hui Yu, who was like an uncle to him. He would much rather hide away than to face the world that he had left behind. Hui Yu and Lan Feng had long since known about Lan's personality. That was why they had left him alone for so many years. But no matter how long they had waited, he had never returned home. And now, after more than 10,000 years, they had finally lost their patience. They were not here to force Lan back, they just wanted to know how he was doing. But Lan wanted nothing to do with them right now. He was ashamed to meet them. Lan Feng and Hui Yu had always taught him about protecting his dear ones, but his Ji Qing had died in his arms. He was planning on visiting home after he found her in the ghost realm, but who knew when that would be? Unknowingly, 10,000 years had passed before Xu Wei had been born, and while he now had some hope, he also knew that Hui Yu was too stubborn. He was not going to just ignore Lan's attempts at escaping from him. If not for the fact that he had already left multiple imprints of himself all around the world, Hui Yu would have already found him. Sighing, Lan shook his head. There was no reason to think about all of that now. As long as they massacred the entire base, he had a glimmer of hope towards opening the gates to the ghost realm. Chapter 84. Attacking the Camp. Xu Wei slept for a whole day, just as Lan had expected, and when he woke up he felt as if his body, which had been on the verge of breaking down, was full of energy. His face was ruddy and his mind was clear. He was clearly much better off now than when he had collapsed, and he instantly knew that the one behind his fast healing was Lan. As for how long he had been unconscious, he was unsure, but he guessed that it could not have been too long. What greeted his eyes was the familiar sight of the cave where they had rested before. When he slowly stood up, he found that his friends and companions were also slowly adjusting themselves, preparing for a battle that would include rivers of blood and carnage. Xu Wei stretched his body, and his movements woke the others up from their rest. The group was finally relieved after seeing him getting up, and when they saw his healthy expression and the slight smirk on his face, they all felt relieved. Although they did not doubt Lan's abilities, they did not know for sure when he would wake up, and it had left them slightly worried. However, seeing him awake and noticing the familiar glint in his eyes, they all put down all their worries and felt relieved. The group gathered together. All of them had a Luan bird on their shoulders, and a knowing smile spread on their lips. Lan was standing back, and he too felt a strange, bubbling excitement grow within him. This was it. This was the chance he had been waiting for. If they could open the ghost realm this time, then the 10,000 years of waiting would genuinely be worth it. He had done what he had promised. He had protected the world that mattered to her, but he had never forgotten the love that he felt for her, and he missed her dearly all these years. Now that there was a possibility of things changing, he felt a strange sense of excitement and nervousness. What had happened to her in the ghost realm? Lan did not know how the ghost realm worked. Did they retain their memories, or did they lose them? Would his Zhiqing be able to remember him and their time together, or would she have lost all memory of it? He, who was amongst the strongest beings in the universe, was frightened beyond belief when he thought of the fact that she might not remember him. But even if she did not remember him, he would help her restore those memories and build new ones alongside her. What he loved about her was her personality. It was not only her appearance, and while he would be sad if she had forgotten him, he would not be devastated. He would stay by her side, protect her and love her. But his worst fear was if she rejected him. Then he did not know what to do. While Lan was deep in his own conflicting thoughts, Xu Wei and the others were getting ready to set out. Seeing that they were preparing to leave, Lan let go of his thoughts. What would happen, and he could not change it. Coming to this conclusion, it was as if a big stone had been lifted from his shoulders, and a breezy smile sprung upon his lips. Lan had wanted to be the one to kill the people in the base if that meant that the ghost realm would open. However, he had previously tried this approach, and while the ghost realm opened, he had no possibility of entering it. This was because he was not the rule breaker. To enter, the rule breaker had to be the one who killed the people, so Lan was relieved that Xu Wei was so powerful. They also needed to kill the people at a rapid pace, which was why he had wanted the king-ranked expert dealt with before they moved on to the base. The base was now only comprised of saints and lower-ranked experts, and they stood no chance against Xu Wei. As long as his stamina lasted, he would be an unstoppable death god who came to reap lives. The group stepped out of the cave and made their way towards the camp. They did not hide their tracks or slow down. No experts had continued to enter the forest, as the king-ranked leader had told them to leave the hunt to him. When they exited the forest, they found the base was in lockdown, but it was not difficult to break it open. While Lan was unable to be the one who killed the people, he was still capable of helping them deal with the massive walls. All he did was to glance at the walls, and they came crumbling down. The soldiers who had been standing on top were suddenly thrown into disarray, and the ones within the base became alerted to the approaching danger. Lan waved his hand, and a big translucent dome covered the whole base. No one would be able to flee. The only fate that awaited them was death. While most of the soldiers had decided to fight, a small group had indeed thought of fleeing. Not because they were afraid of Xu Wei and the others, but because they feared Lan. Everyone could sense Xu Wei and his companions, but Lan was only visible when one looked at him. This gave them all a sense of dread. No one doubted his strength. Scared, they all felt their hearts tremble, but some of them were loyal soldiers. They would rather die fighting than submit, and a group of them charged straight at Xu Wei with their weapons raised high. Chapter 85. I Can Help. Although Xu Wei and his companions were arrogant in nature, they were also aware of when this arrogance had to be packed away. Although they knew that the soldiers who were advancing towards them would not be able to kill them, they might end up injured if they were not careful. They also had to consider their stamina. This was not a standard battle. This was a small group of experts against a whole base full of cultivators. While they could overpower every one of them in a one-on-one battle, things were trickier now that the soldiers were gathered together. Shu Wei did not instantly transform into an azure dragon, nor did he turn into a vermilion bird. While he knew that his stamina and attack power were increased when taking one of these two forms, he was also aware that these forms could not be used indiscriminately. While they were stronger than the ordinary human body, and the stamina was greater, the chi usage was also greater than in his normal body. As long as he could depend entirely on brute force to crush the others, then the azure dragon form was without a doubt the best option. However, to defeat the army experts, he was aware that he had to use chi, and thus he decided against transforming. When his stamina could no longer keep up, or if the experts became too numerous, then he would take the chance to turn into an azure dragon. But for now it was still manageable. Lolo flicked her wrist, and the giant icy Mingxi appeared. Its blue eyes were filled with a dangerous glint, and it coiled around her like a protective armor. This Mingxi was the heritage that Lan had left in the Ascended's realm, so it was naturally not bad. Although it consumed energy to activate it, Lolo had an almost unending supply of spiritual energy, and could provide it with all the power that it needed. She was the first to jump into the fight. Ice arrows were being thrown from her hands with a mere movement of her wrist, and the ground soon turned frozen, causing some trouble for the advancing soldiers. Not only this, but she was also aiming her arrows at the soldiers, and the unfortunate souls that were hit ended up frozen solid on the spot. The Mingxi legacy that Lolo had gained came from an overlord, and the destructive damage that it could cause was overwhelming. It was not to be belittled at all. Seeing Lolo's attacks, Lin Xiao smiled wryly. He would not let her attack alone, so he took out a staff from his storage treasure and wielded it with great affinity as he charged at the soldiers. While he did not have the same area of effect attacks, he could end the opponents with a mere 10 moves. He used sheer power to defeat the enemies, bashing them into a meaty paste, and then moving on to the next, who were full of trepidation, but refused to give up. He Gao felt his blood boiling when he saw the fight in front of him, and he quickly found his claws, which he then placed on his hands, before he too joined the battle. He Gao's battle method was known to be frantic. He relied on his beastly instincts to avoid damage and attacked in a flurry. His claws, which were sharp like razors and relatively long, were able to shred people to pieces, and he took delight in the feeling of shredding their bodies. Shu Wei did not want to waste time, so he conjured a sword out of chi and threw himself into the battle, feeling the familiar rush of excitement as he killed one enemy after another. Only Lan and Bai Tianyi did not fight. They stood back, looking at the bloody battle with curiosity.
"Are they always so bloody?" Lan asked with a smirk on his lips. He, too, had killed numerous people in his life, but he found that this particular group of people were much more ferocious than he had ever been. While he had killed people, he had been as clean in it as possible. But these people seemed to want to create a mountain of corpses and rivers of blood. "The pleasure of killing is easily drowning them," Bai Tianyi answered casually. "It is a strength when considering their fighting ability, but it is also a downside since you might lose yourself in the battle." Lan looked at Bai Tianyi with curious eyes. This little artificial sword spirit was not dumb. "Do you ever regret your choice of becoming an artificial spirit?" he asked curiously, but Bai Tianyi paused visibly when he heard it. "You are indeed able to reach the apex of this world, and maybe even go further, but you have lost the majority of your emotions." Bai Tianyi lowered his eyes and sighed. "Regret or no regret, there is nothing to change any longer. My emotions have been severed,
and I have become an artificial spirit. I never understood that human potential is much stronger than that of an artificial spirit. However, this is a shortcut." Lon nodded his head.
"If we manage to come back from the ghost realm at some point, I can help you," he said while observing the ongoing battle in front of him. "I cannot make you human again, but I can unseal your emotions. In fact, they are not severed. They are just sealed deep within. This is what happens to artificial spirits, but I can make you become a genuine one, just like your companion Lolo."
Chapter 86. Death Energy. Bai Tianyi glanced at Lolo, who was freezing people one after another. She held a slight smile on her face, and he could see the excitement in her eyes. It was clear that her emotions were active. So why was he so unlucky to be emotionless? While he was not totally emotionless, the emotions had a dampener on them, so he could not feel anything extreme, neither happiness nor sadness. It was as if he was an outsider to everything, looking at it from the sidelines, never fully engaged in the world. He had long felt a few pangs of envy towards the rest of Xu Wei's friends and companions, because they could let go of their emotions as they pleased, but he was unable to do so. To him, the offer that Lan had given was indeed very tempting, and he was instantly hopeful. But as always, the feelings were faint, and did not cause many ripples in neither his expression nor in his heart. Lan looked at Bai Tianyi with a bit of pity. He understood that this sword spirit really wanted to unseal the emotions. Otherwise, he would not have any reaction at all, but he was unable to show it.
"Once upon a time, I too sealed off my emotions," Lan said with a sigh. He did not care that Xu Wei and the others were battling. He knew that they would be fine even without Bai Tianyi participating, so he decided to speak with this artificial spirit instead. Bai Tianyi was interested when he heard the words of Lan, and he glanced at the deity. Lan saw his interest, smiled, and continued talking. "When I lost Zhiqing, I was unable to handle the blow. I wanted to destroy everything around me. I wanted no one to be happy since she had died so tragically. But due to the promise I had given her, I knew that I had to guard the world that she valued so much. To be able to handle the feeling of loss and stay true to my promise, I sealed the majority of my emotions for a full 2,000 years. It was not that the emotions became less. I just gained the ability to control them. Even now, I feel the same heart-wrenching sadness whenever I think about the loss I suffered when Zhiqing left me."
Bai Tianyi was thinking deeply. He was unsure why Lan had decided to speak with him about his experiences, but he was listening intently.
"When your emotions become unsealed, they might become hard to control," Lan continued to explain. "You did not experience many emotions for the last many thousands of years, so when they return in full bloom, your heart will clench, and you will feel that life is truly vivid." Bai Tianyi nodded his head. He could imagine that it was so, and he was happy that Lan had made him aware of this so that he could prepare for it. While Bai Tianyi and Lan were engaged in conversation, the rest kept on fighting. Their Luan birds, which were still juvenile, were able to work together in a flock, and their abilities proved lethal against the ordinary soldiers. But although these soldiers were weaker than Xu Wei in the group, they dared not slack or relax.
The sheer amount of soldiers in this camp was so overwhelming that they had to conserve every last ounce of energy to deal with them. Initially, many had tried to run away, but Lan's barrier made it so that escape was impossible. Since they could not escape, the only other option was to fight for their lives, which resulted in all of them charging at Shu Wei and his group. Fortunately, there was only so much space around them, but the ground they were standing on turned into a mountain of corpses. At first, the soil had turned muddy from the blood spilled on it, but soon the earth could no longer absorb more liquids, and it turned into a river of blood that flowed freely from the battlefield. As the corpse mountain grew in size, many of the experts began pleading for mercy, but Shu Wei just continued the massacre. Strange energy began enveloping the corpses, and Lan, who had been remarkably calm, began trembling. His eyes widened, and he observed the surroundings. "Keep killing!" he shouted to Shu Wei and his friends, and they acknowledged the order, after which they sped up their attacks. More and more fell to the weapons in their hands, and the sound of agony spread through the battlefield. Lan narrowed the barrier so that people had nowhere left to run, and Shu Wei was like a grim reaper, harvesting lives left and right. Everywhere he went, death followed, and no one was capable of surviving. The dense aura of death that had surrounded the battlefield was growing in strength. Before the battle, Lan had specifically told Lolo, Bai Tianyi, and Shu Wei that they could not touch the soul power that would be released by these experts. It was not that he did not want them to get stronger. It was more a question of whether or not the soul power could be the factor that made the ghost realm open up its gates. Shu Wei and Lan had not known if it would be possible, but looking at the current situation and the dense aura of death, both their eyes were glistening with hope. Shu Wei moved even more frantically. He knew how important this was to Lan, and if he could help him, he would. Although they had not always had a good relationship, Shu Wei knew that if not for Lan, he would have died many times over, and this favor had to be repaid, not to mention that they were friends now. Chapter 87. Ox-Headed Man. Shu Wei continued to kill indiscriminately. He was ruthless, as he knew that if the tables had been turned, then he would have been the one who died miserably. Not to mention that these lives seemed to be triggering the gate to the ghost realm. The soldiers felt despair. They knew that escape was impossible, but looking at the situation, they could not fight back either. These youngsters were like devils that had climbed out from hell. They all held sinister and wicked smiles on their lips as they slaughtered them and their comrades. There was no sign of pity or guilt in their eyes. Just how had these youngsters grown up to become this ruthless and unfeeling? If they knew what Shu Wei and the others had been through, they might understand it more. But they did not know, and since they were dying, they would never find out either. Lan was also ruthless as he looked at these deaths. He was the sovereign god of this world, and he was supposed to protect it. But even though these people who lived in the world he had sworn to protect were dying like flies in front of him, he showed no signs of stopping it. In fact, a hopeful gleam could be seen in his eyes as he observed Shu Wei. The dense death energy was simply so heavy that everyone's movements had slowed and their breathing had become labored. Shu Wei had 10 experts left to kill, and a brutal gleam appeared in his eyes. He understood that the death energy would evaporate at a rapid speed, so to saturate it enough, he had to kill faster, to end their lives as swiftly as humanly possible. And thus he hesitated no longer, and threw some of his killing moves at the last group of people, ending them with a single strike. As the final death energy merged with the dense air, a tremor ran through the entire world, and suddenly a strange gate appeared in the air above the mountain of corpses. The gate seemed corporeal. It was not at all vague or hard to see. It was more than 20 meters high and 10 meters wide. The doors were made from a strange black stone, but there were hundreds of thousands of scratches made on it, and some of them even showed traces of dried blood. These heavy stone doors began creaking and slowly swung open. From the inside, a strange translucent being stepped out. It had a human body, but its head was that of an ox. In its hands was a big battle axe, and his red eyes were glaring at Shu Wei and Lan. He was about to say something when the red eyes widened in shock.
"A rule breaker,"
he exclaimed, and suddenly he moved. His movement was so swift that Shu Wei did not notice the action before the ox-headed creature was standing right in front of him. Lan could have stopped him, but he had to consider the options he had if he wanted to make a move. Fortunately, he felt no killing intent from the ox-headed man. All he felt was curiosity. The ox-headed man had been guarding the ghost realm since its creation, and he had never encountered a rule breaker before. However, the ghost realm's laws had been imprinted into his soul, and upon encountering one, he knew what he had to do.
"Rule breakers are permitted to enter the ghost realm. Depending on the sacrifice made to create you, you are allowed to bring foreign entities into the realm with you. But the number of entities you can bring fully depends on the grade of your rule-breaking identity."
Shu Wei could not help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. So there were different grades of being a rule breaker? How was this estimated?
"Your grade is 7. Not bad. It is in the upper realms."
The ox-headed man continued to speak as he was pacing around the confused Shu Wei.
"With such an identity, you can bring up to 3 other entities with you into the ghost realm,"
he continued as he turned to look at the other people present. Shu Wei was also in deep thought, but then he shook his head.
"The only one I am going to bring is Lan."
Everyone was surprised by his words, but Shu Wei had already made a decision. He looked at his friends. His expression was solemn, and his eyes flashed with reluctance, but they held a firm belief at the same time.
"We have been together for many years, but I cannot take all of you with me to the ghost realm. Splitting up is not feasible, so you will stay here, while Lan and I enter the ghost realm. When I return, I will find you all. Lan can sense you, so don't be afraid of moving around. Also, the war has not ended yet, so give it everything you have. Make sure to fight in every battle and advance your skills. When I come back from the ghost realm, we will leave the Xiang and the Demon Phoenix continents behind and move on. I have a deadline for when I need to find Wang Xiaoyun, so we have to find the White Tiger and the Black Tortoise clans first."
The others were suddenly enlightened. Shu Wei did not bring them with him for 2 reasons. One of them was that he did not know what he would encounter in the ghost realm, and thus he dared not put them in harm's way. Another was that if he did bring some of them, those who remained in the Xiang continent would be easily targeted, and might end up losing their lives. Either way, he would blame himself, so the choice he had made was the most suitable one for them all. Chapter 88. Ghost Realm Opens. Lan approved of Shu Wei's decision, but he said nothing. Although he considered them friends, they were not bosom friends who had to depend on each other to survive. They were entirely dependent on each other for survival, and their ties were closer than many families. Although he was their friend, he did not feel that such an important decision should be within his hands, and thus he stayed quiet and looked at Xu Wei as he gave his reasons. The ox-headed man was quite surprised when he heard that this rule-breaker did not intend to bring more than one person with him to the ghost realm. One has to know that entering the ghost realm was a very desired opportunity, but he was unwilling to bring more people, as it would endanger those who were left behind. This was enough to make him understand that they genuinely had a close bond, and he suddenly began to feel interested in this rule-breaker. He had never encountered them before, and thus he had assumed that they were inhuman. He thought that they were above all others, looking down on the masses, and did not care for friendship. But now he understood that he had been prejudiced.
"Well, I have to get going fast," the ox-headed man said. "The death energy is draining away swiftly, so follow me now if you want to have a chance to enter the ghost realm."
Xu Wei and Lan did not have to hear that order more than once before they rushed to his side and stepped into the big gate that had started to grow dim. As they entered, an acute sense of vertigo suddenly hit them. The sensation grew increasingly uncomfortable, and they soon began losing touch with their limbs. But as they were thinking that something had gone wrong, they could suddenly feel the ground beneath their feet, and their vision cleared up again. What greeted them was a world very unlike their own. Everything was desolate. As far as the eye could see, the land stretched on. Everything was even, without the slightest hill or mountain in sight. All the plants they could see were a few dead shrubs, but even those were scarce on the sandy and cracked ground. The few shrubs they did see were all withered, and there was not even a single leaf on them, the sight making both Lan and Xu Wei frown. They were not too shocked over the land lacking life force, but the shrubs showed that once upon a time, life force had indeed existed in the realm. What had caused it to change? The ox-headed man looked at Xu Wei and Lan. Amazement flashed by his eyes when he saw their ugly expressions as they stared at the shrubs. While he could not be sure, he could guess that they had taken the hints, that this realm had, in fact, once upon a time, been alive. But although he admired them for noticing this fact, he had no interest in telling them the story behind their ghost realm. This was something they had to figure out on their own as they began their journey through the ghost realm.
"Well, I have done my task."
The ox-headed man smiled slightly as he looked at Xu Wei and Lan. He then raised his hand, and a small bottle resembling a gourd appeared in his hand. He shook it, and a few wailing sounds could be heard from within. Xu Wei raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had not seen the ox-headed person make a move, but from seeing the bottle, he understood that this ox-headed man was quite powerful.
"I should thank you," he continued. "If not for you, I would not have managed to get my hands on this many souls. Although I am obligated to release them, I can still absorb some of the death energy surrounding them, and no one will know if a soul or two goes missing."
"You consume souls?" Xu Wei was not sure if the ox-headed man would answer his question, but he still asked. Surprisingly enough, the ox-headed man began laughing when he heard the question, and then he nodded his head generously.
"Not only do I consume souls, everyone within the ghost realm consumes souls. The cultivation method of us souls is to consume each other in order to gain more strength. Weaker souls get consumed, while stronger souls become ghosts. This is also why this is called the ghost realm and not the soul realm."
Xu Wei and Lan were both surprised. They had no previous knowledge about the ghost realm, but this fact alone was enough to make them understand how dangerous this place was. Even more worrying was that Lan's little lover had been in this realm for more than 10,000 years. Had she managed to become a leading ghost during such an extended period, or was she now consumed, with nothing remaining of her but the memory within Lan's mind? Xu Wei noticed the pale expression on Lan's face, but he did not know what to say in order to make him feel better. After all, it was against his ethics to lie to a friend, and he could not, with a clear conscience, say that she had become a ghost by now for sure. The ox-headed man sensed Lan's grief, but he did not care. He had seen too much destruction and sadness to be affected by such emotions. Instead, he also sensed Lan's overwhelming powers, and since Lan was no rule-breaker, he had to put some restrictions on this being.
"You there,"
he started speaking.
"Since you have followed the rule-breaker into the ghost realm, you need to give up your human shape for the duration of your stay, and also downgrade your strength to that of a king-ranked expert. As you get more familiar with the realm, your strength will slowly return. But it will take some time to adjust to the death energy and the desolate lands."
Chapter 89. Sealing His Power. Lan was at first surprised, but he quickly understood the reason. As an overlord, if he was allowed to roam free in the ghost realm, then no one would know how the world could end up. However, if he allowed them to seal his powers, he would not be exceedingly strong, and thus he would be unable to cause much damage. Although he did not know much about the ghost realm, he was very familiar with the sealing technique that the ox-headed man referred to. This seal was not left there by the ghost realm itself. It would require Lan to seal his own power, which was also why he would be able to unlock it slowly after adjusting to the realm. However, although he could put the seal on himself, he would not be able to break it. Even if he encountered a life-threatening situation, the power he had sealed away would not be unleashed. This kind of seal was the most ruthless towards oneself, but it was needed in some cases. Lan squinted as he looked at the ox-headed man. He could imagine that if he declined, then he would be kicked out from the ghost realm, and thus he reluctantly nodded his head in agreement. Xu Wei was not too surprised. If it ended up costing Lan his life, he was not willing to let go of the final chance to meet his lover, Li Ziqing, again. Although this meant that Xu Wei had one less guarantee to return alive, he was not panicked. He understood that while Lan could save him once or twice, it was not wise to put all his trust in another being. He did not want to become dependent on others. He wanted to rely on his own strength to stand tall, and if he truly got used to having Lan and his overwhelming power around, then if he suddenly vanished, wouldn't he become useless? The ox-headed man was once again amazed by Xu Wei and Lan's demeanor. They were not panicked or scared. They took things as they came, with their heads held high, and with an inborn pride and arrogance which could not be concealed. He could not help but feel excited about what changes these two figures would bring to the ghost realm. Would they be able to adjust, or would the constant battle in this world consume them? He did not know why, but he felt extremely excited as he looked at them, and both Lan and Xu Wei felt a shiver run down their spines. It seemed that their trip to the ghost realm was not going to be simple. Looking at the ox-headed man, Lan did not waste any time. He cut his wrist, and blood began oozing out. He placed his finger on the wound, and drew a strange rune in the air in front of him with the bloody finger. The blood from the finger was infused with energy, and soon the rune had been finished. It glittered with a malicious red gleam, and Xu Wei could feel a strong fluctuation of energy coming from it. With a flicker of Lan's hand, the rune shot onto his forehead, and the red light enveloped his entire body. The light increased in intensity, growing more and more overwhelming alongside an energy ripple that made Shu Wei breathless. The pressure on the surrounding areas grew increasingly oppressive. Shu Wei felt how his body was starting to become difficult to control, and beads of sweat were forming on his forehead. He was beginning to feel uncomfortable, but suddenly the discomfort vanished. Lan, who previously had been a handsome man with blue hair and attractive eyes, had now become a small blue snake with 4 wings, a Mingxi. The only thing that made it so Shu Wei instantly could recognize him were the eyes. They had the same color as the ones of the previous Lan. At the same time, a veil of mystery still surrounded him, but the strength he was emanating was much lower. Shu Wei would previously not have been capable of sensing Lan's presence. Whenever he wanted to speak with him, he would have to look at him in order to locate him. It was also important to have him within one's line of sight. If he was not in one's line of sight, it was impossible to sense him. However, now he could sense his presence. It was clear that the seal had been created successfully. The ox-headed man nodded his head in approval. To see someone so decisive was quite refreshing, and he said no more before he turned and vanished into the air, leaving the 2 intruders alone. Lan and Shu Wei glanced at one another. They saw the smile on the other's face and began walking into the distance. They had no aim, no path, and no knowledge of how to find Li Ziqing, but they believed that in one way or another it would become possible for them to succeed. Book 10. Ghost Realm. Chapter 1. Saturated Essence. The desolate land stretched as far as the eye could see. A fierce wind was blowing, causing the sand to dance in the air. On the hillside, Shu Wei and Lan were resting. They had been walking for 3 days without encountering any ghosts or souls. Shu Wei's clothes had become weather-bitten by the rough winds, and both of them had been covered by dust and sand. Lan's beautiful blue scales had become dusty gray, and Shu Wei's attractive features were hidden behind a mask of grime. The 3 days they had been walking had been both leisurely but also nerve-wracking. There was nothing to interfere with their advance apart from the rough weather, but they did not dare to trust the surroundings since they were foreign to the ghost realm. They did not know what the ghosts looked like. Were they corporeal or intangible? The uncertainty caused both Shu Wei and Lan to be on pins and needles as they advanced. They were also curious as to how the ghosts lived in this world. Were there cities built by them, or did they just roam around the world on a constant hunt for other ghosts and souls to consume? There were many questions, and no one to answer them. Both Lan and Shu Wei were aware that everything they knew was based on their own world, and thus they could not know for sure whether or not this place was similar. As they sat down, Shu Wei began looking around. The ghost realm was a heaven for cultivation. Due to the ghosts consuming other ghosts and souls to cultivate, no one tried to absorb the heaven and earth essence, causing it to become increasingly dense in the world.
"The air is saturated with essence," Lan said as he looked at Shu Wei. "The heaven and earth essence will always be created, no matter where one goes," Lan began to explain. "This world has not had anyone consuming the essence for so many years that the atmosphere has become saturated. When a world becomes saturated with essence, it is the ideal place for a cultivator to train. You can absorb energy with the slightest movement, and it will pour into your body to be refined. It is the same as if you consumed a pill that increases your absorption rate, but without any impurities, as you might get from the pill, or any downsides. In fact, it is the purest and most beneficial way to cultivate, so you should use the time we are here to cultivate. Maybe you might even be able to construct your spiritual body."
Shu Wei nodded his head. Although he was excited, his facial features did not display any happiness. He had long since learned that, although there was a possibility for it to happen, he still had to fight for it, especially when it came to a spiritual body. He was well aware that they were complicated to create. They required one to shed their mortal body and truly step onto the path of becoming an immortal. The king and emperor ranks were where one shed their mortal bodies and became immortal. After the emperor rank, one's own soul would have to break through into the god rank, and only then could one truly be considered immortal. Shu Wei was naturally looking forward to this qualitative leap in power, but he knew that it had to be done step by step. He knew very well that if he became complacent and just expected the king rank to drop on him, then he would never advance. They needed to find a suitable situation which could help him to break through. After taking a short break, Shu Wei rose to his feet again. Lan had coiled his body around Shu Wei's neck, and the blue Mingxi resembled a beautiful scarf. The two slowly and carefully advanced in the dangerous lands. They were unsure of what to expect, but they were both cautious people, especially now that Lan had sealed the majority of his powers. He was quite uncomfortable in his original shape. It was said that the wind was seen when the Mingxi arrived, and that it had a voice as loud as a big bell. The Mingxi was usually found in the mountains that were rich in jade and gold. It was also said that the Mingxi guarded treasures, and the more Shu Wei heard about the Mingxi, the more he felt that Lan truly deserved to be such a creature. He loved treasure. Shu Wei knew from a long time ago that Lan had a very vast collection of treasures, and that he had gathered them throughout his life. Some of them had been robbed from his father, others had been scammed from other people, and some had been picked up by sheer luck. The Mingxi was one of the more auspicious creatures as they guarded wealth, and Shu Wei hoped that by being on this journey with Lan, some of his luck would rub up on him. The two did not speak while traveling through the vast, desolate terrain. It was not that they did not want to talk with one another, but the moment they opened their mouths, they would be filled with the sand that blew through the wind, and the feeling was truly uncomfortable. Their advance lasted a full 8 days before they encountered another life form. Their eyes shone with excitement as they saw a large caravan traversing through the desolate area in front of them. The caravan was not being pulled by any creatures, but moved on its own, causing both Lan and Shu Wei to frown. They could not help but wonder what kind of power was behind these carriages in order for them to move on their own. Chapter 2. Middle-Aged Ghost. The carriages were different from anything that Shu Wei had seen before, and even Lan was curious as he looked at this foreign vehicle. As to what type of energy drove it, they did not know, but Shu Wei could sense an eerie atmosphere around the entire caravan. Was this due to them being ghosts and living in the ghost realm? Or had something happened to this particular caravan, causing it to have the gloomy aura?
"Why don't we try to talk with them?" Lan asked, and Shu Wei nodded his head absent-mindedly. He was on high alert. Both he and Lan were aware of how dangerous what they planned on doing was,
But they also realized that they could not just continue moving forward with no knowledge about the realm they had entered. They did not know whether or not they looked different from the ghosts, nor did they know if they would be able to fight their way out of the caravan in case things went wrong. Lan did not have his overwhelming power anymore. He was a mere king, while Shu Wei had not even reached this level yet. Slowly, but without hiding themselves, the two began moving towards the caravan. They had come fairly close when the carriages stopped in their tracks, and a middle-aged man came out from the first of the vehicles. He looked like any other human, with the exception of his eyes. They were completely black. There was no pupil, and the sight caused Shu Wei to feel a shudder run down his spine. He was not scared of the differences. He just felt afraid about the fact that he did not know if this man might cause them some problems later. The ghost looked at Shu Wei and Lan. His brows were furrowed, and he was gripping a sword handle tightly in his hands.
"Foreigners! What are you doing here?" he yelled, and Shu Wei, who was not too sure how to answer, looked at Lan.
Tell him the truth, Lan decided. They could not trick anyone and say that they were ghosts, but being honest was also risky.
"The ox-headed man abandoned us on this desolate ground," Shu Wei said as he looked around. "We have been walking for days, but you and your caravan are the first sight of other beings that we have encountered." Shu Wei was just about to say that they were the first sight of life, but he had managed to change the wording upon considering their situation. These ghosts were not alive, but they were not really dead either. They were souls who existed within the ghost realm, but as to whether or not they could exist upon leaving, Shu Wei did not know. The middle-aged ghost narrowed his eyes when he heard that they were dropped there by the ox-headed man. Everyone knew the ox-headed man. His name was Tinalynge, and he was one of the guardians of the ghost realm. He was not easy to get along with, and his arrogance made it so that everyone feared and revered him. Why would he have brought two living beings into the ghost realm? The middle-aged ghost was not unintelligent. To have been able to become a ghost, he was naturally rather shrewd and powerful. He had instantly sensed the breath of life from the two creatures in front of him, and while he was jealous of the life force, it no longer held any attraction to him. Ghosts could not use life force for anything. They needed souls to increase their strength, and since they were dead, the souls of the dead were much more compatible with them. A living soul might even do more damage to them than it assisted. While this meant that they would not be treated as food in the ghost realm, it did not mean that they would not encounter danger. Ghosts were much more ruthless than the ones on the world of the living. They lived off consuming each other, and thus the constant battling and scheming against one another made survival a hard thing.
"Come with me," the middle-aged ghost finally said after considering his options. "I will explain the ghost realm to you."
The man had decided to help them, not because he pitied them, but because the ox-headed man had taken an interest in them. The ordinary ghost had no way of knowing about a rule breaker, so when they looked at Shu Wei, they did not see anything special about him. The only thing different about him was that he had a strange but very beautiful blue snake with 4 wings by his side that seemed to have a weird temper. Shu Wei and Lan threw a glance at one another, and without needing to say anything, they knew what the other thought. Joining this caravan would be beneficial to them. Shu Wei and Lan headed to the carriage that was occupied by the middle-aged ghost. They were quite surprised as to why no one else had exited the other carriages to see them, but upon entering they instantly knew why. Inside the carriage was a big image of what was happening outside. It displayed everything, including the reproduction of sound, and everyone within the carriages would have known precisely what happened, as if they had been there themselves. The strange energy and the technology that the carriages were running on were utterly foreign to Lan and Shu Wei, causing both of them to be perplexed. The middle-aged ghost smiled when he saw their reactions. He had previously been quite curious about these two living beings that had suddenly appeared in the ghost realm, and their reactions made him even more interested. The ghost realm did not only take the dead from Shu Wei's native world, but they also accepted the dead from many other worlds that had no contact with the 10 courts of hell, and thus it was incredibly vast, with many different districts. Seeing that Shu Wei and Lan were new to the whole realm, the middle-aged man began explaining in detail about its layout and rules. Chapter 3. Soul Imprint.
The ghost realm is vast. It is so big that you will have to rely on teleportation arrays if you wish to travel from one end to the other. The realm is split into 4 administrative regions, and these regions are always fighting one another. Each region is further split into counties. The Full Moon region has 96 counties. The Twilight Sun region has 73 counties. The Blood Star region has 89 counties, and last but not least, the Endless Abyss region has 99 counties.
Although there were only 4 regions, the number of counties showed just how big the ghost realm was. These counties were also fighting against each other to become higher ranked on the county list of the respective region. Some of the counties were even bigger than the continents back in Shu Wei's old world. The ghost world was truly vast to house so many ghosts and souls. Even so, if not for the natural selection of only allowing the strongest to survive, the land would have been full to the brim with souls and ghosts. Shu Wei listened intently to what the middle-aged ghost was telling him. He understood that searching for one specific soul would be much more challenging than he had initially thought, especially since the ghosts and souls had no memories of the time when they were alive. The only way they would be able to recognize her would be if Lan saw her face and could remember her appearance. Shu Wei did not doubt that Lan could recognize her appearance. It was just that there were so many ghosts. How many lifetimes would it take them to walk from one end of the ghost realm to the other? And even if they did not do this, how could they be certain that they would not miss each other? Arriving at the ghost realm, looking for one soul that might have been consumed, was even more challenging than looking for a needle in a haystack. But they were not going to give up. Lan looked thoughtful. He understood how difficult it would be, so he began considering what options they had. He had spent years alongside Li Ziqing, and the two of them had shared the most intimate of relationships. They were lovers, confidants, and best of friends. He had been an overlord, so he knew what her soul imprint was like, and while he had never forgotten her, he also held a memory of how her soul imprint felt. Could he use this as a means to find her? Much like how a metal detector would sense the metal under the ground, could he then use the soul imprint as a way to determine her location? He was not sure how to do it. The soul imprint was locked inside his own soul. Taking it out would be much easier if he was an overlord, but right now he was merely a king-ranked expert. He narrowed his eyes, hiding half of the cat-like pupils behind his eyelids and coiling up around Shu Wei's neck as he was deep in thought. Shu Wei and Lan had a good rapport, and he knew that the snake on his neck was thinking about an easier way to locate the lost soul. Shu Wei left Lan to think about how they might be able to solve it, and he continued to keep the conversation going with the ghost that had taken them in. He had called himself Guimo. Ghosts gave themselves names when they reached a certain rank. Before then, they just remained unnamed. Shu Wei was curious as to why he chose this name precisely, but he did not ask. Instead, he tried to understand the ghost realm better. When a person died in a world that was not connected to the 10 courts of hell, their soul would then end up in the ghost realm. When a new soul appeared in the ghost realm, all their memories would have been wiped clean, and they would be like a newborn baby in the world of the living. However, while they had to relearn everything that they had to know, they did not die instantly, but instead they had certain instincts that told them to hide and bide their time. The atmosphere was not only full of heaven and earth essence, it was also full of death energy and soul power. Even the weakest soul would be nurtured by these energies and slowly advance. While they could not be considered genuine ghosts, some souls who had enough strength could even consume a ghost. The world was very different from the one Shu Wei came from. He understood that ghosts were a completely different entity from that of the souls. Although they were not considered living beings, they were not dead either. They were a mixture right between the two. They couldn't give birth to other ghosts. The only way to become one was to die and evolve from a soul. Shu Wei was deep in thought. It turned out that, although they could not reproduce, ghosts still had feelings, and that emotions such as love existed in this world of the dead. However, most ghosts never dared to become lovers unless they unconditionally trusted their partners, as it was seen that beautiful female and male ghosts would end up consuming their partners. Since the world was cannibalistic, it was hard to trust another person. But even so, the strongest ghosts all had partners. Another thing about being in the ghost realm was that monogamy was the way to go. You could hardly trust anyone, so finding casual flings was not very common. Shu Wei could not help but worry. In case this Li Ji-Qing had managed to become a ghost, she would be so old that she would likely be an ancient and powerful ghost by now. What if she had found a new partner? Chapter 4. Blood Star Region. Shu Wei and Lan were both somewhat nervous, but they knew that they could not rush anything. The middle-aged ghost invited them to follow their caravan all the way to the next city, and then begin their search from there on. It was the capital of a region. They were in the Blood Star region, and the county was called the Ice Flower County. This county was one among the 89 counties within the Blood Star region, and it was also the biggest. Although there was a constant battle within the regions to advance the position of the county ranking, the Ice Flower County had been on the top for the last thousands of years. No one had been able to shake the glory and foundations that had been built. The caravan was coming from 3 counties away. They were moving from the Sunset County towards the Blood Star capital, which was the name of the capital city of the Blood Star region. The Sunset County was famous for its ghost vehicles. The carriage they were in right now was one of those mechanic vehicles that ran solely on the heaven and earth essence. The ghosts could not use this energy in order to advance, so there was an abundant amount of it in the air, and Sunset County had invented a way to let carriages run on it. Other items absorbed the essence and transformed it into energy that could fuel their machines. Shu Wei was curious about how it worked, But the middle-aged ghost was guarding the mechanism with his life, and Shu Wei quickly gave up his idea of understanding its intricacies. He was not willing to insult their guide, who had been so kind and offered them a lift. The carriage did not have any windows. However, inside there was a large screen that was made from energy. It showed everything that went on outside the carriage on an incredibly lifelike display. However, there was nothing to see. The land was desolate. The carriages kicked up the sand, and the only shrubs that were visible were all dead. There were no signs of animals, not even insects. The ghost realm seemed too empty. Shu Wei and Lan had both reached a rank where they had transcended the human body's physical needs. They did not need to sleep, nor did they need to eat or answer nature's call. This was not something they usually thought about. However, while being in the ghost realm, they realized just how important this was. There was nothing to eat, since the ghosts only consumed other ghosts and souls. While there were some water sources, according to the middle-aged ghost, they were scarce, and they should not be used for drinking. The water in the ghost realm could poison a living cultivator due to the overwhelming yin energy within. Shu Wei and Lan listened to every word that the middle-aged ghost told them. They understood that their lives would not be comfortable while they were in this place, but they would not be uncomfortable either. The middle-aged ghost also went on to tell them that they were not in danger when staying in the ghost realm. While they too had souls, these souls were within their bodies and could not be consumed by a ghost. While the ghosts were somewhat envious of their life force and the fact that they were alive, they would not feel any greed towards them. They knew their position well and understood they were already another being than living humans. Shu Wei found it extremely comfortable to speak with the middle-aged ghost, and even Lan was finding it fortunate that they had encountered this caravan on the way. While they were very grateful, they never lowered their vigilance. They understood that although this ghost was telling them many things, they had no way of knowing if he was telling them the truth or not. However, as their journey advanced, their connection grew closer. The caravan would not stop apart from when it reached villages. They did not need to pause at night, as there was no need to eat. They did also not need to be careful of beasts attacking their caravan after twilight. The only thing they had to watch out for was bandits. Bandits existed everywhere, especially in the ghost realm, where cannibalism was the only way to advance. The middle-aged man was always keeping an eye on the display that showed the outside, even when speaking with Shu Wei and Lan. He was never tired, nor was he unhappy. They had traveled for a few days, and up until now, Lan and Shu Wei had still not met anyone else in the caravan apart from the middle-aged ghost. However, a village was appearing in front of them. It was not a big village, but it still housed around 500 ghosts. Shu Wei was shocked to see that, although it was a small village, a giant wall had been erected around it, and one needed to enter through a small gate to visit the village. The middle-aged ghost looked at the puzzled expression of Shu Wei and chuckled.
"This is literally a man-eat-man world," he began to explain. "Merchants such as myself are very suspicious. We need to accept a seal when we enter the city, making it so that we cannot attack their villagers apart from self-defense. The seal only lasts for a week, and after that week we will have left the village again. Each village and city has its own seal, and the seal they draw on your hand will only work for you, and only within the confines of that particular city."
Shu Wei frowned. They had a lot of technology he had never seen or heard of before.